a loose rope.
So let's talk a little bit about the
opportunity.
Indian response. But very quickly, I'll come back to you, sir. There's some more updates coming in. We just saw live munitions in Jaisalmer. Now we're getting pictures of armaments that have fallen on fields from Hoshiarpur. Let's go straight across and get an update on that. We're just going to show you some pictures of that. On the one side, we'll show you the live munition that has been recovered from Jaisalmer. On the other side, we'll show you that looks like the part of some sort of a drone missile. I'm not a military expert, viewers, so I can't tell you what it is, but it does look like some sort of an exhausted missile or even a drone, perhaps brought down. Clearly, it's missed its mark because it's lying in a fallow field, doing nothing really. Let's try to bring Anshul into this. Anshul was reporting just a short while back from another place where he was talking about how another big live bomb part had been recovered in a field in Bhatinda. So you have three distinct visuals coming in this morning. All of this was happening last night. There was an attempt, of course, to target Indian army assets and a large number of civilians. Just can't seem to understand, unless you're a terrorist army, which you are perhaps, why would you be going after innocent civilians? Some of them who were going about their lives without any iota of knowledge that they were going to be picked out like this. This is as bad as what you did in Pahalgam, Pakistan. And this is the visual remnant of what they were doing, the misadventures they had undertaken last night. So you have some sort of remnants from Hoshiarpur, you have some from Jaisalmer, you have some from Bhatinda, remnants of their misadventures. If Anshul is there, let me try and bring him in on this. Anshul and Vijay Salaria, what can you tell me about this? What is it that we are seeing on the field?
Ground over here, especially in Pathankot, the spirits of the people is absolutely high. I'll yet again ask my camera person to show you in the visuals, to show our viewers in the visuals, that if at all there is any sort of uncertainty in the minds of any citizen of this country that they are not safe, there could be a danger that could be lingering on them. These visuals that are 25 kilometers away from the Pakistan border speak from themselves. 12 to 13 hours after the cowardly attacks that were done by Pakistan, now the entire district of Pathankot is back on its feet. I'll try and get in a word from a few locals over here as well.
Anshul, just wanted to cross-check with you. I'm sorry about interrupting you. Before you go to these residents, clearly they're going about their day now. But we're also getting a lot of pictures from Hoshiarpur of some sort of a armament that has been recovered, which looks as if it's just lying in a fallow field. Can you give us a quick update on what this is? I'll also try to bring in General Pandey to perhaps identify this. Yes.
Yes, the experts are on the ground. They're trying to investigate as to what could be the actual make of these debris that has been found on fields this morning. But yes, what locals and local police sources are telling us, that these are debris of the projectiles that were launched from the side of Pakistan. The initial procedure of taking the photographs and getting to know about the whereabouts and finding the markings is underway at this point in time. The locals who had identified these debris, they are also being questioned as to what was the first time when they discovered these debris. The locals have to say that they heard loud noises last night, but since there was an absolute blackout that was announced from the side of the government, none of them actually dared to step out, and hence they followed the guidelines that were issued by the government. But since this morning, once they went back to their fields, they found these massive debris, debris of missiles that were intercepted by our air defense systems, which has fallen on the Indian side. And now all this is going to be a very, very crucial piece of evidence for India to eventually expose Pakistan on international level.
Very, very important, because there's a massive diplomatic outreach going on by India. It's also an outreach by Indian diplomats abroad to media channels, giving interviews to try and implicate Pakistan and close the loop there. An air warning has been received from Air Force Station of a possible attack. Sirens are being sounded. This is in Ambala, viewers, and a large number of flights. Current situation, Indigo Airlines has put out that all flights to and from Srinagar, Jammu, Amritsar, Leh, Chandigarh, Dharamsala, Bikaner, Jodhpur, Kishangarh and Rajkot are cancelled until midnight till 10th May 2025. So please check in with your airlines and get an update from them. Don't head to the airport. We're taking a very short break, viewers. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
शॉपिंग में मजा है ना?
Line of control. This is in the Digwar sector of Poonch. The Indian Army is retaliating effectively and very, very strongly. But from the Pakistani guns, there has been damage to civilian areas, and Poonch has borne quite the brunt of it between 7th, 8th and 9th. Tejinder Sodhi joins us with more. Yes, Tejinder.
Anand, you see, Pakistan has been continuously targeting the civilian population, and this time they are using the Chinese-made SH-15 self-propelled Howitzer guns, which are made by China's Norinco, and they are being used by the Pakistan Army to target the civilian population. These guns they, have an extended range, so they are being used to target the civilian population in Poonch, in Uri, and in other parts of Jammu and Kashmir along the line of control. Though the Indian Army is giving a befitting response to Pakistan, but there has been civilian casualties. One woman has lost her life in Uri, 3 others have been injured in Poonch. 1 civilian has been killed in the Pakistani aggression. So Pakistan continues to violate the ceasefire along the line of control. There was another incident of cross-border firing in the Samba sector, wherein the border security force foiled a major infiltration bid from across the border. Several terrorists who were attempting to infiltrate into the Indian side, they were also eliminated by the border security force. So the situation along the entire stretch of line of control in Jammu and Kashmir remains tense. There has been several incidents of ceasefire violation in the Karan sector of Kupwara district, but yes, the Indian Army is paying in an equal caliber to Pakistan. The retaliation is on. There has been firing going on in several locations in Poonch, Rajouri right now as we speak. In Digwar sector, Pakistan once again targeted the civilian population, but the Indian Army is right now responding in an equitable manner to the Pakistani aggression. Yes, Anand.
Well, thank you for that update, Tejinder. Stay safe. There has been a lot of pounding that Jammu region also and Jammu city has endured, and but it's all been thwarted. It's been thwarted by our defense systems and our mechanism. Lieutenant Colonel Atul Holkar is with us, geopolitical expert.
Viewers, a quick roundup of the news as we begin at 11 in this morning. Viewers, Tri-Service Chiefs meet Rajnath Singh. This is all happening at the South Block. We've been giving you updates on that meeting amid the escalating India-Pakistan tensions. All 3 service chiefs are at the South Block holding a crucial meeting on the developing security situation with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. This is also going to be a briefing really about what Pakistan did or couldn't do, how India responded, and what, of course, happened on the other side of the border in Pakistan. How much has the defense establishment been able to hurt, bleed Pakistan, the terror state that is our neighbor? So all of that will be taken by the defense minister, and he will meet the prime minister. There'll be a briefing. There'll also be the NSA who will go and meet the prime minister at some point in the day. We're also expecting a briefing from the External Affairs Ministry very soon. That is what I was trying to tell you, viewers, that the Ministry of External Affairs scheduled to hold a news briefing. This would be the 3rd consecutive day they would be holding this briefing. It's become quite the standard practice. The last time briefings such as this on evolving material defense situations took place was back during Kargil in 1999. So we are going back a generation, viewers, 26 years. That hasn't happened in 26 years. Key finance ministry meetings are underway because, viewers, India's renewed pitch seeking Pakistan's grey listing at FATF at the IMF meeting is top of India's mind. We have to choke off any supply of funds to the Pakistanis. We've already choked off their trade. Now we're ensuring that they cannot get any funding, because all the funding that they ever get, viewers, they say they need it for development, but actually it is for the development of terror infrastructure, and we know this to be true. because on a number of occasions they have been audited by international agencies, even their lenders, and they have been found short. Pakistan had used their silver tongue to get around the FATF sanctions, get off the grey list. We are now going to try and put them back there. And therefore, there has been a massive diplomatic outreach to convince the world that Pakistan is a terror state indistinguishable from the non-state actors on its soil. Fresh ceasefire violations this morning by Pakistan after late last night. Failed strikes. Pakistan has now resorted to ceasefire violations and unprovoked firing. Reports of the same emerged from Poonch, Kupwara. Several civilian areas have been damaged. Major infiltration bid has been also foiled. BSF troops have foiled a major infiltration bid. And I'm just going to show you those pictures of that failed infiltration bid that has also taken place. That's the next headline there. Viewers, you can see there was a desperate attempt by the Pakistani force to try and push through irregulars. We know this is a standard operating procedure of the Pakistanis. They're going to try and breach our defenses using all sorts of subterfuge. Samba district is where they tried it. 7 Jaish terrorists were neutralized by our alert and ever vigilant BSF security forces. Viewers, the next morning, large number of projectiles, their debris being recovered from all along the regions of our borders. Missile-like used weapon was found in Bhatinda, Hoshiarpur. The object appears even larger than a big drum. It is believed to be a part of the missile that was intercepted and destroyed mid-air by the Indian Army. We also know that the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister is travelling in the Union Territory to visit Rajouri, Poonch that have been affected by Pakistani shelling, mostly directed at civilians. In fact, and he's going to take stock of the situation, speak to the locals, find out how the administration can help them restore their lives. Manoj Sinha, the LG of Jammu and Kashmir, doing pretty much the same. He's going to be visiting Uri sector today, another sector where there has been devastating impact of Pakistani's cowardly shelling on civilians. Obviously, the civilians will require aid, and this will be a stock-taking exercise that he will be conducting so that his administration can be responsive to the needs of the people who are affected there. The army, viewers, has handed Pakistan a befitting reply. You can see that along the LOC, Pakistan posts have been completely obliterated. This is footage that was released by the Indian Army. This is verified footage of the army responding, knocking out a border post of the Pakistani. It is an active border post, so one suspects there have been casualties on the Pakistani side amongst its armed forces personnel. And viewers, as I told you, massive exercise, massive diplomatic outreach happening by the government of India. External Affairs Minister, of course that is not the External Affairs Minister, but we'll correct those visuals. There he is now. You can see him. S. Jaishankar has dialed India's allies and friends across the world as Pakistan has resorted to these unprovoked acts of cowardice and quite frankly of the kind of guile you only accept from criminals. So all of that is happening. In that delegation you have many other important functionaries who are also trying to pitch in across the globe, giving interviews, etc., to sway public opinion against Pakistan and denote them a terror state. Defense Minister is now meeting DRDO chief at 11:30 a.m. Very, very important. CDS meeting likely after that. That's also very, very important, viewers. The DRDO chief, sources say, is a pre-scheduled and routine meeting, but it will be a stock-taking exercise quite clearly. Akash Sharma here with more details. That's going to happen in about half an hour. Akash, what's on the table?
Right. So while officials are saying that it's a pre-scheduled meeting, it is pretty clear that given the situation, this meeting is quite important, Rahul, and we know that how several indigenous systems are being used by the forces as far as the air defense is concerned. So we are learning, in fact, that this meeting can have things like urgent production or procurement, in the agenda. We are not sure, but definitely this meeting is also important because just few days back, we have seen that how, a laser weapon was in fact used by the DRDO and in fact was very much indigenous laser weapon, of course, to kill the drones and the UAV attacks and destroy these, things. So it was, in fact, it is very much, there in the can be a part of the discussion, in fact. And I have some sort of disturbance, Rahul, so I won't be able. Yes. So basically, since we are moving towards Jammu, Rahul, so there are a lot of obstructions. There are landslides happening. So that's the reason why there is some sort of disturbance. But then, as far as this DRDO chief meeting is concerned, this is going to be an important one, given the fact that we have these situations where we will be needing more arsenal, we will be needing more indigenous platforms to thwart all these attempts, and in fact the threats that have been coming from Pakistan. Sources say that this is a scheduled meeting, routine meeting, and it was planned early to all these things happening right now. But then, all eyes are there on this particular meeting. And we are also learning that after that, Rajnath Singh can meet to the Chief of Defence Staff, because as of now, IDS is in command and Chief of Defence Staff will somewhere brief him about, what has happened and what can be the next course of action. Rahul.
Right, of course, very, very important. Just stay on with me, Akash, because we've got more updates coming through as Pakistan begs for money from the world. Government trolls Pakistan for seeking more loans. All of this is also happening. The cyber war is also being launched against Pakistan to shape public perception internationally, global perception against Pakistan. Akash, what can you tell us a little bit about this?
We saw one tweet, and there we saw that how Pakistan was shamelessly, begging for money. Then they claimed that it was, the account was hacked.
Right.
Then, several other claims came. We know the intention of Pakistan, Rahul. Yes. We know why they are doing it. We know the FATF theory. We know that how the offshoots are working. In fact, why they are not carrying out any sort of attack in their own names. Why groups like TRF, the shadow organization like PAF, are coming. In fact, the Foreign Secretary, yesterday mentioned that how we have provided evidences in the past. And once again, we are going to provide evidences to FATF as well.
Absolutely.
That how these groups, are working very much on the land of Pakistan.
Absolutely. In fact, viewers, I'm going to be running some clips of interviews that Indian diplomats have been giving to international channels. So we'll just play those out in a few seconds. Lieutenant General Iyer is here with us, former Chief of Staff, Northern Command, Indian Army, of course, and General Nishikant Singh also here with us. Nishikant Singh was a defense expert. Major General Vikas Sharma also here with us. Let's get a few perspectives in from all our experts this morning. We also have with us Wing Commander Sudhakaran Saab, former former IF. Let me just very quickly, General Iyer, come to you straight. First of all, what do you think has been the nature of India's response? Yes, we have been able to thwart Pakistan and its evil designs, but how do you think we've counteracted, if at all?
Thank you, Rahul. Good morning to you and fellow panelists. What happened on the 7th of May, or rather 6th, 7th May, was our response to the horrendous attack at Pahalgam. So that was our way of telling Pakistan that you should stop terrorism. It was a counter-terror kind of an operation, duly planned and executed in like I said yesterday, it was an exceptional operation, spread across more than 2,000 kilometers, precise hits. Now, what was Pakistan expected to do on that? He will try, as I said, he would have definitely tried to deflect these hits as hits on civilian territory because he does not want to be seen as a state harboring terrorism.
Yes.
Therefore, what Pakistan did immediately after that was trying to paint the picture that, mosques have been hit and, innocents have been killed. It was more of an influence operation which Pakistan went about. Thereafter, it was but natural that a nation which is headed by an armed force is not going to exit at a stage when he's been hit. So what happened the night 7th, 8th and yesterday whole night was possibly Pakistan's effort to try and get some kind of a response before he gets off ramp of this current situation. Now, I must like to put across very clearly that, war has not started yet. We haven't yet fully mobilized. Yesterday on your shows and some of the, media channels went, frenzy about putting boots on ground and, capturing Karachi, etc., etc. They are...
No, I don't think... one second, General. I just want to make it very clear that CNN News 18 did not endorse any of this
No,
nonsense.
exactly. I'm
Neither
coming
did
to
we
it.
say, no, one second, neither did
No.
we say that we're going to put boots on the
I'm
ground. So we
coming
were
to
very,
it.
very...
I must.
I'll tell you,
must
there are a
advise
large
you-
number of channels who even said Karachi port was blasted. They showed visuals. They showed that we had captured people left, right and center. They had said that, you know, we had flattened out. We'd sent our tanks in. All sorts of fake, idiotic news was being peddled. But we kept very clear. In fact, a large number of people, a lot of pressure on anchors to do this, say that, because, you know, it gets people's interests peaked and all that. We resisted it. We've done a fantastic job. So, General, please don't lump us in with all those nonsensical, idiotic channels. Thank you very much. Yes.
You didn't let me finish.
Oh, right. Okay. Right. I just wanted to set the record straight.
I was about to bring out that you were so responsible yesterday, and I was planning to flag a couple of issues before I go further.
Right.
You know, when this news about this F-16 came down and the pilot being captured, I remember very clearly you were on the air and you said, I will not take up till the time I have very clear, you know, inputs about it. Unfortunately, some of our other media outlets were not following it professionally. I was trying to put a larger point. So what has happened yesterday, by and large, is just a day when both the countries were trying to find a situation which provides a exit route from this current situation. We do not want to escalate, neither does Pakistan. But where the situation is right now, for Pakistan to off-ramp it at this stage would leave its armed forces, which are supposed to be the ones controlling the entire nation as such. It'll be a huge loss of credibility for him. So he would like to do some kind of a drama. It could be more in the influence ops, something which he'll not do and try and claim it also. So these kind of things likely to happen in the next couple of days. He will definitely not want this situation to escalate any further than where we are already, because war is not something that he is capable of extending for a duration more than at best 7 days. And India also at this current stage possibly does not want any kind of a war. So we are in a stalemate kind of a situation where you will find air sirens going up time and again. You will find, AD guns firing flares as a prophylactic fire. Counter drone operations will continue happening. There will be lots of reports which will keep figuring, because the game is going to be played in the influence of domain, as I say it. People will try and achieve something which they have not physically done, but try and claim something which will provide them the route to tell their masses that the war has been exited at their own standing. So I'm looking the situation as I look at it is where we were on the 7th of May. We have been able to hold our own. We have not given the enemy an opportunity to do a swift retort, what he did within 24 hours in this last occasion. He is at the moment feeling strangulated because he's unable to, tell his masses that his army is superior. He will continue in his efforts and we have to hold on. And I must say that our forces on ground are doing a wonderful job. And I will also take a half a minute more to decouple a couple of issues, Rahul. What is happening on the line of control is possibly not a result of what happened on 7th of May. Line of control went hot the day we put the Indus Water Treaty on abeyance.
Yes.
And he said that he is walking out of the Shimla agreement. Thereafter, the line of control went hot. Initially, it was small arms fire. It has gradually upgraded itself to artillery shellings. While we are shelling his posts, he is shelling civilian areas, and he is resorted to using this as a kind of a tactic to put pressure on us from the civilian side to stop firing on his posts, because he is more worried about his posts, whereas we are not worried about our posts as much as our civil population which is residing in and around our posts. So that is another thing which I'd like you to communicate to your channel, that these are two differently linked things. What is happening in the rest of India is a response to what happened on 7th of May. What is happening on the line of control is an extension of what started maybe around 26th, 27th of April. And it is gradually escalating in that particular thing. When that has to come down would be when we go back and say we should stop firing. There has to be a meeting. We have to say we should stop using large caliber weapons. So possibly artillery will come down. It will come down to smaller caliber infantry weapons and then subsequently to small arms fire. I don't see the LC becoming cool, at least for the next 5 to 6 months. So that is going to be an ongoing thing. And hopefully this trans-border shelling over a period of time could stop, because it is leading to large amount of civilian casualties, which is not desirable. And that is something we from the media should try and propagate internationally, as to how human rights are being violated by our adversary by firing into non-military areas.
Well, let me open this up, because it's an interesting point. Yes, we've undertaken a diplomatic offensive, but haven't we been doing that for about 70 years now? And it hasn't really made much of a difference. So clearly some people will call for a different kind of response. But just stay with me, sir. I want to involve the others also, but not before bringing out this breaking news. Defense officials have spoken to your channel viewers, and they have said that the made in India Akash surface-to-surface missile. We've talked a lot about the imported S-400, but the Akash has been the backbone of this air defense system. It's indigenous, and then effectively used by the Indian Armed Forces in foiling Pakistani attacks towards Indian targets. Both the Indian Army and Air Force have the missile system all along the Pakistan border. Akash Sharma with more on this. Akash, this is a big feather in our cap, isn't it?
Yes, and Rahul, just a while back we were talking about Rajnath Singh meeting DRDO chief. Here comes the role of DRDO. This missile system is in fact developed by DRDO only, and we have both Indian Army and Indian Air Force equipped with Akash missiles. We have been told that on the entire Western Front, this missile, in fact, the system played a crucial role. This is a medium-range surface-to-air missile with a range of 30 to 45 kilometers initial range, and with we have got an extended range as well. And it can carry 60 kg of high explosives, and it was very effective against the aerial threats that were coming last night, starting from 8 p.m., starting from Jammu to entire Western Front on different military stations. So we have seen that how these attempts were thwarted, and Akash, surface to air missile defense system played an important role. Both Indian Army and Indian Air Force were engaging these aerial targets. Of course, along with Akash, there were some other systems as well. You rightly pointed out S-400 was also there. Other systems were also there. AD guns were there. But as far as Akash is concerned, so it has played a crucial role, Rahul.
Absolutely. And of course, more interesting news coming through now in the Samba sector of Jammu. Frontier BSF in the intervening night of 8th and 9th of May 2025 thwarted an infiltration attempt by a big group of terrorists that had been detected. There you can see that is the munition that is going off, nailing these individuals. Let's try to get more on this with Tejinder Singh, who has of course been our man in Jammu and Kashmir. This infiltration bid was supported by fire from PAK Rangers post Dhandar, and it is the Dhandar post that we took down, viewers, with incredible alacrity, and you can see that on your screen. Tejinder, give us a quick update of what we're seeing on this video, fantastic video footage that has been released.
Indeed, Rahul, last night at 11 p.m., the Pakistan Rangers, they tried to push in a group of infiltrators from the international border in the Samba sector. A group of 7 infiltrators linked with the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror outfit, and they were heavily armed. They were attempting to sneak into the Indian side, and Pakistan Rangers post on the other side of the international border called Dhandar post. They resorted to unprovoked cross-border firing to facilitate this infiltration bid of the terrorist. However, the alert border security force personnel, they not only thwarted this infiltration bid by the Pakistani terrorists, but also decimated the Dhandar post of the Pakistan Rangers. The visuals which we have accessed clearly show how the Pakistani post has been completely decimated by the targeted fire of the border security force. And this entire infiltration bid has also been foiled. 7 terrorists who tried to sneak into the Indian side have also been neutralized. The border security force on the entire stretch of international border is on a heightened alert, given the fact that they have inputs that Pakistan would try to push in terrorists into the Indian side. Yes, Rahul.
Okay, just stay on with me. I also want to bring in Arunima on this footage. Dramatic footage, Arunima. Can you describe what's happening here?
So this is the Dhandar post of Pakistan. This is where Pakistani Rangers last night were giving covering fire to a group of infiltrators. The security grid believes that these infiltrators were Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists who were trying to cross over from the Samba sector. Around 11 p.m. last night, the BSF, alert BSF sentries who were carrying out their surveillance, they spotted this group crossing over. They were challenged and subsequently fired at, and immediately post that, BSF says Pakistani Rangers started giving them covering fire. So this video that we are putting out is what the CCTV, powerful cameras placed at the border, has captured of the Pakistani post being destroyed by the border security force. These 7 infiltrators have also been killed. They have been taken down. The assessment is that there were more, but 7 have been taken down. Rest could have fled, or perhaps they have been, their bodies injured, or their bodies have been dragged back by the Pakistani Rangers who were trying to give them cover fire.
Absolutely, a fantastic exposition really of the alertness of our forces there. And now this has been ongoing, hasn't it? I think we have been able to, Arunima, factor this obvious attempt by the Pakistanis to try and use other means, unconventional means, to try and take advantage. They're not getting through the air, they're not getting through by any other means, so they're trying all of this, isn't it? This is what it shows.
Yes, one must give the credit that is due to our armed forces, to our intelligence agencies who are picking up intelligence inputs continuously. It is based on the intelligence inputs that the precision strikes were carried out in Operation Sindoor. And even now, the way there is coordination, perfect coordination between the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force, the Border Security Force, the integrated command is at work right now. This footage shows that, and this is around 11 o'clock. So just as, India was taking down the swarm of drones from Pakistan, all the way from Jammu till Gujarat, when each city was sounding out alerts, BSF was still keeping its eye on the international border, not letting its guard down. It was its surveillance wing which picked up this movement around the Samba border, immediately fired at, and even the cover fire that came from Pakistani Rangers did not deter our brave BSF men, and they managed to take down 7 infiltrators. These infiltrators believed to be from Jaish-e-Mohammed. So even as Pakistan internationally is trying to show that it has nothing to do with Pahalgam, that it is the victim and India is the aggressor, here is more proof of what Pakistan is up to. Why were the Rangers trying to give covering fire to these infiltrators if they had nothing to do with the infiltration attempt?
Absolutely. Viewers, also, of course, while we are thwarting Pakistan on the ground and in the air, we're also trying to change public opinion. That is, thwart it in the mind games, in the psych games, in using psychological warfare, as well as, of course, conventional diplomacy. And talking about conventional diplomacy, Indian diplomacy has been at work 24/7. This time, we are exceeding even our own expectations. Indian envoys across the world doing outreach to local governments and local media. 200 plus missions across the world are engaging in active outreach programs. Siddhant Mishra is here with us. Siddhant, this is an attempt now to label Pakistan a terrorist state. This is very important because punitive sanctions will follow if we succeed. Put it all in context for our viewers.
Well, that's right, Rahul. The non-kinetic diplomatic outreach is perhaps underway. And in fact, we have been told, Rahul, that 200 plus missions have been told to go out and do outreach with the local newspapers, local television networks, social media influencers. In fact, doing interviews by going to the studios, perhaps that gives more impact to the content. So, this is being done, and especially countries like US and UK, perhaps their envoys have been told to speak to media, to do outreach. And in fact, not just envoys, Rahul, even other diplomats at the missions are also going out to meet people in the governments, journalists, influencers. And in fact, as far as United States is concerned, then we have also been told that Indian officials are going and personally meeting senators, congressmen in United States. Perhaps individual briefings are also being done by the Indian government officials, perhaps, so that they get a clear picture of what is happening as far as this escalation is concerned. The Indian side position is very clear, Rahul. In fact, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri also reiterated yesterday that the first and only escalation that happened was on 22nd of April. Perhaps India responded to that escalation. India's response was measured, controlled and responsible. India did not touch military installations and civilian locations, perhaps because Pakistan again tried engaging with Indian military installations at various locations. India again responded, and when India responded back, in that, Lahore air defense systems were brought down, and in fact, many other key Pakistani locations were also targeted. So India is very transparent. India is keeping things very transparently. And also, Rahul, this is being done, this outreach is being done ahead of crucial IMF meeting.
Yes.
And also, India does not want to give up on the narrative which India has successfully managed to build in last 3 weeks.
Okay, let me give you viewers a sample of this outreach. Vinay Quatra, India's envoy to the US, giving an interview to CNN. And look at what he says and how he articulates it, because it's very important to understand what the thrust is. The thrust is that Pakistan is an aggressor state. Pakistan is a rogue, irresponsible, terror-sponsoring state. And that's the central messaging. You'll hear it from all politicians here in India in one voice, because that's the truth. And you'll hear it now diplomatically from all those that are engaging with foreign governments. Let's listen in.
The situation, the tensions between these two nuclear-powered countries, India and Pakistan, is escalating. Is that true?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on the CNN. When you talk of tensions and when you talk of escalation, what I would say is that the original escalation or the original breakout of tension happened on 22nd of April, when you had 4 terrorists backed by Pakistan carried out killings, brutal killings, subhuman, monstrous kind of killings of 26 civilians.
Indian civilians.
25 of them Indian nationals, 1 of them Nepali national. And the brutality of the killings, they essentially kill them in front of their innocent wives, in front of their innocent children. They gave them headshots, and they did so on the basis of religion. So they killed all non-Muslims who were there in the group. They identified their religion, and then they went on to proceed to kill them. So what we did day before yesterday was essentially our response to terror, our response to these subhuman...
when you say what you did yesterday, meaning the escalation in the military response.
As I said, the original escalation was on 22nd of April. And when that happened, we had clearly said that, we are a responsible country. We will have a very measured, calibrated, proportionate, responsible response. And that's what we did day before yesterday. What we did was we took out the terror factories at 9 locations in Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Took them out where they trained them, they equipped them, they armed them, they organized them. Those are the facilities which we took out. We were very careful in excluding the military establishment, the social structures, and economic infrastructure. We were very, very cautious, careful in keeping our targets only to those people and their backers who carried out these dastardly killings on the 22nd.
What can you tell us, Mr. Ambassador, about these explosions that are now being heard in the Indian-administered parts of Kashmir?
Yeah. First of all, I'm sorry, but let me correct you that the entire Jammu and Kashmir is a integral and inalienable part of India, and I think the only issue to be resolved there is the return of the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, which is there. We have been hearing reports of some activity of this kind. We don't have the operational details relating to that. But again, what these show is that what it shows the world, what it shows us, what it shows everybody is that Pakistan has again decided to stand with the terrorist. Rather than take action against them, they are essentially lending them support. We wouldn't be surprised if they are themselves involved in this, but that's what is the message which they are telling the world, that we are with terrorists, we are not with the rest of the civilized world, rest of the humanity, and our belief lies, and Pakistan's belief lies, in perpetrating these proxies of terror, killing, brutal killings of the innocent civilians.
And as you know, Pakistan has denied involvement. We will have the Pakistani ambassador later on today on CNN. But just bottom line, how would you describe the situation right now with Pakistan? Of course, India and Pakistan are two nuclear powers. Are you at war right now?
To your first point about Pakistan's denial, that has always been the first part of Pakistani strategy, denial and obfuscation. They have this unique characteristic where they assume responsibility of their past actions in future, not in the present moment. 9/11, where was Osama bin Laden found? World Trade Center bombings of 93, the perpetrator of that. Where was the killer of Daniel Pearl found? 26/11 Mumbai attacks, where American nationals also died. Where were those perpetrators found? And this is not me telling you this. This is a few days ago, the Defense Minister of Pakistan openly admitted this on the Sky News network, that we have been supporting terrorism for the last 30 years.
This is a report I'm reading from Reuters based on 2 US officials telling Reuters this. They're saying it's the first time that Western officials have confirmed that there was high confidence that Pakistan had used the Chinese-made J-10 aircraft to launch air-to-air missiles against Indian fighter jets, bringing down at least 2.
This is something that, let's ask Reuters. But my larger sense is that there is no evidence of that. We haven't actually confirmed any such thing. The better point is to ask actually if all of this is true and if Pakistan has essentially succeeded in making its point as it wanted to, why are they not stopping? The question you have to ask yourself, however, is the other one, which is that if Pakistan says it's retaliating, as my colleague, the Pakistan High Commissioner, said here yesterday, what are they retaliating about? They're retaliating against attacks on terrorism infrastructure. So what does that tell you of their relationship with the terror groups?
Well, they're saying that they're distancing themselves completely from Pahalgam, and they're saying they had nothing to do with it. They've said that they've asked for an investigation, and India has refused an international investigation that they were happy to cooperate in.
Well, this is a story we've heard multiple times before. In 2016, after the Pathankot attack, which you referred to, we offered them an unprecedented amount of access to an Indian Air Force base, which had been attacked at Pathankot. DNA samples, telephone records, the whole works. It was supposed to be a joint investigation. We never got invited for the second part of it. And frankly, each time, if you go all the way back to 2008 to the Mumbai terror attacks, where a substantial amount of information and material evidence was provided to the world and to Pakistan, who made the same generous offer of cooperation, all they've used it for is to hide their tracks and to take away fundamentally what are assets of their deep state.
High Commissioner, I just have a minute left, but I've spoken to a retired general who in Pakistan who referenced India funding and backing the Baluch Liberation Army. They've said that they have done that for years, and when I asked him about Masood Azhar, he said, well, their family members were targeted. Should we be doing the same to, the high-level militants from the BLA, the Baluch Liberation Army, that are seen and operate within Delhi?
Well, look, let me show you this photograph of yesterday, I believe it is, to your viewers. This person here is a sanctioned terrorist under the American sanctions regime. His name is Hafiz Abdur Rauf. He's a brother of the founder of the terrorist groups that you're mentioning. Look who's behind him, Pakistani military. Look at the coffins there. They have the Pakistani national flag. If you're going to be giving terrorists state funerals, what does that make of your system? And everybody knows that for the last 30 years, Pakistan has used this as a means of subcritical warfare against India. If the international community really wants to be able to look at this and worry about it, the simple solution is to tell Pakistan it has an opportunity for an off-ramp. These are things that the world should have compelled Pakistan to do 30 years ago, and to compel them to implement their promises about taking down this infrastructure. It has not done so.
We can't verify these images ourselves, and this is part of one of the problems, High Commissioner, that both sides, there's a lot of information coming out, but independent journalists, foreign journalists are not being given access. The Pakistanis have said, to me, you're free to come to the sites that have been targeted, and we can take you to the line of control as well with the military to show you what's been hit and targeted. And in the same way, the information that we find that we're getting out of, and this image that you've shown was shown at a press conference that the military in Delhi put out as well. But that is part of the problem here as well, isn't it, High Commissioner? I mean, there is an information warfare that's taking place, and independent journalists can't seem to get access to either side.
Well, look, it is a fluid situation out there. I don't know how helpful it would be to have independent journalists or any kind of journalists wandering around in an area where there is active military operations happening. The logical solution would be, as we've said repeatedly, for Pakistan to take the opportunity of an off-ramp, which we have made abundantly clear, including this morning, that if Pakistan stops attacking our military facilities, the matter ends there. But it is for them to decide.
Viewers, that's the thrust and parry of India's defense there. Label Pakistan a terrorist state. We're producing the evidence. We're speaking to those that matter. Of course, the Western media, as you know, viewers, has been blinkered and has nursed a bias. And that's very, very clear sometimes from their own reportage. But I'm not going to pass judgment. I'm going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to discuss a few of these scenarios with our guests. Don't go away.
Line of control. This is in the Digwar sector of Poonch. The Indian Army is retaliating effectively and very, very strongly. But from the Pakistani guns, there has been damage to civilian areas. And Poonch has borne quite the brunt of it between 7th, 8th and 9th. Tejinder Sodhi joins us with more. Yes, Tejinder.
Anand, you see, Pakistan has been continuously targeting the civilian population, and this time they are using the Chinese-made SH-15 self-propelled howitzer guns, which are made by China's Norinco, and they are being used by the Pakistan Army to target the civilian population. These guns they, have an extended range, so they are being used to target the civilian population in Poonch, in Uri, and in other parts of Jammu and Kashmir along the line of control. Though the Indian Army is giving a befitting response to Pakistan, but there has been civilian casualties. One woman has lost her life in Uri, 3 others have been injured in Poonch. 1 civilian has been killed in the Pakistani aggression. So Pakistan continues to violate the ceasefire along the line of control. There was another incident of cross-border firing in the Samba sector, wherein the border security force foiled a major infiltration bid from across the border. Several terrorists who were attempting to infiltrate into the Indian side, they were also eliminated by the border security force. So the situation along the entire stretch of line of control in Jammu and Kashmir remains tense. There has been several incidents of ceasefire violation in the Karna-Keran sector of Kupwara district, but yes, the Indian Army is paying in an equal caliber to Pakistan. The retaliation is on. There has been firing going on in several locations in Poonch, Rajouri right now as we speak. In Digwar sector, Pakistan once again targeted the civilian population, but the Indian Army is right now responding in an equitable manner to the Pakistani aggression. Yes, Anand.
Well, thank you for that update, Tejinder. Stay safe. There has been a lot of pounding that Jammu region also and Jammu city has endured, and but it's all been thwarted. It's been thwarted by our defense systems and our mechanism. Lieutenant Colonel Atul Holkar is with us. Geopolitical expert is joining us. We also have Group Captain MJ Augustine Vinod with us at this point.
Viewers, what India will say at the IMF meet is critical because this is a make or break moment for Indian diplomacy. We have to convince the international community, specifically the IMF, not to make a loan to Pakistan. Pakistan doesn't deserve it. It's a terror state. It enables terror. It will use that money for terror. Pakistan has had 24 bailouts, but none of them show any development on ground for the people. They got about $1.3 billion for climate change work, but none was used, as you all know. The funds are always diverted, and I'm not saying this, it has been very well established by a large number of independent auditors, globally well-known, reputable companies and auditors that have gone out there and looked at the expenditure, the diversion of funds. Pallavi is with us. Pallavi, this is a crucial meeting, isn't it?
That's right. So, we know that later tonight, India time, is when the IMF meeting will begin. And basically, the IMF meeting also decides on how much of funds which have to be given to any country. Now, these funds are technically meant for development work. Rahul, we've already seen that posturing which is coming in from Pakistan. The Economic Affairs Wing of Pakistan government has already put out a post saying that we have been so badgered by the Indian attack on us and Operation Sindoor that we are completely depleted with our funds. And that is the plea which Pakistan is going to be taking at the international platform, not just tonight, but also later, that, because of Indian action, we have no money. And as a result of which, it's the common man of Pakistan who's going to suffer. Well, all that point by point rebuttal has been prepared by India. A verbal communication has already gone in. But tonight, when the meeting begins, India time, our executive director over there is going to raise a couple of points. 1.3 billion was a recent bailout given to Pakistan. Where has that money been used? Actually, Rahul, that money was meant for climate change development work. Do you see anything on the ground? That's what India is going to be asking. Why is it in the last 6 months we've seen a spike as far as PAK, terror or defense budgeting is concerned? Where is that money coming in from if Pakistan is insisting that they don't have money? So clearly the funds are being diverted. Also, it's already got 24 bailouts on different yardsticks, for development work. Where are the roads? Where are the infrastructural facilities which have been provided for the common man? So the points have been prepared. The argument is going to be very, very aggressive. And that's the point which is going to be given, that it's not just India. Tomorrow, everyone is going to suffer if you're going to keep on giving money to Pakistan, because they run a school of terror which funds terror acts across various spectrums, whether it's the Jaish, whether it's Lashkar-e-Taiba, or whether it is the Hamas, because it is all of them are trained in Pakistan's school of terror.
True. So Pallavi, thank you very much for that update. All eyes will be on that meeting. The IMF is, of course, also populated by an Indian representative. So that helps build leverage. But let's just open this up, because non-kinetic options are, of course, mid to long term. They will only bear fruit in the mid to long term. We have had the IMF as well as other international global organizations pulling back from funding Pakistan. It doesn't really make a material difference in the long run. What does our kinetic options that India has undertaken and some other punitive sanctions that India has imposed, which are of course non-kinetic but of more immediate value. But let's just open this up and analyze right now the kinetic options. And the last 24 hours, Nishikanta Singh, General Nishikanta Singh is here with us, the defense expert. Let me bring you into it. General Saab, look, fundamentally, we can talk about all the 9 non-kinetic options. We can talk about diplomacy. We can talk about India exerting pressure through the United Nations, through other foreign governments. But eventually, we have to do things that make sense in the immediate so that we can get respite from PAK-based terror. And Pakistan yesterday, you've seen their response. They've been strafing different parts of the Indian positions. They've tried to attack us at our bases, and of course they've been targeting civilians. Now, what do you think has been the Indian response to this? What should it be? Where should it stop? Or should we now call it all off?
Thank you, Rahul, for having me here. I'll put it this way. Thank you, Rahul, for having me here. I'll put it this way. India has been, in fact, very benign with the Pakistanis. We did not target their military. We targeted terrorist infrastructures which has been existing for years. These infrastructures were there when I was in service, when I was handling Pakistan. So I'm quite aware of each and every one of them. But we did not go for military targets. And in fact, Pakistan should be thanking us because they are unable to control these terrorists. and we have decided to punish them. The other way to look is that the Pakistani forces considers these terrorists as strategic assets. They consider it as strategic assets, so they have no qualms about hobnobbing with them. But having said that, the Pakistan started this 22nd April attack with possibly the sole aim that the army chief's extension and preparing ground for a coup if required. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a coup in Pakistan in near future and the chief continuing as the head of the state, because all other politicians are just for the sake of them. Now, coming down to what options have we got? I think Pakistan being a very, very shallow country, it is right only up to Indus. Beyond Indus, the population does not support the Pakistani government. So now is the time for us to exert maximum punishment on the Pakistan so that they are deterred for at least 10 years or 15 years from repeating these silly adventures and trying to keep on every time rack up the issue. If we do not punish them, they will again start up the whole thing. They will say, no, let us investigate, let us do this, that. So my opinion is that now we have an opportunity. We are in the upper, we have an advantage. We must punish them and punish them adequately. And the serving military officers, serving Air Force officers, naval officers are quite aware what is to be done. It does not require retired people like us. But my recommendation would be, unless force upon, we must continue and ensure that the deterrence is created in the mind of the Pakistani military especially.
General Sharma, that's very well put. Now let me bring in General Sharma, Major General Sharma. Major General Sharma, yes, we have been very, very considerate in one sense, making a great distinction between the Pakistani military, the Pakistani state, and of course all these terror tanzeems. But Pakistan hasn't respected that. They've targeted our military infrastructure, at least they've tried to. They've not succeeded. But that has been because of our abilities. Has the time come where we now cross the Rubicon and we punish them where it matters most? We hit their military targets and go up the escalation chain. And do you think we've done this over the last 24 hours?
A very good morning to you, Rahul, and a very good morning to my fellow panelists. Thank you so very much for having me on the channel. Yes, you have put in a very, very apt sort of a question. You see, Rahul, if we analyze as to what has happened over the last 24 hours, especially, we'll talk of, before I get on to the escalation ladder, I'll put it in correct perspective that we have been very...
could you just tilt down your frame a little bit, sir? General Saab, just, yes, that's right, perfect, yes, great, brilliant, yeah.
So we've been very restrained in whatever we have responded to the other side. Now, in the last, like you were talking of whatever they have thrown at us, it's been in immense quantity. Let's talk of the drones and the missile attacks, what they brought in and how we should respond to that. The drones, as you are aware, Rahul, and so as are other people aware, are of various sizes and meant for different sort of tasks which they have been given. Most of the drones and the spottings which have been done, if you see, are right across from our base camp to Leh, to Lama Yaru, coming down to Jammu, then to Poonch, all areas of Jammu. So much so coming down to Gujarat, where there's the place called Lucky Nala at near Bhuj, where we've, Now, these drones have been not a single one of them have been able to cause any sort of a thing. A damage to any of our property.
General Sharma, that's well known. But our response, I don't know about our response. There was a lot of talk last night about us doing some action across the LOC in Pakistan proper beyond the terror tanzeems. Do you think that has happened? What are you picking up?
No, what I am picking up, Rahul, that presently it is still, we are very, very much restrained. We still, I personally feel, giving outlet to Pakistan to still mend its ways, get out somehow the way it wants. Otherwise, it would be punished. From what I have come to know is that over a period of time, maybe in a day or so, this escalation from our end is going to increase, wherein the military, sort of.
Okay, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. So let's not give away anything, but possibly you might be right. I just want to also bring to the attention of our viewers how the Prime Minister batted for the S-400 and the Rafale. If you remember India's ace weapons against Pakistan, it's a story in itself because a lot of resistance from the establishment, a lot of resistance from the opposition, a lot of resistance from the international community, particularly the United States, that was trying to lobby against both these companies. So Mr. Modi did go out there and he put a lot of capital on the line. Aman Sharma has more details. Aman, this is an important thing to talk about in the current context, isn't it?
Well, Rahul, that is what government sources are now telling us, that, the Rafales, which are fitted with the Scalp missiles and the S-400 defense system, which was provided to us by Russia, is known as Sudarshan Chakra in IF parlance also. These two have proved to be the aces for India when it comes to, the present Operation Sindoor, as well as the conflict which is going on with Pakistan. If I take you back to the S-400, India signed this deal with Russia in 2018 for 3 squadrons of S-400. It's the world's best weapon to counter missiles, to counter drones, to counter fighter jets. And at that time, you will remember that the former Trump administration, the previous Trump administration, had said that it is not in favor of India doing this. It had even threatened sanctions against India. The former Biden administration also discouraged India from going ahead with S-400. But the Prime Minister was very, very convinced that we need this weapon, especially because the threat we were also facing with China at that time, the tensions which are going on with China. And in the present conflict, Rahul, S-400 has proved to be a complete ace. We have seen what happened last night along with the Akash missile defense system. Not even one projectile of Pakistan was allowed to, hit any target. We could repulse the attack totally. When it comes to the Rafale, see, even that we remember how government sources are pointing out that how the Congress party launched an offensive, that how can Mr. Modi go to France and sign a government-to-government deal. All sorts of allegations were made. Of course, the government got a green signal from the Supreme Court. All these allegations were quashed. But look at what has happened now. With the help of the Rafale, we have been able to strike as deep as Bhavalpur in Pakistan, which is 100 kilometers, away from the border. The Rafale did not even have to cross the border, and these French Scalp missiles were used to strike as deep as Bhavalpur, where the maximum damage has been inflicted. The family of Maulana Masood Azhar has been wiped out, including his brother, who was also the de facto head of Jaish. That is what the Indian government is claiming. So Modi government not only fought, pressure from inside the political class in the country, the opposition class, but also from outside and from big powers like the US. But Mr. Modi was firm on this conviction that we need these two weapons, and that is the success is now showing, Rahul.
Absolutely. That is indeed a very important point that you've made. Now, I just want to quickly ask you this because, and let me try to bring in, if we have with us our guest still, if we can go straight across to the Wing Commander there. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, if you can just talk us through the Rafale, which are armed with the Scalp missiles, and of course the S-400s. How do they all work in conjunction? This is an important aspect really of our air defense, isn't it? And offense.
See, this works in a very integrated fashion under the integrated air command and control system. Everything works in tandem. There is a global air situation picture. Then there are regional air situation pictures which are distributed across the nodes. And then there are, larger radars which look into thousands of kilometers, which are long surveillance radars, which are operational 24/7. And specifically in conflict times like this, it is at a heightened state of readiness called R1. We generally go into state of readiness called R1, R2, R3. So now I presume it will be in a status of at least R2, wherein it is 5 minutes ready for combat. And R1 is ready to combat any second. So that's how this pans out. But having said that, and having heard you, I would like to also present 2 or 3 points from my side, wherein the discourse needs to be seen in light of these facts that we sometimes are missing. We are all over the place here. Have you ever seen a boxer winning a boxing match defending, purely defending. No, it is not the case.
So one second, sir. Wing Commander, I have to take a short break. I'll just come back to you. You're making a very important point, and I value it. I'm just going to come right back after this short break. We'll bring you back there. It's an important point that Sudhakaranji was making. Let's just go in for a short break.
Nahi, sir. Hum
of control. This is in the Digwar sector of Poonch. The Indian Army is retaliating effectively and very, very strongly. But from the Pakistani guns, there has been damage to civilian areas, and Poonch has borne quite the brunt of it between 7th, 8th and 9th. Tejinder Sodhi joins us with more. Yes, Tejinder.
Anand, you see, Pakistan has been continuously targeting the civilian population, and this time they are using the Chinese-made SH-15 self-propelled howitzer guns, which are made by China's Norinco, and they are being used by the Pakistan Army to target the civilian population. These guns they, have an extended range, so they are being used to target the civilian population in Poonch, in Uri, and in other parts of Jammu and Kashmir along the line of control. Though the Indian Army is giving a befitting response to Pakistan, but there has been civilian casualties. One woman has lost her life in Uri, 3 others have been injured in Poonch. 1 civilian has been killed in the Pakistani aggression. So Pakistan continues to violate the ceasefire along the line of control. There was another incident of cross-border firing in the Samba sector, wherein the border security force foiled a major infiltration bid from across the border. Several terrorists who were attempting to infiltrate into the Indian side, they were also eliminated by the border security force. So the situation along the entire stretch of line of control in Jammu and Kashmir remains tense. There has been several incidents of ceasefire violation in the Karna-Keran sector of Kupwara district, but yes, the Indian Army is paying in an equal caliber to Pakistan. The retaliation is on. There has been firing going on in several locations in Poonch, Rajouri right now as we speak. In Digwar sector, Pakistan once again targeted the civilian population, but the Indian Army is right now responding in an equitable manner to the Pakistan.
Well, viewers, this is ongoing coverage here on your channel, CNN News 18, of the entire widening conflict between India and Pakistan. Quite clearly, viewers, the events of last night have left no one under any other illusion but the fact that Pakistan is spoiling for a contest that it is going to lose, certainly. Yesterday, all its attempts at trying to provoke India failed miserably because our forces stood rock solid and completely overwhelmed Pakistan in its attempt to try and unleash mayhem in our country. The only thing that Pakistan hit yesterday, viewers, regrettably, because it is a terrorist state and it has no respect for humanity, were innocent civilians, a large number of their munitions lying in fields all over the country, around the border, viewers, because they simply failed. A lot of them are Chinese munitions, scrap, garbage, sasta, but not even tikau. I want to quickly give you an update at the top of noon and give you an entire 360 of all the developments. As we speak, viewers, Tri-Services chiefs are meeting Rajnath Singh amid the escalating India-Pakistan tensions. All 3 service chiefs are at the South Block holding a crucial meeting on the developing security situation with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Important meeting because Rajnath Singh is going to take all these details and he is then going to brief the Prime Minister. There's also going to be, of course, talk about the exercise of options. Day 3, viewers, for the 3rd day, MEA is going to be holding a news briefing. And that news briefing is going to tell us a little bit more about what was India's response to the belligerence exhibited by Pakistan. key finance ministry meeting because India needs to make a pitch at the IMF to prevent a bailout package that Pakistan is aiming for, and also try and get it listed on the grey list of the FATF. So that's very important. That action is taking place as we speak. Fresh ceasefire violations by Pakistan are taking place all along the northern frontier. In fact, a large number of alarms have been sounded in Punjab because that seems to be the focus right now of the Pakistani military. Major infiltration bid has been foiled. BSF troops foiled a major infiltration bid at the international boundary in Samba district. Intel sources say as many as 7 Jaish terrorists were neutralized by our forces. There's also some riveting footage which we should play out, viewers, of a particular border post that was giving covering fire to this infiltration bid was completely knocked out of the ground. Debris of suspected projectiles have been found. A missile-like used weapon was found in Bhatinda and Hoshiarpur. The object appears even larger than a big drum. It's believed to be a part of a missile that was intercepted and destroyed mid-air by the Indian Army. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister taking stock there of some of the most affected areas, Rajouri and Poonch, and that is important, viewers, because some of those local civilians that have been targeted, some of them have lost their lives, have lost their livelihoods, have lost also their homes, and they will be requiring assistance. So the Chief Minister out there getting an assessment from the ground. Let's go straight across to some breaking news coming in. That meeting between Rajnath Singh and the Tri-Services chiefs is underway. We have some information coming through on that. We're being told that that particular meeting is crucial because a large amount of stock taking is underway. So the pictures coming in from that meeting, viewers, you can see our Tri-Services chiefs in their military uniforms that's sending a signal. Also, of course, sitting there with the RM. Arunima, what's the latest?
Yes, so that meeting, that briefing of the Raksha Mantri has begun. The Tri-Service Chiefs, the Chief of Defence Staff, they're all there. CDS is there. Defence Secretary is also part of that meeting. What we are told is that the situation as it has unfolded overnight and the anticipation of what lies ahead, that's the core agenda of the briefing. The military leadership has a free hand in deciding the way they want to respond. But of course, the Raksha Mantri is being apprised of what lies in store as per the assessment being done by the military intelligence, by the external intelligence wing of this country, and the overall assessment on the ground. We do know that Pakistan's misadventure yesterday was thwarted by our air defense system, but the entire border is still on heightened alert. Yes, there is peace in Chandigarh, in Pathankot, in Jammu, in Srinagar, all the way up to Jaisalmer, but nobody is letting their guard down. So in that backdrop, Raksha Mantri is meeting the top defense leadership, and it is being speculated that after this meeting, post this meeting, Raksha Mantri could also meet the Prime Minister. Even as Pakistan continues to portray itself as the victim, India is going all out to ensure that there is no escalation on our part. We are only responding to Pakistani misadventure. And second, provide the right evidence. This is not just military strike which is happening. There's also evidence gathering that is happening simultaneously to show to the world how Pakistan is being provocative.
Absolutely. Just look at the body language around that table. How's the Josh? Hi, sir. They're all smiling. They're all looking very relaxed, Arunima. That's quite striking about this photo, isn't it? No tense faces, unlike what we saw from the Pakistan CDS meet a few days back, where Shehbaz Sharif was seated, ensconced with all his military paraphernalia and his military generals, who you can't tell the difference between them and, of course, terrorists, but nonetheless, they all look tense. Here, there looks a lot of confidence, and they're all wearing their combat uniforms.
Yes, Raksha Mantri, I think, is representing all of us, that sense of pride that India is feeling at the way our air defense system, worked yesterday. It was no small feat, all the way from the line of control, from Uri down all to Jaisalmer, the international border, the line of control, our entire border with Pakistan was on fire, but not a single casualty, not a single success of all the loitering munitions that were sent towards India's side by Pakistan. So it's a big moment for India's defense forces, and I think Raksha Mantri, like I said, is sharing that moment with them, representing all of us, conveying our gratitude, conveying a proud nation's feelings and emotions. But at the same time, everyone is on heightened alert, and that's what I think the combat uniform signifies. That yes, Operation Sindoor is on track. Yes, so far we have managed a success rate, but it is not over. We are still on heightened alert. Be it our army, be it our air force, the navy, the border security force. And while we are showing this the picture that has come out of Raksha Mantri meeting the service chiefs, I can also tell you that on the other side, in North Block also, heightened meetings going on as far as the civilian area is concerned. Home Minister is meeting DG BSF shortly, and also DG CISF to take stock of what the airports, especially airports in forward areas, are facing at the moment, and what more can be done to secure them.
Well, that's important. Parallel meetings, viewers, but the body language here quite significant. We had a great few days. Let's just hope that we don't tempt fate, and God is kind, and our military has really kept us safe, viewers. And we usually don't appreciate their role. They are so in the background. They're so understated, so professional, that we forget that we owe our existence really in the face of these horrible neighbors that we have to them. I want to bring in Akash. Akash, these pictures obviously are also important because this is, yes, of course, there is levity in the room, but there will also be a lot of seriousness. This meeting has gone on for quite a while now, so clearly some decisions have to be taken and an assessment of the situation has to be made, Akash.
Right. Body language is telling us the entire story. Arunima pointed out that how, these, in fact, officials are briefing Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, and Defense Secretary is very much there. Defense Secretary is someone who heads, in fact, the administrative departments there in the Defense Ministry, and who takes care of the production, exports and everything else. We know that how our weapons and platforms have played an important role, and at this point in time, it is crucial to give a check on what kind of things we can have and what are the remaining things that are left with us, so that we can counter the future attacks as well. And the future planning is very important, Rahul. So possibly this meeting is to discuss the scenario, what happened actually last night, and what can happen. Intelligence, is there. A number of things are happening simultaneously. Even at this point in time, we are receiving several sort of inputs from across the border, and a number of things are happening. So this meeting is crucial given the fact that how India is going to take the next step, what is going to be the future course of action at this point in time. We know that how all these drones and the missiles and in fact the artillery, that came towards the military infrastructure and the establishment here towards us, were thwarted and in fact were destroyed. But then what is going to happen next, what is going to be the next move of Pakistan, and how we are going to counter it is something that is very much on the agenda. And as of now, these officials, the three service chiefs, CDS
Yes.
and Defense Secretary, are meeting Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh.
Absolutely. I also want to quickly go back to Arunima on that meeting the Union Home Minister Amit Shah is having with the chiefs of the BSF and the CISF. Important meeting, isn't that, Arunima, given the fact that there's been a heightened alert across airports also, and other very important financial assets of the country, including, of course, defense production facilities.
Yes, Rahul, in Hindi they say कंधे से कंधे मिलाकर काम कर रहे हैं. I think that best describes what the BSF is doing at the moment. While our Air Force and our Army are keeping us safe along the line of control on the international border, BSF too is doing everything in its capacity to keep each Indian safe. What we have seen in Sambha, an infiltration attempt at around 11 o'clock last night, foiled, 7 Jaish-e-Mohammed suspected infiltrators gunned down. The post of Pakistan also demolished. Pakistani Rangers who were giving covering fire to these infiltrators, that post has been demolished completely. So BSF is doing a very good job on the international border, and Home Minister is constantly monitoring the situation with BSF. They're there under the command of the Indian Army at line of control. They are the primary border guarding force all across the international border, right from Jammu to Punjab to Gujarat to Rajasthan. So Home Minister's meeting is to take stock of the situation at the border, that the DG is going to apprise him, and also DG CISF, because our airports are also facing a threat from Pakistan, and therefore air security is important. DG CISF has had repeated meetings with the Home Minister over the last 2 days. One such meeting today, especially in light of airspace being controlled in some airports.
Right, stay on with me. I just want to quickly also go across to Wing Commander Sudhakaran, who was making a point. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, that meeting, those pictures, we're going to keep them there. We're also seeing, of course, the pictures of shelling, etc., etc. Now, the Indian response matters. Indian response matters. It has to be kinetic. That's what you were saying, or about to say when I cut you off. Yes, please go ahead.
No, what I was trying to tell you is the time for that strategic clarity that was missing in India last 70 years is now. Last 10 years, Modi had to build up to this point wherein he is today the undisputed leader of the Indian democracy. Our finance is at its best. Technologically, we are not lacking. Our weapon systems, though it is desired to be better, but then it is good enough for the Pakistanis. This, if it is not now, it will be never. Okay. So let me drive the first point. That is that the time for strategic clarity is now. Have you ever seen that? What I was trying to tell you before you cut me was that have you ever seen a boxer winning a boxing championship just purely defending? See, victory demands dominance, resolve, and precision, not indecision masked as diplomacy. Every time the enemy is cornered in the past, we hit a pause. We de-escalate. We let them breathe. This rinse-repeat cycle has become our national habit. Short bursts of tactical successes followed by strategic hesitation. This has been our Achilles heel. The cost of this pattern isn't just economic, it's generational. My grandfather spent his life fighting this very problem. My father spent his life. I am spending this life. And if we let this go like this, my grandchildren will do the same. It is high time that we need to change this. History has warned us. Gori didn't win on merit. He tried 17 times and 17 times we gave a chance. And that is the root of the problem that we are facing today. The jihadi mindset, which removes your pants, checks your identity, and then kills you, and then tells your wife to go tell your prime minister that we will come again and do it again and again and again. And we are talking about restraint. We are talking about proportional response. See, this is where I want to quote Gita here. Gita chapter 18 verse 63 comes to my mind, wherein Lord Krishna tells to Arjuna that reflect on the truth deeply and then act as you wish. Moral clarity does not mean moral rigidity. Unorthodox action becomes dharma when the stakes are existential. That is what we need to adopt. So what I am trying to tell is, just give me 2 seconds. Yes. What I'm trying to tell is that have a double face here. Speak the right things, do what you want. And do till the time the enemy is on his knees. Okay. This is the time to press the cold start doctrine into action. 20 years back, you developed it. If you are not going to pressing into action, then there is no point in developing a doctrine like that. Go capture enemy territory in the next week, then go to the discussion table. Take POJK and Gilgit-Baltistan peacefully from them. Then will we be able to resolve the problem of Kashmir.
Let me now. We understand, and I suppose there are many people who will, of course, want that kind of action. But as of now, viewers, BCCI and IPL sources are telling us that they might be considering the suspension of the IPL. Shivani Gupta with us. Shivani.
Yes, I just spoke to the very top sources in the IPL governing body, and they have confirmed that they are considering the suspension of the IPL as of now. When I asked them what is the reason behind this, is it because of the security concerns? Has the government indicated anything to them? They said that no, this is not because the government has asked us to do anything. But when the country is at war, we cannot be seen playing cricket. This is something that the IPL governing body is thinking of in itself. What I've been told is that they're discussing it currently with the IPL franchises as to what needs to be done. What they're saying is that they're considering suspension of the IPL right now. What happens to the remainder of the season, we don't quite know. We know that, of course, the window available for the IPL is always these two. All right, now we're getting a confirmation that the IPL has been suspended. We're getting this confirmation coming in. As I said, the official source from the IPL governing body has been saying that they are considering this decision. And the reason is, as they said to me, that we cannot be seen playing cricket when the country is at war. As far as the government is concerned, there is no word as far on the security situation, etc. But yes, the IPL governing body feels that this is not something that should go on. And there are, of course, security and logistical concerns. There are multiple venues that are associated with the IPL. Movement of the players and the teams becomes a concern. And on top of that, the local security provision that has to be made for each and every match. Yesterday in Dharamshala, the match was going on even as news of Pakistan aggression was coming. Officially, the BCCI has still maintained that that match at Dharamshala had to be suspended because of floodlights issue. It was believed that that's what the crowd was told at the ground, so that there's no panic. But the actual reason was that they wanted to suspend it and have no activity there at the ground. But the BCCI till today has maintained the official line that that was only due to floodlights issue. But as news is now coming in, the IPL has been suspended for the remainder of the season. When it can pick up, we don't quite know, because the situation within with India and Pakistan at the LOC and at the border now continues to be extremely fluid and extremely dangerous.
Yes, well, of course, the optics are pretty wrong in a situation like this, but clearly there is an overhang, security overhang, Shivani, and I'm sure that the BCCI's decision has probably been communicated to the government. Would you not agree?
Yes, absolutely. They will, of course, keep the government in loop. Just till 2 minutes back when they were talking about this, they said that, see, it's not as if the government has asked us to do anything. I think they said the government is doing their job. What is our job is to see whether we should be playing cricket at this time. The word used was that when the country is at war, we cannot be seen playing cricket. So I think this is also more to show solidarity with the fact that we cannot be doing this. This is a mega tournament. Under very few circumstances does the IPL ever come under question. You would remember that when elections were happening in 2009 and security was denied to the IPL, it moved to South Africa. But other than that, the IPL continues to be the biggest draw in world cricket. And come rain or shine, nothing really affects it. There have been questions on so many things about the IPL in the past, but it doesn't really work out because IPL is the BCCI's showpiece tournament in India, and a lot of the global cricketers come and play here. But I think in this situation, it is about their security as well. We've got foreign cricketers on Indian land. We've got Indian cricketers and their well-being to take care of. And I think one can understand why they're not saying this openly, that there are security and logistical concerns. Yesterday, after the match in Dharamshala was cut short, there had to be a special train that had to be organized for the players to come because airports were under, airport activity was under suspension by the government. So here, I think it kind of eases one element of security apparatus, local police, and others who are employed in giving security to IPL matches need not do so anymore. And yes, the bigger question now for the board and the IPL governing body to understand would be what happens next as far as the remainder of the season is concerned. The window is only till May end. After that, international window opens. So we don't quite know. This is unprecedented ground, really, as far as the IPL is concerned.
Yes, it is unprecedented ground. Of course, there have been instances in the past when the IPL has moved overseas, and that has been also because of certain other exigencies, but this time quite clearly linked to a conflict. Shivani, the Pakistani establishment has also decided to continue their version of the IPL in the Middle East, isn't it? That's also something that was reported yesterday.
Well, they're going to have their concerns as well. Yesterday, we saw visuals when on the intervening night of 7th and 8th, Pakistan had tried something on Indian military installations, which was a much lesser, attempt than what happened last night. There was a retaliation from the Indian government that was put on record by the Indian government last afternoon, and there were visuals that came in from Pakistan, including cities like Lahore, where even the stadium facade and outside boundary faced some impact of the retaliation that came from the Indian side. So yes, of course, there are concerns. And remember, there are some foreign cricketers that play in the PSL as well. So given the situation on ground, each country is going to be responsible for the security and safety of foreign nationals on their land. They have to be given the opportunity to leave if that is what they desire. You would remember last afternoon, Rahul, the US consulate in Islamabad plus the US just generally gave an advisory to its citizens not to travel to Pakistan or be close to the international border with India and Pakistan, and the US consulate in Islamabad also told its own members to take shelter in place. So that was in retaliation. That was after India's retaliation post the first escalation from Pakistan 2 nights ago. Now, of course, we're still awaiting what happened as far as Pakistani cities are concerned last night after they tried this massive drone attack and missile attack on Indian border cities. But of course, there are more security concerns and certainly damage that has been seen on ground in Lahore, Rawalpindi, etc. last afternoon than anything was visible in India. So certainly concerns on the Pakistani sides are much, much larger.
Much, much larger. Very, very interesting developments, viewers. Fast-paced developments this morning. The IPL suspended. When can we expect, Shivani, a official announcement? We're being told that that hasn't been released as yet by the BCCI.
Yes, we're just waiting for the official announcement to come. Like I said, just before I came live with you, I spoke to the top decision-making body in the IPL and they said wait for a few minutes and we are going to make it official, and then we'll speak to you officially and let you know what happens next. But yes, I think from the conversation I had, it was clear that their mind is made up when they said that, see, when the country is at war, we cannot be seen playing cricket. It's just an extra headache for the country these are high-value individuals, Indian cricketers, all foreign cricketers, nationals who are in the country. They have to move around quite a bit. They have to practice at their grounds. It's not just about match security. There's a whole 2-day, 3-day schedule for every match. They need access to the ground. They travel from the hotels to the grounds. They practice in the open.
Yes.
There's security staff. There are fans who come and watch those practice sessions, etc. Are you going to allow fans inside the stadium? So instead of going through that route and, figuring out all of those security and logistical concerns, the IPL has decided that it's best to suspend it for now. Like I said, this is unprecedented decision. Never in the history of the IPL has the IPL been suspended like this.
Absolutely. Of course, there are also concerns, as you rightly pointed out, about player safety, and Pakistan would love to attack one of the stadiums and cause carnage there. So this is perhaps also pragmatic. It's a pragmatic decision that has been taken. Viewers, more details coming in now with regards to the aftermath of the Pakistani military action yesterday. Debris found in Sundarbani area of Rajouri district. This is after multiple drones and missiles were launched by Pakistan and shot down by Indian air defense mechanism. Let's try to get more details on this. Tejinder joins us. We probably also have visuals. Tejinder, what can you tell us? Where are these munitions from? What are they exactly? Have you been able to identify them? And are these of any Chinese origin, or what is exactly the nature?
Yes, Rahul. These are the multi-barrel rocket launchers which are fired from the Pakistan side, but they were taken down by the air defense mechanism of the Indian Armed Forces. These debris have been recovered from the Sundarbani area of Rajouri district, wherein Pakistan tried to target some of our vital Indian Army installations in the area by using these rockets. I have got a clearance from the Indian Army where I wanted to check with them what type of rockets are these. So we want to be doubly sure, and now we have the confirmation.
Okay, did we just lose Tejinder there? I think we did. Viewers, we're going to try and reconnect because that was important. He was getting to an important point. Some of these debris items even have serial numbers on them. So clearly they have markings, and those markings tell a story. And if they do tell a story, then we can establish very, very clearly that this was a Pakistan unprovoked strike on a civilian area, which makes it a lot more difficult for Pakistan to explain what it was doing. And therefore, I want to go across to General Iyer. I think he's still there with us. We also have General Sharma. General Iyer, put this into context. This Pakistan decision to target civilians. Okay, we also have General Rajinder Singh. Let me bring you in, General Rajinder Singh. What do you make of this? And of course, General KJ Singh also there with us. General Rajinder Singh.
Firstly, I totally agree with the points which have been brought out by the wing commander. I think with the spirit that he spoke, the spirit of our country is exactly the same. We are today fully ready to counter any of the threats from Pakistan. We have shown it by the various actions that we have undertaken up till now. Your correspondents have very lucidly brought out as to what all has happened on the border areas, in near the military installations, near the airfields, where the Pakistan has struck. And we have also seen the kind of counteractions that have been taken by us. Pakistan, for once and for all, must realize that India is not going to sit idle. It is not going to tolerate any meddling into our area, any infringement of the international norms, and any support to the terrorist organization that Pakistan has been doing up till now. I think there are 2-3 things which we need to consider. They are asking for additional loan from IMF. The news also are coming that there are sense of disgruntlement against their army chief. The news are also coming that the activities on the Baluchi front have also increased. Now, with all this put together, the kind of support that Pakistan army is getting from their population is not really to the desired degree, and therefore there is tremendous amount of pressure on the army, on their air force, and on their government to de-escalate the situation. The whole international community seems to have got around the fact that India has the right to respond. India also has a right to target the terrorist organizations, which is what we have done. So the situation couldn't have been better. I have seen this during 1971 war when I was a lieutenant. I think our people along the border always rise up to that such kind of situations. We are ready again. And should Pakistan try something, they will get a kind of a response that they wouldn't have imagined in their wildest of dreams.
Absolutely. General KJ Singh, your commentary really on what India now needs to do. We've seen what Pakistan has done. They have completely violated the rationale of proportionality here. India has been very, very restrained. Do you think the time has come when we pay them back in their own coin, sir?
Rahul, Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, sir.
Firstly, I speak to you from Panchkula. We had a blackout yesterday night and today. Let me assure your viewers, the morale is high. Compliance with civic authorities' instructions is very, very high. People have followed all the guidelines. So everybody, all citizens are ready, compliant, and cooperating with the system. And I am also glad that IPL has called off this thing. But let me get to your point. I see in this current exchange with Pakistan a very, very significant change. India, in its targeting, has conveyed to Pakistan that you cannot say that it is subconventional warfare or you call it an act of terrorist. You have to take ownership of these people. See, in Pakistan, organizations like LET also masquerade under the name of Jamaat-ud-Dawa.
Yes.
And similarly, Jaish. So these people also do some kind of charity and all these kind of activities. So in the garb of that, they try to acquire legitimacy. Now, we have taken that thing off. We have said that if you would do this kind of action in India,
yes,
then you jolly well take ownership of these things, you control them. There is no longer will Pakistan have the luxury
yes,
of blaming the terrorists and vectoring such strikes.
Sir, can I also, I just want you to put your thinking cap on now. The NSA paramilitary DGs are reaching the Home Minister's residence for security meeting. Can you put this into context for our viewers? Arunima is of course there. I'll just get a quick update from her and then I would like you to weigh in on this. Arunima, yes.
So we had reported that the Home Minister was meeting DGBSF and DGCISF. Now the National Security Advisor, DG of other paramilitary forces have also reached his residence. So it looks like this is a comprehensive internal security meeting that is going on in light of the situation along the India-Pakistan border. Yes, BSF is important because BSF is guarding our international border. So the BSF DG, Daljit Singh Chaudhary, is expected to brief the Home Minister on the situation overnight and the situation since daybreak today. DGCISF, because airport security is at risk, there have been a number of notifications from various airports, for example, Chandigarh, Jammu, Srinagar, they've all by Mangaluru, Bangalore, all these important airports. Security has been heightened there. Multiple layers of security checks have been announced by BCAS also, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. So in that backdrop, CISF's presence becomes important. CRPF, because of the situation in Kashmir, more forces are being rushed into Jammu and Kashmir. Forces are being withdrawn from Manipur because the assessment is that even after the situation calms down along the LC, Pakistan will try and disturb peace in Jammu and Kashmir. So what steps can be taken? What is the feedback that CRPF has from the ground? All of that is on the table, is on the agenda right now.
Right.
NSA's presence makes this a comprehensive overall briefing about internal security.
Okay, thank you very much, Arunima, for that update. General Singh, just wanted to bring you in on this. What are your thoughts on this meeting, this review? Is it merely a review or could it also be, of course, a strategy session? I don't know, but what do you make of this?
See, it is a very, very important adjunct to our security strategy.
Right.
Firstly, a large number of airports which were of dual use have been taken over by the armed forces. NSG has been deployed on some of them. So their security in itself is a huge, big concern. And second thing is, the facilities which have been targeted across, I don't call them facilities, the terrorist hubs, which have been targeted of LET and JASH. The first thing they'll like to do is do something for quid pro quo, like they did yesterday in Samba.
Okay.
More such actions may take place. So our BSF has to be put on extra vigilance, and our BSF has got significant anti-drone capability.
Okay.
They have been recently provided this facility, especially on the Punjab frontier, something on Rajasthan frontier also. So all these will be operationalized. They'll be got into the grid.
Okay.
And the third thing, which is very, very important, is
yes,
this is also the time to put civil defense. What we are seeing all over our citizens. See, all these border areas, luckily, have hardened bunkers. It's not as if our government is not catered for them.
Okay. So this is a
facilities
comprehensive review in your analysis. Just stay on with me. I also want to bring in General Dhillon. General Dhillon is here with us also. General Dhillon, your overview really of the response that India either should have or has already undertaken. You probably have access to some news from your own sources. What do you make of the situation? We've seen what Pakistan has done, but how has India really responded? And do you think we've fallen short of what should have been perhaps a toe-to-toe response with Pakistan?
I must amplify here, I must clarify here. India's response cannot be what Pakistan's response is. Pakistan kills innocent civilians, India cannot do that. We are a responsible state, we are a responsible nuclear state, we are a responsible democracy. So India's response is very considered, very mature, very restrained, and जिसको हम कहते हैं कि संयम रखते हुए. When we launched Operation Sindoor in retaliation to when our innocent civilians were killed in Pahalgam in front of their wives and children and parents, we hit only the terror hubs.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think what I'm trying to say is that when it's about reciprocity, you see, we never attacked their military targets. They tried that last night. So has the time come to give them back, jaw for jaw, tooth for tooth? Or do you think that there still is a point at which we can still probably restrain ourselves I want to ask you, because there are a lot of people who are building a case internationally to allow for diplomatic pressure to be exerted on Pakistan. Would that get jeopardized if we escalate and hit their military hardware?
Whenever nations go to war, the whole of nation, all the arms of the nation, that is military, diplomatic, political, economic, everything is a comprehensive national power. Now here, people are saying if Pakistan had done something yesterday night, why haven't we reciprocated within 6 hours? That is exactly the military strategies. We will hit at the time and place of own choosing, either militarily or otherwise. So let's not jump or let's not vie for some big action. The big action will happen. We must have faith in our leadership, which is very strong, and we must have faith in our military commanders who are very well synergized in the national overall scheme of things. We are not a state like Pakistan that nahi abhi mere ko abhi karna. We will do it. We will do it at place and time of own choosing, and we will, when we respond, or when we reciprocate, or when we retaliate, Pakistan will not know what hit Pakistan. So far, all the missiles of Pakistan, all the drones of Pakistan have been taken care of, and they have not been able to hit the targets. Here, I would just like to use the services or channel to convey a point to the citizens. When the Pakistani missiles or drones were targeted at our cities, our towns, our military installations, our anti-air defense system, or our Suraksha Chakra or S-400s, they have intercepted them mid-air. So there will be a lot of debris lying around the villages, towns, or places. At some maybe 10 kilometers from the intended target, some maybe 100 kilometers from the intended target, because our systems pick up the incoming projectiles at various ranges. So my request to all the citizens is, please do not touch the debris. There may be still explosive in it. If you see anything, just go to the nearest army man or a police station and inform about this debris. Please do not touch it. It's not a toy. It's not something to take selfies with. It's a very serious thing. You can lose your life or limb. But coming back to your point, India will respond, and India will respond at the time and place of its own choosing. We will pick the targets. We will pick the weapon systems. We will pick the intensity, and we will pick the levels. So we will do it in a very considered manner.
A very considered manner. Yes, of course, that must always be the leitmotif, should it not? But General Dhillon, there is room still, isn't there, for escalation to perhaps impose deterrence still on Pakistan. It hasn't taken the off-ramp option that we presented to it. So clearly, the Indians have calculated that there is still room for escalation.
See, when we launched Operation Sindoor, we had cater for all contingencies. Since I have been in this type of meetings, in this type of brainstormings, in this type of wargamings during my service, each and every contingency's levels up to which it can go, and then their contingencies also. So we took our time of 14 days, 15 days, because we were coordinating all that which could happen. In all eventualities, all scenarios, we did not want to go in a hurry and then, looking at over our shoulders if something goes beyond what we have planned for. Similarly, even now the particular contingency has opened up, and in this contingency also, as we stand today, there are options which are there for future. In next 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and in that option, again, new options will open up.
Okay.
So we need to be very clear that the military commanders are putting their heads onto it, and they are considering each every option before venturing into it. And let me assure the nation one thing through a channel: whatever our military commanders are doing, they're doing it in the best interest of the nation, and they know when to do it.
Okay, let me also bring in Captain D.K. Sharma, former spokesperson of the Indian Navy. Captain Sharma, what now should be the next step? We're at an important inflection point. It's been 3 days, and we are reaching the point where this is becoming a wider conflict, as we know. How far do you think this is going to go? What do you think are the next options?
Good afternoon, Rahul, and good afternoon to your viewers. As we are seeing it for the last 3 days, things are well under control insofar as India is concerned. We are very, very measured. We are very, very precise. And we are not going berserk as our adversary is going. They are in a state of panic. They are looking at all the windows, all the opportunities, and are striking left, right, and center. But be it as it may, you have seen our air defenses, our chains, our layered security chains, which are responding to it and have not allowed, apart from that one odd projectile, which is, coming from the Poonch sector, Tangdhar and all, that is all because of the terrain. And it is, standoff firing, and it is coming and hitting civilian population, very unfortunately, which is being responded to. And adequate, ammunition is being dumped that side also to give an answer that we are here and we are looking after our assets. Now coming down to where will it lead to? As you had brought out, all the three commanders with the CDS, DevSec and Raksha Mantri have met in Delhi and are exchanging notes. As such, they are operating from the war room in South Block. But coming over there and reassuring the political leadership, and as you had already mentioned, that probably the defense minister will now go and brief the prime minister. So, it's, at the ground level, all the services are working together. At the commanders level, they are, exchanging notes. And let me tell you through your channel that all the ops rooms, whether it is in Kashmir, whether it is in Punjab, whether it is in Chandi Mandir, Bombay, or in Vizag, all are connected. Everybody is online. Network-centric warfare at its best. Everybody is aware of what is happening. So, and we are not going to go, ballistic, because we are very clear, as you have heard our foreign secretary saying that this is being targeted to where the problem lies. So, but if they do any misadventure, it will be,
So there is room. What I was trying to get at was, is there room for escalation? And you think there is room for escalation? Okay, look, viewers, much more information coming through. PIB Fact Check has debunked 7 instances of misinformation or disinformation amid escalated tension. Let's go across to Griya Atul, who will show how India is debunking Pakistan's narrative. She is reporting from a war room that has been set up to do precisely just this.
Absolutely, Rahul. It's not just a war that that we are fighting at the borders. It does look like that we are fighting one online, that against disinformation, like you rightly mentioned. Now, the Press Information Bureau of the country has managed to identify certain fake accounts, Pakistan-based accounts on social media platform X that are spreading this Pakistani propaganda, spreading this fake news. And let's in fact take you through some of those. You mentioned 7. We've managed to in fact ascertain more than that. We're talking about 10 to 12 so far. The PIB is already put out officially. Let's look at the first one. The PIB fact check goes on to claim this is a Pakistan propaganda alert where Pakistan-based handles are spreading old videos falsely alleging strikes on a military base in Amritsar. It's been fact checked, and then they go on to claim how this particular video, and here, this is the video in question where they have branded it as fake, and they have said that this video is from a wildfire from the year 2024. If we take a look at the next one, this is a question that PIB is now posting. Did this Indian drone really get intercepted in Pakistan? A big question mark there. They go on to say that Pakistan-based handles are sharing an old image claiming that the Pakistan army has intercepted a UAV drone that fell in Gurjanwala in Pakistan. That has been, in fact, fact-checked again. This is the image, as you can see. And here, the image being circulated is from the Ukraine-Russia conflict in 2022. That's another one by the PIB. This is, again, a viral video alert, remember. This is post-Operation Sindoor, where the truth behind the aircraft crash has been established by the PIB, where India is claiming that this is a Pakistani social media account. They are recycling, by the way, old video and sharing it in the present context. This is the video from an earlier incident from 2019 involving an Indian Air Force Mi-17 V5 helicopter that crashed near Budgam in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, this is how PIB has debunked that entire narrative that has been posed by Pakistan. Another one that's coming to fore here. This is a video from Indonesia which has been shared in completely wrong context. So there are numerous examples like this, Rahul, which India has posted. Okay. India has identified these accounts. And of course, there is also that executive order that has come in from the country to, in fact, ban over 8,000 accounts. And that request has been sent out to the social media platform X.
Well, viewers, these are modern days, and in modern times, there's also a disinformation campaign that has to be fought because of the technology that is available. Disinformation spreads so much quicker, as we all know. In the past, we've had false flag operations, we've had feints, etc., but because there was nothing like social media to amplify, this part of the war was always sort of not given too much importance, but now it has a huge impact on situations. But more breaking news coming in, getting in visuals of Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha visiting the spot where shops were damaged. Remember, a lot of civilian areas were targeted by coward Pakistani army slash terrorist units. Shelling last night took place all along the LOC, and Umar Abdullah, also Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, reached government hospital in Jammu. All of these areas just to make sure that the civilians there, whatever they need, all their requirements are addressed. So that's what we're seeing. That's I think Manoj Sinha there under a umbrella. Because it's raining, and he's taking an assessment. Ishan Vani there with us. Ishan, what can you tell us about these pictures that we're seeing on our screens?
Yes, Rahul, Lieutenant Governor, Chief Minister and the Cabinet Ministers are out meeting people affected by the ceasefire violation, particularly those who have been now shifted to safer shelters and those who are in the hospital getting medical treatment, and they are assuring people that the government stands with them. And everyone is trying to ensure your safety. Lieutenant Governor visited those shops which were damaged by the ceasefire violations, includes people who were earning a living out of running shops near the Uri market, where shells landed yesterday at multiple shops. The place where the shells also landed has a diverse population. There are Rajput Hindus who live there. There are Muslims who also live there. That's where one of the shells landed. It destroyed at least 3 to 4 shops there, and people have been now demanding that they want Lieutenant Governor to take immediate action in terms of trying to relocate them, to take them to safer shelters and provide them more bunkers in the border area. Many of the generation which is in their 20s and late 20s are telling us that they haven't seen this kind of ferocious shelling from Pakistan in a very long time, at least in their age, they recall. And that is why they're scared, they're afraid, and many of them have left. The Chief Minister is in Jammu, while the LG is taking care of the situation in Kashmir. The Cabinet Ministers are out there, visited the GMC in Baramulla and other locations as well, trying to reassure people that the government stands with them in difficult times, and while the army is trying to give a befitting response to the ceasefire provocation by the Pakistan army.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Ishan, and continue to be safe there. Tough and very, very trying times along the LOC, where Pakistan has decided that in their asymmetric warfare, they're going to target civilians, and this is quite disgusting. But we're also, viewers, being told that, okay, do we have a bite of whom? Let me just quickly clarify that with our director. Director Saab, whose bite are we going to?
पता नहीं कौन सा कायद वो इंडिया के इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो शेरों की तरह लड़ते हैं। अगर शेरों का लश्कर उसका सरदार गीदड़ हो तो वो नहीं लड़ सकते, वो जंगे हार लेते हैं। इस वक्त बॉर्डर पे खड़ा वो फौजी जो हमसे तवक्को रखता है कि हमारा लीडर, जो कौमी लीडर होता है या जो वजीर आज़म होता है, वो आईना होता है, वो फेस होता है, उसकी तवक्को है कि हमारी सियासी क़यादत वो दलेरी के साथ मुकाबला करेगी।
जी, वाइंड अप करें, जुम्मे का टाइम है।
आखिरी 2 मिनट दे जी। लेकिन जब आपका वजीर आज़म, जब आपका लीडर बुज़दिल हो, वो मोदी का नाम ना ले सके, उसको आप क्या पैगाम दे रहे बॉर्डर पे लड़ने वाले जवान को? इनका पता नहीं कौन सा कायद वो इंडिया के इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो
Well, viewers, we should just play that once more because that is the epic meltdown in the Pakistani National Assembly, and that's a member of parliament just before the Jummah prayers, completely losing it, thinking that bluster alone will win them this war. No, it's not going to win you this war, Mr. MP. It's not going to win you this war. You're losing your equanimity. You're completely losing rationality. The person that you should be actually accusing of subterfuge is the PAK army chief, but these members of parliament in Pakistan, viewers, as you know, are just rubber stamps. So they will never talk to the people who really matter, which is the military chief of their country that has led them into what really is a death spiral. Let's listen to this once again.
का सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो शेरों की तरह लड़ते हैं। अगर शेरों का लश्कर उसका सरदार गीदड़ हो तो वो नहीं लड़ सकते, वो जंगे हार लेते हैं। इस वक्त बॉर्डर पे खड़ा वो फौजी जो हमसे तवक्को रखता है कि हमारा लीडर जो कौमी लीडर होता है या जो वज़ीर आज़म होता है वो आईना होता है, वो फेस होता है, उसकी तवक्को है कि हमारी सियासी क़यादत वो दलेरी के साथ मुकाबला करेगी।
जी वाइंड अप करें जुमे का टाइम है।
आखिरी 2 मिनट दे जी। लेकिन जब आपका वज़ीर आज़म, जब आपका लीडर बुज़दिल हो, वो मोदी का नाम ना ले सके, उसको आप क्या पैगाम दे रहे बॉर्डर पे लड़ने वाले जवान को? इनका पता नहीं कौन सा कायद, वो इंडिया के इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो
frothing at their mouths, viewers, and they're losing their faith in their own leadership. This is a Tehreek-e-Insaf party MP, so Imran Khan's party MP, they're completely besides himself. Pakistani establishment has a lot really to answer for. We leave it at this.
सस्ते वाले
Viewers, what India will say at the IMF meet is critical because this is a make or break moment for Indian diplomacy. We have to convince the international community, specifically the IMF, not to make a loan to Pakistan. Pakistan doesn't deserve it. It's a terror state. It enables terror. It will use that money for terror. Pakistan has had 24 bailouts, but none of them show any development on ground for the people. They got about $1.3 billion for climate change work, but none was used, as you all know. The funds are always diverted, and I'm not saying this. It has been very well established by a large number of independent auditors, globally well-known, reputable companies and auditors that have gone out there and looked at the expenditure, the diversion of funds. Pallavi is with us. Pallavi, this is a crucial meeting, isn't it?
That's right. So, we know that later tonight, India time, is when the IMF meeting will begin. And basically, the IMF meeting also decides on how much of funds which have to be given to any country. Now, these funds are technically meant for development work. Rahul, we've already seen that posturing which is coming in from Pakistan. The Economic Affairs Wing of Pakistan government has already put out a post saying that we have been so badgered by the Indian attack on us and Operation Sindoor that we are completely depleted with our funds. And that is the plea which Pakistan is going to be taking at the international platform, not just tonight, but also later, that, because of Indian action, we have no money. And as a result of which, it's the common man of Pakistan who's going to suffer. Well, all that point by point rebuttal has been prepared by India. A verbal communication has already gone in. But tonight when the meeting begins, India time, our executive director over there is going to raise a couple of points. 1.3 billion was a recent bailout given to Pakistan. Where has that money been used? Actually, Rahul, that money was meant for climate change development work. Do you see anything on the ground? That's what India is going to be asking. Why is it in the last 6 months we've seen a spike as far as PAK, terror or defense budgeting is concerned? Where is that money coming in from if Pakistan is insisting that they don't have money? So clearly the funds are being diverted. Also, it's already got 24 bailouts on different yardsticks, for development work. Where are the roads? Where are the infrastructural facilities which have been provided for the common man? So the points have been prepared. The argument is going to be very, very aggressive. And that's the point which is going to be given, that it's not just India. Tomorrow, everyone is going to suffer if you're going to keep on giving money to Pakistan, because they run a school of terror which funds terror acts across various spectrums, whether it's the Jaish, whether it's Lashkar-e-Taiba, or whether it is the Hamas, because it is all of them are trained in Pakistan's school of terror.
True. So Pallavi, thank you very much for that update. All eyes will be on that meeting. The IMF is, of course, also populated by an Indian representative. So that helps build leverage. But let's just open this up, because non-kinetic options are, of course, mid to long term. They will only bear fruit in the mid to long term. We have had the IMF as well as other international global organizations pulling back from funding Pakistan. It doesn't really make a material difference in the long run. What does our kinetic options that India has undertaken and some other punitive sanctions that India has imposed, which are of course non-kinetic but of more immediate value? But let's just open this up and analyze right now the kinetic options. And the last 24 hours, Nishikanta Singh, General Nishikanta Singh is here with us, the defense expert. Let me bring you into it. General Saab, look, fundamentally, we can talk about all the 9 non-kinetic options. We can talk about diplomacy. We can talk about India exerting pressure through the United Nations, through other foreign governments. But eventually, we have to do things that make sense in the immediate so that we can get respite from PAK-based terror. And Pakistan yesterday, you've seen their response. They've been strafing different parts of the Indian positions. They've tried to attack us at our bases, and of course they've been targeting civilians. Now, what do you think has been the Indian response to this? What should it be? Where should it stop? Or should we now call it all off?
Thank you, Rahul, for having me here. I'll put it this way. Thank you, Rahul, for having me here. I'll put it this way. India has been, in fact, very benign with the Pakistanis. We did not target their military. We targeted terrorist infrastructures which has been existing for years. These infrastructures were there when I was
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching the continuous coverage here on CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta. We're tracking the latest that is coming from all official sources as far as the escalation from Pakistan is concerned against India across the western border from Jammu and Kashmir to Gujarat. And we'll get you all the latest in the next 1 hour. First up, let's take a quick check of the top 10 stories we're tracking. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh meets Tri-Services Chiefs and the CDS and Defence Secretary. Tri-Services Chiefs briefed the Raksha Mantri on Operation Sindoor. Crucial meeting underway at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence on security. Paramilitary DGs have reached his residence for this top meet. BCCI to decide to suspend the Indian Premier League 2025 amid escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. IPL sources say they cannot be seen playing cricket when the country is at war. In Samba sector of Jammu, frontier BSF in the intervening night of 8th and 9th, an infiltration attempt by a big group of terrorists has been detected. This infiltration bid was supported by fire from PAK Rangers post in Dandar. Pakistan continues to warmonger. Missile debris found in Sundarbani area of Rajouri. Missile was intercepted and shot down by Indian air defense mechanism. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah visited Government Medical College in Jammu to check on those injured in the recent shelling across the LOC. Omar Abdullah will also review the security situation. Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha reaches Uri. The Lieutenant Governor has reached Lagama in Uri and visited shops damaged by Pakistan's shelling. Army handed Pakistan a befitting reply. Army has released a statement on Pakistan Army's attacks using drones and other munitions along the entire western border last night. The Army says the attacks were effectively repulsed and befitting reply was given. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar dialed India's allies and friends across the world as Pakistan resorted to unprovoked attacks in retaliation for Operation Sindoor. Pakistani MP Shahid Ahmed Khattak calls their Prime Minister Buzdil or coward, says he can't even take the name of Modi. So India's air defense system prevailed, and prevailed how? Against Pakistan's drones and even missile attack across the evening, across the entire western border last night. The government has neutralized all of the incoming missiles through the air defense system, and they have also neutralized the air defense system at Lahore after Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets last afternoon. When Pakistan made failed attempts to send swarm drones all across various places along the LOC and international border, over 45 to 50 drones were successfully neutralized during the counter-drone operation. The engagement involved the use of L-70 guns, Zu-23mm, Chilka systems and other advanced counter-US equipment, demonstrating the Army's robust capability to counter such aerial threats. Let's begin by breaking down exactly the systems that India has used as far as this retaliation from Pakistan is concerned. So, of course, this is the L-70, which is the anti-aircraft gun. This was developed by Bofors and produced under license in India now. It's a 40mm gun modernized with radar, electro-optical sensors and auto-tracking systems. It can fire 240 to 330 rounds per minute with a range of up to 4,000 meters. The L-70 excels in anti-drone warfare, saturating the sky with predictive fire, making it effective against swarm attacks and evading drones. Most of the attacks that happened from Pakistan last evening were in fact drones, and the L-70 was that one system that was employed very successfully by the Indian Armed Forces. Let's take a look at the Chilka. Is a self-propelled system with 4 23mm autocannons guided by radar detecting targets up to 20 kilometers away. It can unleash 4,000 rounds per minute and has been upgraded with proximity fuse ammunition and advanced fire control systems to tackle small drones. The Chilka's rapid fire and radar precision makes it lethal for UAVs, helicopters and light armored vehicles as well. Its dense curtain of rounds offers last resort protection for air bases, convoys and sensitive installations under elevated threat levels. Now, hours after escalation by Pakistan, the government has chaired a couple of very key meetings. Let's break down those meetings for you. Meeting number 1, as I mentioned earlier, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh today chairing a high-level meeting to review the security situation along the entire western border, and of course, there has been shelling across the LOC as well. Overall preparedness of the Indian Armed Forces was discussed. The CDS, General Anil Chauhan, Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi, and Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal AP Singh, all were in attendance, along with Defence Secretary Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh. Meeting number 2, Amit Shah, the Home Minister, is meeting DG BSF, DG CISF and MHA officials, senior officials of the Ministry of Home Affairs to review the border situation, also give more instructions as to what needs to be done as far as Indian territory is concerned. Airport security arrangements are also under review because remember, Pakistan has not hid its intentions of not just targeting key military installations in India, but they're also trying to target key civilian installations in India. More breaking updates coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a telephonic conversation with Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel to obtain details of Gujarat's preparedness as a border state and the advanced planning undertaken by the state government in the current situation of tension on the border. And the Chief Minister has provided necessary information. The Prime Minister has also given necessary guidance in this regard. My colleague Payal Mehta is also joining us with more on this. Payal, the Prime Minister has spoken to Gujarat Chief Minister. You can tell us more about that. And is he also likely to speak to all other western border states' Chief Ministers as well?
Yes, you've seen multiple rounds of preparedness and meetings taking place with the Union Home Minister chairing a meeting just the other day with the border states, with the police officers and the security officials over there to check the preparedness. But there have been very, very interesting developments that have taken place at these borders, especially Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan, amongst the others, effective last night and the night before that as well. Keeping that in mind, one of the first two conversations that the Prime Minister essentially had, Shivani has been with the Gujarat Chief Minister, and Gujarat incidentally is also the Prime Minister's home state. There are many important military establishments that have been under the attack as far as Pakistan is concerned, and the fact that Jamnagar also houses one of the biggest refineries in the country. So, taking a clue from the preparedness that has already been put into place by the state government in coordination with the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Prime Minister has given guidance to the Chief Minister of Gujarat how to take this forward. Not to forget that the Prime Minister has been the longest serving Chief Minister of Gujarat himself as well. So, all hands on the deck approach that is being adopted by both the centre and the states, especially in border states, making sure that the nefarious design of Pakistan does not meet with any success, and our soldiers and our braves fighting it out at the borders, keeping all of us protected. So obviously, no room left for any sort of room unattended, if I may say so. That's the approach of the Indian government and the Indian establishment.
Payal, thanks a lot for joining us. Let's take a look at some more breaking updates coming in. X, the social media platform, has blocked accounts of leading Pakistani journalists Hamid Mir and Najam Sethi. These must have been blocked on the request of the Indian government. We have seen that the Indian government has sought the blocking of as many as 8,000 accounts on X for various reasons during this entire conflict and escalation between India and Pakistan. My colleague Aman is also joining us with more on this. Aman, more handles from Pakistan getting blocked.
Yes, Shivani, and this is big because Hamid Mir, Najam Sethi, some of the most well-known journalists of Pakistan, but also being accused of spreading fake news and propaganda from Pakistan, and that is why the government has taken this step. In fact, Hamid Mir's tweets were being pointed out by many on the social media also in the last few days as fake news. So Hamid Mir and Najam Sethi, both their X accounts have now been blocked by India after a series of action has been taken against certain media accounts of media organizations also from Pakistan, and this is a part of this India's crackdown. And the Twitter had yesterday in fact put it out that they had received executive orders from the Indian government requiring X to block as many as 8,000 accounts in India, and these are potentially because India is asking them to be blocked because in the current tensions between India and Pakistan, a lot of fake news is being propagated by these handles, and that is why India has taken this big step. So after many media organizations, now two leading journalists of Pakistan, Hamid Mir and Najam Sethi, both their X accounts have been blocked.
All right. Aman, thanks a lot for bringing us that update. Arunima, my colleague, is keeping a track of the government meetings that are taking place. Arunima, I believe you are at the South Block and multiple meetings taking place. What's the latest you're picking up on the Home Minister's meeting?
He's still meeting this paramilitary DGs, DG CISF for airport security, DG BSF to understand what's going on the international border from Jammu all the way up to Rajasthan. Punjab and Gujarat also saw incursions yesterday. So that meeting is going on. DG of CRPF as well as the IB chief are also attending that meeting. We do know that the situation in Kashmir, even without the tension at the border, is evolving after the Pahalgam terror attack. And there is a huge chance that the overall CRPF deployment in the valley could be augmented. So in the backdrop of what is currently happening, Home Minister is meeting the paramilitary chiefs to try and understand what is being done for civilians across the international border. He has already spoken to the DGPs of border states yesterday, and this meeting with the paramilitary DGs is also keeping in mind the situation as it evolved last night. Since daybreak, thankfully all has been quiet. There's been no incident reported along the LOC or along the international border. But as we are approaching the evening, I think our guards are up once again, because over the last 48 hours, with the sun setting, Pakistan has opened fire, artillery on the line of control, and also indulged in misadventure via drones like we saw last night.
Okay. Arunam, I'll keep coming back to you. We are getting some more updates now as far as India's preparedness is concerned. The central government has now empowered the Chief of the Army Staff to use the powers under them to call out every officer and every enrolled person of the Territorial Army to provide for essential guard or to be embodied for the purpose of supporting or supplementing the regular army. My colleague Akash Sharma is bringing us this update. This is also a very big step that the armed forces or the military is about to take.
So it's a reserve force. We have people who are interested in serving the army and cannot do that because of their other jobs, generally getting enrolled for it. But this is the time when country needs them, and this is the reason why we are getting this notification where it has been categorically mentioned that army chief is now empowered to take any sort of decision of the sort of deployment that the condition requires or the operational command requires. And for that, the officers or the personnel who are employed or are registered with the Territorial Army can be called. In fact, we have been told that total 14 infantry battalions are there, when we talk about territorial army. So we have got several departments. They work for environment, they work for railways, they work for Indian Army, they work for ration supply and everything else. But we have 14 infantry battalions as well, who can in fact assist the regular army. And this is one such time where we have seen that how the adversary in this particular case is attacking India, and in fact trying to attack India on a daily basis. And that's the reason why this notification has been put out by the central government, and in fact powers have been given to the Indian Army Chief, Shivani.
Okay, Akash, thanks a lot for bringing us that very important update. Let's also go across to our experts joining us. Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, former Chief of Integrated Defence Staff and Commander-in-Chief Western Naval Command is joining us. Tilak Devashir is author and former member of the National Security Advisory Board. I thank you, gentlemen, for your time. Vice Admiral, I'm coming to you first up. While the situation across the IB may be a little bit quiet right now after what transpired late last evening and night, it seems that India is very much preparing for every contingency. You must have just heard the news that we broke. Even every person who's associated with the Territorial Army could be brought on for duty. How do you see these measures being taken by the Army and the government as well?
Well, Shivani, thank you very much for getting me on your program. This is very essential because the manner in which the Army has to attend from smallest of issue to a bigger issue, and therefore it has been realized that some of these issues can be handled by the Territorial Army, for which they are well trained. So that army, the main army, fighting army, can concentrate on the closer to border, and maybe there is some offensive in making, quite possible. And therefore these are all required. But I must tell you that these things will continue to happen till such time we really remove the root cause of this entire firing, entire terrorism which is going on our side of the border. And terrorism is not because of Lashkar-e-Taiba or Hizbul Mujahideen. It is the biggest terrorist group in the world is the Pakistan Army and ISI.
Yes.
And therefore, it requires fair amount of hitting and hitting them hard, which the government is doing progressively. That
Yes.
you fire one, I will fire two. I will hit you harder than what you have done on every time that you fire. So it's
But
not
at
an
the same time, Vice Admiral, India is still allowing an off-ramp of sorts to Pakistani army. That okay, if you attend something, we're going to hit back proportionately. You may not be able to damage us. We will obviously manage damage, but we are not escalating it any further. But it's Pakistan's ISI and army that is just not taking that off-ramp.
Yeah, you see, idea is that we must have a handle on the escalation ladder.
Mhm.
You should never allow the escalation ladder to be controlled by your opposition party. So this is how you can keep under your control. Okay, let him fire. I will decide how much to escalate. And this is exactly what the government of India and the armed forces are doing. They are all ready. The political decision has to be taken as to what is the end result that we expect from the armed forces. And moment that end result is to end everything in Pakistan, it will happen. All forces will come together and they will have concentration of firepower and they will take out all the targets which they have already got in their mind. Not only in mind, they've got it all fitted along with their all the weapon systems which are available to them. Shivani.
Okay. So, gentlemen, just hold on with me. I'm just going to take our viewers through some more updates that are coming in. Veterans have written to the President and the Army Chief to offer their services to the nation. So, this is in continuation with the powers that the Army in any case has. We've been talking about that they can bring in all reserved forces, even others who have served the Army or are in other active jobs while being part of the Army. But the Territorial Army, which is the second line of defense, has already been asked to use their powers to call in everybody that has an association with them. Now we're getting to know that veterans of the country, war veterans and others who have served the armed forces, the military, have written to the President and the Army Chief that they are available for service. This is also a big update coming in, and you know, it just gives you an idea of the sentiment that is prevailing in the country right now. My colleague Akash Sharma is bringing us more on this. Akash.
So, you see, Shivani, we know that these are the hard times, even when the body language of the service chiefs or the Raksha Mantri is clearly indicating that whatever, danger was coming towards us, it was spotted. But then also we know that, armed forces are on high alert. The operational preparedness is at all-time high. And this is the reason why we are seeing notifications like such, in fact, where Territorial Army, in fact, the individuals who are registered with the Territorial Army can be called for their service. And in fact, Army Chief has been given powers for that. And in fact, a number of decisions can be taken like such. Shivani, as far as, I know last time maybe during Kargil, it may have happened. But till now, as far as Territorial Army is concerned, so we know that how crucial reserve it is, given the fact that they work for railways, they work for environment. We have their ECT, that is Ecologic Task Force, if I'm not wrong, and then we have their infantry battalion as well. We have, in fact, the Territorial Army is a very part of Ministry of Defense and is one of the crucial forces. We know that how they have, given their services during disasters, during floods and everything else related to that. But then this is the time when we have war-like situation. Our adversary, Pakistan, has tried attacking us twice now. One, first with the Pahalgam. Then secondly, yesterday in the morning where air defenses were targeted and in fact radars were targeted, and then in the evening starting from Jammu to different areas in the western sector, near the western borders where military establishment and in fact the civilian population was targeted. We have in fact several visuals that are suggesting that how missiles and in fact the drones were destroyed, and in fact we have got several evidences that how they were using Chinese missiles, and these missiles came from very much from Pakistan. So all of these evidences will of course be kept as sort of proof to show the international community as well that on one hand India has maintained that we don't want any sort of escalation, and that's the reason why initially after destroying your terror camps, we categorically mentioned that we haven't targeted your civilian population, we haven't targeted your military infrastructure, and we don't want any escalation. But then you started it, and now India is retaliating. Last night also we have seen that how India has retaliated. In fact, we are expecting a detailed briefing from the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of External Affairs on it. But we know this for a fact that how from Leh to Bhuj of Gujarat, several military infrastructures were targeted using drones, using missiles, using artillery, and in fact rocket as well. Where none of these attempts were successful, and our air defense systems, including S-400, Akash, and several 80 guns were there, to thwart these attempts.
All right, Akash, appreciate you joining us and bringing us more updates. As I was mentioning earlier, LG, Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, has been visiting some of those LOC areas where shelling has been the worst. We are getting, I believe, some information on him visiting Uri. This has been very badly hurt. Those are some of the visuals that are also coming in, and my colleague Ishan Vani is bringing us more. Ishan, give us a sense of his visit and the damage on ground.
Well, images are self-explanatory. I'll ask Bashir to come with me and show you that what exactly has transpired. These used to be shops here, and this is exactly the location where a shell landed yesterday after 9 o'clock when Pakistan resorted to intense ceasefire violation. Nothing is left here. Look at that refrigerator over there. It is just looking like, it's not even recognizable that what it is. You will notice here fumes, smoke coming out of this entire structure. This used to be a massive big structure of several shops which has been completely gutted, damaged, destroyed, and even the infrastructure that is here, because LG was here a while back. You'll also notice, if Bashir can follow me, I'll give you just an idea that how difficult it is to live on the line of control at the moment, particularly for the civilians. You will notice on the other side of this particular road, there are these massive markings. These are basically splinters which have hit and gone inside, cutting the shutter down and gone inside the shop. And if anyone would have been here at that given point of time, imagine what would have been his condition. And this is these are the scenes that we have seen at many places in Uri, where massive shelling since yesterday has resulted in damage to infrastructure. A woman was so unlucky that there was one shrapnel which came on their vehicle while they were trying to escape in Mohra, and it hit her neck and she died. And the rest of the family members are safe, but one lady has died, multiple are injured. Even if you look at this road, there are more structures, if Bashir can zoom in and show you, which have been hit by the intense shelling of the Pakistan Army. This is one such structure there. It was a shop owned by possibly a local Rajput Hindu who used to sell some items there, and that shop is also completely destroyed. And this tells you the intensity at which Pakistan shelling was happening yesterday, and the sort of bombardment that has been done, particularly in the civilian areas. This is one such area which has been impacted, but there are other areas in Uri where continuous ceasefire violation that was witnessed yesterday. We have been given to understand by the people in their late 30s that even they haven't seen such kind of intense shelling take place from Pakistan in the last at least 3 to 4 decades. So this is a mark of a new chapter for these people, where they have been displaced, where they have been uprooted from their houses, they have been shifted, but the administration now, from Lieutenant Governor to Chief Minister to the Cabinet Ministers, are coming, assuring them the government is trying to do every possible bit to ensure their safety and security.
Yes, and after that, of course, some help to these residents in rebuilding their lives as well. Ishan, thanks a lot for joining us. Let me quickly bring in our guests once again. Tilak Devashar, how do you look at this situation? Because, the government is still giving the signal that they are waiting for Pakistan to come to senses. Whatever retaliation they do, we're going to effectively thwart it. They're not going to manage to do much damage. We're going to hit back, possibly with greater intensity, to teach them a lesson, but not escalate any further. Are we at war, sir? Or is this still the brink of war?
Thank you, Shivani. About being at war, I'll tell you a very interesting story. In 1965, when the Indian mission was in Karachi, so the question arose whether the records should be burnt. When you have a hostile situation, all the cipher documents are burnt. But they can be burnt only if there is war. So they weren't sure if India was actually on war with Pakistan. So then a decision was taken to send somebody to the PAK Foreign Office and ask them if India and Pakistan were at war. Now, that Pakistan official himself did not know whether they were at war. So he said, I'll have to refer it to higher authorities and get back to you. And they never got back during the duration of the war. So it's, in modern day, it is very, very difficult to say if you are at war or you're not at war. I think one of the key indicators is that you're crossing the international boundary with the land forces. You see, if you're using standoff platforms or using drones, that doesn't really constitute entering another country's territory. It does, but not to the extent if you actually move in tanks and land forces or naval ships. So I think it's a grey area at the moment.
Yes.
We can't be sure one way or the other. But I think the important thing is that India's response has been very measured. And let's not forget, and we must keep emphasizing, that this whole crisis started because 26 innocent Indians were killed on communal lines in Pahalgam.
Yes.
You know, that should not be brushed under the carpet.
Absolutely.
That was the initial cause, and India reacted in a measured manner to attack the terror training camps. You know, so 9 targets were taken out, including the 2 snake pits of Muridke and Bhavanagar.
Yes.
Bhavalpur, yeah. So Pakistan reacted thereafter violently. They tried to hit 15 of our cities. And we had not targeted either the civilian population or military targets. Pakistan tried to do both. But our air defense was so good that they were totally foiled. And then as a reaction, India went in with drones at Lahore and Sialkot and other places. So last night, again, Pakistan came back at you with a drone strike. All of them again got foiled. So, you know, it's now, right now, hanging in limbo. That does Pakistan escalate? And if it does, what will be India's reaction? I think one thing India is very clear about, and as the Admiral Sinha also mentioned, that you keep control of the escalatory ladder.
Yes.
You don't want to go up too sharply up the escalatory ladder, but you will certainly do what you need to do to defend yourself and also to take the battle into Pakistan should they not get the message, should they not behave.
Yes.
So I think Pakistan has off-ramps if they want to choose it, if they want to choose to get off. But Pakistan's problem is that Asim Munir needs to show to his people back home, you know, because of his declining popularity and the declining popularity of the Pakistan army, they need to show something which they can claim victory. So, you know, you have absurd stories. 5 planes have been shot down. This has happened, that has happened. And these are all fake narratives. One war that Pakistan could possibly win is the battle of fake narratives. You know, they're very good at lying and they're very good in manufacturing stuff. So Asim Munir needs some sort of a victory. And that is, I think, is the dangerous thing, that he will go in for bravado just to show that he has achieved something.
You know, we're definitely dealing with a mad nation. I don't know if I can even use the term nation, but a set of mad people. But I think on the Indian side, what we're also displaying is quiet confidence that, okay, we know you're going to try something, maybe a few times. We are very well prepared to thwart those efforts, retaliate in kind. But we are also quietly waiting for you to come to your senses. Gentlemen, just stay with me. I want to take this further with you, but I have to slip into a very short break. More news and updates in just a couple of minutes. Our reporters are also continuously getting us breaking updates on the entire situation.
नाही सर.
With us, Shivani.
Yes, I just spoke to the very top sources in the IPL governing body, and they have confirmed that they are considering the suspension of the IPL as of now. When I asked them what is the reason behind this, is it because of the security concerns, has the government indicated anything to them, they said that no, this is not because the government has asked us to do anything, but when the country is at war, we cannot be seen playing cricket. This is something that the IPL governing body is thinking of in itself. What I've been told is that they're discussing it currently with the IPL franchises as to what needs to be done. What they're saying is that they're considering suspension of the IPL right now. What happens to the remainder of the season, we don't quite know. We know that, of course, the window available for the IPL is always these two. All right, now we're getting a confirmation that the IPL has been suspended. We're getting this confirmation coming in. As I said, the official source from the IPL governing body has been saying that they are considering this decision. And the reason is, as they said to me, that we cannot be seen playing cricket when the country is at war. As far as the government is concerned, there is no word as far on the security situation, etc. But yes, The IPL governing body feels that this is not something that should go on, and there are, of course, security and logistical concerns. There are multiple venues that are associated with the IPL. Movement of the players and the teams becomes a concern, and on top of that, the local security provision that has to be made for each and every match. Yesterday in Dharamshala, the match was going on even as news of Pakistan aggression was coming. Officially, the BCCI has still maintained that that match at Dharamshala had to be suspended because of floodlights issue. It was believed that that's what the crowd was told at the ground, so that there is no panic. But the actual reason was that they wanted to suspend it and have no activity there at the ground. But the BCCI till today has maintained the official line that that was only due to floodlights issue. But as news is now coming in, the IPL has been suspended for the remainder of the season. When it can pick up, we don't quite know, because the situation with India and Pakistan at the LOC and at the border now continues to be extremely fluid and extremely dangerous.
Yes, well, of course, the optics are pretty wrong in a situation like this, but clearly there is an overhang, security overhang, Shivani, and I'm sure that the BCCI's decision has probably been communicated to the government. Would you not agree?
Yes, absolutely. They will, of course, keep the government in loop. Just till 2 minutes back when they were talking about this, they said that, see, it's not as if the government has asked us to do anything. I think they said the government is doing their job. What is our job is to see whether we should be playing cricket at this time. The word used was that when the country is at war, we cannot be seen playing cricket. So I think this is also more to show solidarity with the fact that we cannot be doing this. This is a mega tournament. Under very few circumstances does the IPL ever come under question. You would remember that when elections were happening in 2009 and security was denied to the IPL, it moved to South Africa. But other than that, the IPL continues to be the biggest draw in world cricket. And come rain or shine, nothing really affects it. There have been questions on so many things about the IPL in the past, but it doesn't really work out because IPL is the BCCI's showpiece tournament in India, and a lot of the global cricketers come and play here. But I think in this situation, it is about their security as well. We've got foreign cricketers on Indian land. We've got Indian cricketers and their well-being to take care of. And I think one can understand why they're not saying this openly, that there are security and logistical concerns. Yesterday, after the match in Dharamshala was cut short, there had to be a special train that had to be organized for the players to come because airports were under, airport activity was under suspension by the government. So here, I think it kind of eases one element of security apparatus, local police, and others who are employed in giving security to IPL matches need not do so anymore. And yes, the bigger question now for the board and the IPL governing body to understand would be what happens next as far as the remainder of the season is concerned. The window is only till May end. After that, international window opens. So we don't quite know. This is unprecedented ground, really, as far as the IPL is concerned.
Yes, it is unprecedented ground. Of course, there have been instances in the past when the IPL has moved overseas, and that has been also because of certain other exigencies, but this time quite clearly linked to a conflict. Shivani, the Pakistani establishment has also decided to continue their version of the IPL in the Middle East, isn't it? That's also something that was reported.
Breaking updates coming in. This is a Network 18 exclusive. The Press Information Bureau has also quoted CNBC TV 18's interview with World Bank Chief Ajay Banga, who had said that the World Bank has no role in the Indus Water Treaty. My colleague Greya Atul is also joining us with more on this to take us through what the PIB has quoted.
Absolutely, Shivani. PIB is constantly identifying a lot of fake social media accounts on social media platform X, and they are putting it out there for people to notice that these are fake Pakistani propaganda. So there's a war that we are fighting along the line of control on the international border that we share with Pakistan, and there's a war online on social media over disinformation, against misinformation. Here's what we have learned. This is a video that has been shared at the PIB fact check site, and the fact check is saying this is an old video. This is being shared on social media with the claim that Pakistan has launched a missile attack in India in retaliation to Operation Sindoor. Now PIB goes on to claim that this video that is being shared is of an explosive attack that took place in Beirut in Lebanon, and this is dating back to year 2020. They also go on to further underline that one should not fall for any kind of propaganda, particularly by these handles that are from Pakistan. This is fake propaganda spread by Pakistani handles, and one must only rely on official information. An underlined statement that has been posted. This is the video, Shivani, if I can just put it across for my viewers, where this is the old Beirut explosion video that has been falsely linked to Pakistan's attack on India. Next, we also see here that Pakistan-based handles, and this is again something that's been put out by the Press Information Bureau. Pakistani handles are circulating a video that's claiming that Pakistan army strikes have happened to posts in the Battle sector in Jammu and Kashmir, eliminating at least 12 Indian soldiers, as has been claimed by many Pakistani handles. It's been fact-checked. It says that the video is an old one. It's not related to any activity that is post-Operation Sindoor. This is an image of August 2011, and it has also been used in news reports from 2016 is what is being claimed by the PIB. This is the image here, which is again a fake propaganda by Pakistan. If you also take a look at another fake propaganda, it's a PIB mentioning how several Pakistan handles are circulating an old image that claims that a Pakistani missile hit an Indian S-400 or the Sudarshan Chakra. Now, this is what they are going on to claim, that this is an image that's been shared in the year 2023, and it is of a fire at a military site in Moscow, nothing to do with India. So this is the image here, which again is a fake claim by Pakistan. Further, if we take a look at some more of these claims that have been asserted, presented by the Press Information Bureau, they also go on to underline that their social media posts are falsely claiming that India was targeted. India has in fact targeted the Neelam Jheelam hydropower project, something that Pakistan has been reiterating so far. It has also got its propaganda channels on social media, put out that entire thing, which has been completely dissed by the Press Information Bureau. They also call these claims baseless, where they're also underlining this fact that Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has clearly stated in a press conference that India has only targeted terrorist infrastructures in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So here they are talking about how this particular claim is absolutely false, as it has been alleged that India attacked Neelam Jheelam hydropower project. This is particularly obviously putting the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance, and in the aftermath there are these kind of reactions and false propaganda that's coming in from the Pakistani side. If you also further look at this one other post that has been in fact presented, where this particular person called Hassan Raza has said that Indian military used Ambala air base to attack Amritsar. This is again being claimed and quoted as a false claim that was made by Pakistan, that Indian military used Ambala air base to attack Amritsar and its own citizens. Absolutely false propaganda, completely being dissed by the Press Information Bureau. This claim, they say, is completely baseless and part of a concerted misinformation campaign. These are the words to be underlined here, where they have further put out a particular clip where they say that you can read more about the Pakistan attack on Amritsar otherwise, because this is what the claim really suggests, which is a completely false claim. So these are the facts that have been presented with ample amount of evidence. They have been countered, and all of these fake accounts have been established and collated. The data has been put out on the Press Information Bureau website.
Thanks a lot for that, Greha. Let's also go across to that update that we're tracking. CNBC TV18's interview with World Bank Chief Ajay Banga has been quoted by PIB. Ajay Banga, remember, had told Network 18 that World Bank has no role in Indus Water Treaty anymore. This is because it was being suspected that World Bank, that had originally facilitated the Indus Water Treaty between India and Pakistan, could come into play again if Pakistan was to approach them. But those hopes have been put paid too. My colleague Payal Mehta is also joining us for more. Payal.
Shivani, on day one when we reported that India would put the Indus Water Treaty into abeyance and multiple questions were asked, India was very, very confident that there is going to be no legal order to that. In fact, C.R. Patil on day one had told us that ek boond pani bhi Pakistan ko nahi jayega, and India is not scared of any legal hurdle because India feels that there are actually no legal hurdles. the clarification coming in from one of the key stakeholders over there, World Bank, is extremely important as far as India is really concerned. Shireen Khan's interview is, of course, being quoted by by PIB, the fact-checking unit of the government arm. But essentially, our sources in the union government and top sources have told us, Shivani, this is exactly the stand that the World Bank has communicated to India on day one after the Pahalgam attack. We're contemplating on making this happen as well. So that is something, of course, which has been there, and that was something that India really knows as well. So it is not really surprised because they know very, very well that World Bank is the facilitator, and India has slated the exact grounds on which the treaty has been put into abeyance. India in that communication to Pakistan has clearly said that you weren't behaving yourself, and you weren't behaving yourself the way you needed to, and that's the reason we've had to put this treaty into abeyance. So, of course, a strong shot in the arm as far as the Indian establishment is concerned.
Absolutely. Ajay Banga has made it clear that this is a treaty between two sovereign countries, and therefore the World Bank has no role in any mediation anymore. More updates coming in. The security meet that was ongoing at the Home Minister's residence has concluded. Sources are saying that stricter measures to strengthen airport security is what has been discussed as far as this meeting is concerned. The Home Minister was meeting several elements of the internal security in India, the BSF, the CISF and others. Of course, with the alarm that has been caused by Pakistan's escalatory actions on both the LOC and the international border, internal security in India and at the borders also becomes very, very important. My colleague Arunima is tracking more on this. Airport security is the biggest concern right now, Arunima?
It is, because, a number of airports have actually shut themselves ever since yesterday evening. Jammu, Chandigarh, Leh, Kulu, Jaisalmer, all these airports are currently shut for air traffic because these airports, A, are very close to our air assets, B, because, we saw the attempt by Pakistan to breach our airspace, and therefore this call was taken that till further orders, these airports will not be, it will not be feasible to fly out from these airports, Chandigarh also. The other airports which are functional, for example, Delhi, Mumbai, even though they are, high-value targets for the enemy, the Delhi-Mumbai airports have been kept functional, but security has been tightened here already. Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has come out with stricter measures yesterday evening. There are multiple layers of checks that are happening now. If you are going to take a flight, even if you are going on a domestic flight, the advice...
Seems like we've lost that line with Arunima. Stricter measures to be taken to strengthen airport security is the big message that is coming in as far as that meeting is concerned. Pakistan stooping to a new low, targeting civilian areas in the border region, especially across the LOC as well, where there has been both loss of property and life. Indian armed forces have thwarted multiple attack attempts by Pakistan. Now, two big escalations that have been attempted by Pakistan, one last afternoon and one late last evening. A missile-like weapon was used and found, crashed in Bhatinda and Hoshiarpur. The object appears larger than a big drum. It is believed to be part of a missile that was intercepted and destroyed mid-air by the Indian Army. In Jaisalmer, bomb debris was found by locals in Rajouri's Sundarbani area. A missile-like debris has been found. It was shot down by the Indian Air Defence Mechanism. So multiple such infiltration attempts by air have been thwarted, but even on ground, we have confirmed reports that infiltration attempts have been made which have been foiled by the BSF. One of them, a major infiltration bid at the international boundary in Samba. Intel sources say that as many as 7 Jaish terrorists were neutralized by our forces.
Pakistan had launched several projectiles yesterday on Pathankot, which was one of the areas where a number of projectiles were actually aimed at. Now, since this morning, a search operation has been launched from the side of the Punjab police. I'd like to ask my video journalist Sumit Jaguri to try and show you in the visuals how the Punjab police is carrying out these search operations. The basic motive of the search operation is to make sure that each and every projectile, be it drones or be it missiles that were launched from the side of Pakistan, which were destroyed by our systems, by our defense systems, by our air defense systems, those evidences could be be found over here. It is being said that at this very location, several of the projectiles that were aimed towards Pathankot and towards the Pathankot airbase were actually thwarted, and then eventually the debris had fallen over here in these locations, is what it is expected, and that is the reason why members of the Punjab police are now carrying out the search operation, trying to collect each and every evidence that they might get, which could prove actually very, very pivotal in exposing Pakistan as to how Pakistan has been attacking India, and not only attacking India but also has constantly been focusing on attacking civilian targets out here and military targets out here. So definitely this is something that is being conducted by the Punjab police, and now the Punjab police is trying to make sure that all these evidences are put in place before these evidences could actually be given to the agencies at this point in time. This small nala that you are seeing on your screens right now is one of the locations in which it is expected that several of the cheap missiles that were thrown from the side of Pakistan that got intercepted, and the debris might have fallen in this entire area, and hence this massive search operations has been launched over here. Not only the Punjab police but also members from the security agencies are also present over here.
रात को जिस तरीके से पाकिस्तान ने जो हमला किया था मिसाइल से, ड्रोन से, आपने देखा था?
हाँ बिल्कुल देखा था। हमला अचानक शुरू हो गया। एक्चुअल में कलेक्टर की तरफ से 9 बजे से लेकर सुबह 5 बजे तक ब्लैकआउट था, पर ये 8:30 पौने 9 बजे हमला शुरू हो गया, पर भारत ने मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया। जैसलमेर में लगभग अभी तक कोई न्यूज़ नहीं है कहीं हानि हुई है। इनके जो भी ड्रोन आए, फ्लाइटें आई है, सब वो क्रैश हो गई। भारत ने उसको निस्तो नाबूद कर दिया है। यहाँ जैसलमेर में कोई ऐसा अभी तक बताया नहीं जा रहा कि कहीं कोई नुकसान हुआ है।
पाकिस्तान ने जैसे टारगेट किया, हम शायद देख रहे थे कि शहर के ऊपर जिस तरीके से मिसाइलें मंडरा रही थी।
जी, पाकिस्तान ने जो टारगेट किया है ये अपने एयरबेस एरिया के ऊपर किया था, पर यहाँ माता जी की कृपा है, आज तक कभी भी पाकिस्तान यहाँ सफल नहीं हुआ है। हर बार विफल ही हुआ है, अब के विफल हुआ है और इतिहास दोहराया गया।
आप बताएं क्या तस्वीर रही होगी, और अभी क्या अब आपको लगता है कि अभी तो पूरा मार्केट ओपन हो गया?
रात को हंगामा होया था और लुगाई टाबर वगैरह सब डर गए थे, और तुम क्या कुछ होना है, पाकिस्तान का कुछ नहीं होना है, अपने हिंदुस्तान ने सब उसको कवर कर लिया, कुछ नहीं होना, नुकसान तो कुछ है।
आप आए। अच्छा, तो अब देखिए कि यहाँ पर इस वक्त आप देखिए कि रात भर से इस हनुमान चौक पर है, मैं तस्वीरें बताऊंगा कि ये मेन चौक है यहाँ पर जैसलमेर का, और यहाँ दुकानें आपको खुली हुई नजर आएगी। इसके बावजूद अभी थोड़ी देर पहले यहाँ पर बिजली बहाल की गई है, और लेकिन लोग घरों से निकल आए हैं, अब अपने काम पर भी आ रहे हैं इस वक्त, और हम सरकार के निर्देश का इंतजार कर रहे हैं। लेकिन आप क्या
लाइट अभी तक नहीं आई, रात को कटी हुई।
अभी नहीं आई आपके?
नहीं, बिल्कुल लाइट नहीं है।
CCTV footages that CNN News 18 has accessed of Pakistan shelling. This is from the Poonch area and from May 7. Remember, Pakistan had started shelling quite heavily in response to Operation Sindoor, and these are the CCTV footages that we've managed to access. This particular one is coming in from Poonch, and you can see the kind of damage. Poonch has been extremely badly hit. Another area that has been badly hit is Uri. My colleague Tejendra Singh Sodhi is also joining us for more on this. All right, these are visuals that are coming in. These are CCTV visuals that have been tracked from Poonch from May 7. These are not the latest ones, but from May 7, but it gives you an idea of the kind of intense shelling that is being done using artillery and others across the LOC in Jammu and Kashmir. Poonch and Uri continue to be two badly affected areas. My colleague Tejendra is also joining us with more on this. Tejendra.
Yes, Shivani. Pakistan Army has been violating the ceasefire and especially targeting the civilian population, both in Uri and Poonch. In Poonch, around 17 people so far have lost their lives, all civilians, including children and women, in the Pakistani aggression, and the CCTV footage clearly shows how Pakistan has been targeting the civilian population in the area. In Uri also, when Pakistan resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation, they targeted the civilian population, especially there's a village called Lagama where you have the Hindu populations, and they are the people who never migrated when the armed terrorism started in Kashmir Valley. So in Uri, people from all faiths, be it Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, they all lived together. They did not migrate. But when Pakistan last night resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation, they targeted the Hindu business establishments. A temple was also targeted in this area. In Poonch, Pakistan continues to target the religious places. A Gurdwara was yesterday targeted by the Pakistan Army. 3 Gurdwara workers, including a Granthi, were killed in Pakistani aggression. And now these CCTV footage clearly shows how civilian population is deliberately being targeted by the Pakistan Army. Shivani, ceasefire violation has been going on in Poonch for quite some time, but this is for the first time that the main town of Poonch is being targeted by the Pakistan side. Earlier, the ceasefire violation was limited to the villages adjacent to the line of control, but this time the Pakistan Army is deliberately targeting the main Poonch town. So all the casualties and all the damage which we have been reporting mostly has been reported from the main Poonch town. The CCTV footage which we have accessed clearly show that how the civilian population, the residential houses are being targeted. You know, the Indian Army is giving a befitting response to Pakistan, making it sure that there is no collateral damage on the Pakistan side.
But speaking of the Indian response, Tajinder, can you just detail it a little bit more for us? There have been updates of some Pakistani posts being destroyed. Can you just, clarify all of that?
Yes, Shivani. There are reports and confirmed reports from our sources within the security establishment that in the retaliation, several Pakistani posts have been completely decimated in the retaliatory fire. You see, we have a radar system called Swati, which has been deployed at several locations. We are not disclosing the locations. Radar is capable of locating the exact location from where the Pakistan Army is targeting our position. So we are making it sure that we are pinpoint targeting the exact location from where Pakistan is launching those missiles, where from Pakistan is launching those artillery shells. So we are hitting Pakistan at the place from where they are targeting our position, our civilians. So yes, you are right that several Pakistani positions have been completely decimated along the line of control, both in Jammu region as well as in Kashmir sector. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Tajinder, for breaking that down for us. More updates coming in. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be chairing a review meeting on cyber security preparedness of banks and financial institutions later today. This will be via video conferencing with the bank MDs. My colleague Pallavi is joining us with more on this. Pallavi.
That's right. So it's at 5 o'clock. Is that why we see interaction which the finance minister is going to be having with all the banking MDs, and there's a reason behind it. There has been an input which has been received by the government that there's a possibility that a desperate Pakistan which requires funds and which is being going out crying for more and more funds may actually intrude into a cyberspace, and the consumer's money may be at risk. So that is the reason why all bank MDs are going to be spoken to with the finance minister, where the finance minister is going to discuss with them how is it to ensure that cyber intrusion into our money doesn't take place, how the consumers can remain safe. So that's the critical meeting which is going to take place at 5 p.m. today. You know, over a period of time, ever since this kind of Operation Sindoor had taken place, there have been a series of meetings which the finance minister and the finance ministry has been holding, and this is to ensure that, you know, there is no attempt which is being made by a desperate Pakistan to intrude into the finances. We already have been reporting on the economic crippling of Pakistan. This is in sync with that. Tonight is a very important meeting which is going to take place at the IMF, and these are the reasons why India suspects that Pakistan, which is in urgent need of funds, may try to be desperate, may become desperate, and that is where the government is going to try and ensure that we consumers remain safe.
You know, the Indian government otherwise also is building a plan to put more pressure on those international lending organizations to reconsider some of the loans that they keep dishing out to Pakistan. Pallavi, that is also an important measure that the government is about to undertake.
Oh yes, absolutely. You're absolutely right. The first word of A verbal communication with the IMF has already gone in from the Department of Revenue. Then the Department of other financial services has spoken to what are called multilateral development banks, which is the MDBs, to ensure that ADB, for that matter, or World Bank does not give out money to the Pakistan. I think tonight when the conversation begins, the executive director of India, who is a representative at IMF, will make very quick points that you've given them 24 times bailouts, you've given them more than $1.8 billion in the last 2 months, and we've seen a spike as far as the defense spending of Pakistan is concerned. Where are they suddenly getting this money from? They are using the money meant for aid and development actually to divert it toward terror financing. So therefore India will be urging, one, cutting off all this kind of international aid assistance to Pakistan, and second, putting Pakistan on the grey list, which means you are on kind of a defaulter list, so you don't get many more funds as far as the multinational development banks are concerned.
Absolutely. Pallavi, thanks a lot for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you for more. That meeting at 5 p.m. later this evening. Let's also bring you a quick check of the ground situation, particularly in areas like Uri. They continue to be tense as Pakistan has resorted to intense artillery shelling, as we were mentioning, through the night, targeting several residential and commercial structures as well.
रहने वाले हैं कल कब कितने बजे हुआ ये और कैसे हुआ?
ये रात को तकरीबन 9:30 के बाद स्टार्ट हो चुका है। सुबह 7 बजे तक इन्होंने कुछ भी रोका शोका नहीं। क्रॉस बॉर्डर शेलिंग बहुत ही ज़्यादा हेवी साउंड्स आ रहे थे, जिसकी वजह से हमारे जो माएँ बहनें, हमारे बच्चे बहुत ही ज़्यादा पैनिक सिचुएशन एरिया में क्रिएट हो चुकी थी। उसकी वजह से बहुत ही ज़्यादा बुरा हाल, देखो आप खुद देख सकते हो, सब कुछ ऐश में बिखर गया है। हमारे पास वर्ड्स ही नहीं है कि हम इस सिचुएशन को कैसे बयां करें। हमारे साथ ही ऐसा हो रहा है। बॉर्डर्स के लोग जो अनसेफ फील कर रहे हैं, हमारे पास कोई यहाँ पे कोई सिचुएशन, ये कोई बंकर्स नहीं प्रोवाइड किए गए, हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं है। आप देख सकते हो खुद।
तो अब क्या चाहते हैं कि सरकार को ऐसे इवैक्यूएट कर लेगा, कहीं और लेके जाए सेफ जगह पे?
सरकार तो हम चाहते हैं इवैक्यूएट करे, हमारे पास बंकर। सबसे पहले तो हम पीसफुल एरिया के लोग हैं, हम अमन चाहते हैं, हम पीस चाहते हैं। हम सबसे पहले तो इन दोनों मुल्कों से गुजारिश करते हैं कि पीस होनी चाहिए, अमन होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हर साइड से इंसान मर रहे हैं, लोग मर रहे हैं, ह्यूमैनिटी मर रही है। आप प्लीज स्टॉप।
ये कितने बजे हुआ ये कल यहाँ पे?
ये 9:30 के करीब हुआ।
तो ये पहली बार यहाँ पे अपनी जिंदगी में देखा ऐसा गोला गिरते हुए?
हाँ, अभी तो पहली बार ही देखा सर। इससे पहले तो हमने देखा नहीं कभी गोली में। रात को 9:30 के बाद हम इतने परेशान हो गए, हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे, फैमिली मेम्बर्स, जो माएँ बहनें हमारी, सब परेशान थे। उसकी वजह से तो हम ना रात को खा पाए, कुछ ना सो पाए सर, इतने ज़्यादा परेशान थे।
तो यहाँ से लोग निकल भी रहे हैं काफ़ी सारे?
हाँ सर, बहुत ज़्यादा। हमारा तो मुझे लगता है सर उड़ी सेक्टर में 90% लोग इस टाइम यहाँ से बाहर हैं।
तो आप चाहते हैं कि सरकार आपको यहाँ से कहीं सेफ जगह पे ले जाए?
हाँ सर, हम तो चाहते हैं सर, हम हर कोई सेफ ही लेके जाए यार सर। और सरकार से हमारी ये विनती है कि मतलब जिसका जो नुकसान हुआ है
उसको कम से कम भरपाई की,
उसकी कम से कम भरपाई की जाए।
इस वक्त हम उड़ी में मौजूद हैं। कल रात को यहाँ पर बहुत ज्यादा गोलाबारी हुई। पाकिस्तान ने इनडिस्क्रिमिनेट फायर किया। यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं इस वक्त उड़ी की सिचुएशन क्या है। तकरीबन पूरा बाजार जो है वो सुनसान पड़ा हुआ है। पूरा इलाका जो है वो पूरा खाली हो चुका है। 80% आबादी जो है यहाँ से वो नकल मकानी कर चुकी है। सब लोग लगातार, आज भी जो लोग जिन्होंने रात को कहीं ना कहीं शरण ली, क्योंकि उड़ी में तो सबसे बड़ी मुश्किल की बात यह है कि यहाँ पर लोगों के पास शरण लेने के लिए जगह नहीं है। लोगों ने किसी तरह से रात गुजारी और इस वक्त मैक्सिमम लोग जो हैं वो अपने अपने घरों से जो हैं वो निकल कर सेफर प्लेसेस पर जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लगातार रात को जो गोलाबारी की वजह से लोग दहशत में रहे। कई जगहों पर जो है वो जख्मी होने की इतलात मौसूल हुई। यहाँ पर उड़ी में तिरकांजन इलाके में राजरवानी इलाके में एक औरत जो है वो उसकी मौत वाक़ा हो गई इस गोलाबारी में, और कई लोग जो हैं वो जख्मी हुए। थाजिल के अंदर जख्मी हुए। तीनों एतराफ से जो है उड़ी के अंदर जो है वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो सीज फायर वायलेशन किया गया। लगातार जो है आर्टिलरी शेल्स जो हैं वो बरसाए गए। सिविलियन आबादी को जो है वो टारगेट किया गया। आप यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं पूरी मार्केट जो है वो पूरी सुनसान पड़ी है। आपको यहाँ पर कोई भी शख्स जो है इस तरह से घूमता नजर नहीं आएगा, जबकि उड़ी के अंदर जो है हमेशा गहमा गहमी चहल पहल रहती थी। ये बाजार जो है वो भरा रहता था, लोग यहाँ पर हर इतराफ से आते थे क्योंकि उड़ी एक बहुत बड़ा मार्केट है। यहाँ पर चाहे कमलकोट सेक्टर हो, चाहे हाजी पीर सेक्टर हो, चाहे आप सोकड़ की बात करें, चाहे आप दूसरे इलाकों की बात करें, वहाँ के लोग जो है वो मेन मार्केटिंग करने के लिए उड़ी ही आते थे। उड़ी जो मरकज माना जाता है और यहाँ पर इस वक्त पूरा सन्नाटा छाया हुआ है।
ग्राउंड जीरो की तस्वीरें हम दिखाना चाहेंगे। विजय आफा को मैं कहूंगा कि ये अंदर इस मकान में जाए और कोशिश करे कि जो तस्वीरें हैं ग्राउंड जीरो के हकाइक जो है वो सामने लाए, क्योंकि जिस तरह से लगातार लोगों का कहना है कि सीज फायर वॉयलेशंस हुई है पास्ट में भी, लेकिन आज इस तरह की वॉयलेशंस जो हुई है, इस तरह की शेलिंग जो हुई है वो काफी भयानक है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि दिल दहलाने वाले मनाजिर जो है वो न्यूज 18 के कैमरा में कैद हो रहे हैं। और ये घरों का हाल है जिससे यकीनी तौर पर जो आंखें हैं वो नम होती है, दिल टूट जाते हैं और हर किसी के दिल से आह निकलती है और लोग चाहते हैं कि ये वार जो है ये रुक जाए, क्योंकि इनका कहना है कि जो बॉर्डर्स पे लोग रहते हैं वही इस वार की कदर समझते हैं, क्योंकि किस जो तबाही है वो खास तौर पर बॉर्डर एरिया के लोगों को ही झेलनी पड़ती है। और साथ ही साथ ये चाहते हैं कि सरकार इस तरह के इकदाम उठाए कि इनकी जानों का तहफ़्फ़ुज़ जो है वो मुमकिन बनाया जा सके। ये घरों की तस्वीरें हैं, ये रेजिडेंशियल एरियाज की तस्वीरें हैं। नाम बताए अपना।
लवली कुमार।
लवली जी बताइए क्या हुआ रात को? हालांकि हम भी मौजूद थे, हमने खुद देखा, डरावना माहौल था, खौफ था।
बहुत खौफ था सर। रात को यहाँ पे पड़े, ऊपर टीन पे इसके छरे पड़े, शीशे जितने भी मकान के सब टूट गए, ये पूरे गिर गए सब कुछ। रात को ऐसे ही बैठे रहे, ऐसे ही सोए रहे जमीन पे।
तो कभी इस तरह का अटैक देखा था आपने?
पहली दफा देखा ये।
तो आप क्या चाहते हैं आप बॉर्डर्स में जिस तरह से लोग रह रहे हैं?
थोड़ा
Thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta and we continue to get you the latest that we're tracking on the India-Pakistan situation. Breaking updates coming in. Top government sources are telling CNN News 18 that India's message to Pakistan is absolutely clear, that de-escalate as soon as possible, otherwise they will only have a heavy price to pay. Pakistan instead should focus on the root cause of the problem, which is terror emanating from its territory. India in its first attack has only targeted enemies of India in Pakistan, not any military targets or civilians, and Pakistan needs to understand the distinction. Is that message really going to Pakistan is the big question really. My colleague Anand Narasimhan is also joining us for more on this. Anand, we've seen not just noted US sanctioned terrorists coming out in the open as far as funeral processions are concerned, but the Pakistani army standing right behind them.
Well, those pictures have been also quoted by the Indian envoy to the United Kingdom, Vikram Doraiswamy, where and after Vikram Misri, it's a second diplomat who's now come out and very clearly put it out on international media, asking this question: how is a proscribed US proscribed terrorist and a Lashkar operative, key man of the Lashkar, even though he may present a very benign face, leading the funeral prayers where jihadis are being given a state funeral? And the Pakistan military senior officials and also some members of the Pakistan polity are standing behind and being led by a terrorist. Is this not a state backing for jihad and for terrorists? That's the big question. The other part Bharat is saying is that we have hit Pakistan hard, and the fight is with the terror infrastructure and dismembering and dismantling the terror infrastructure. Bharat's focus is very, very clear that they want Pakistan to offer up and give up the 3-4 big figureheads of the Lashkar and the Jaish. So Masood Asar, Rauf Asgar, Talha Saeed and Hafiz Saeed. These are the names that Bharat would like Pakistan to sit on across the table and discuss and clearly show intent. If they give up these people for being brought to justice for the terror acts that they have masterminded and fomented on Indian soil, then Bharat will take Pakistan's commitment towards waging a war against terrorism very, very seriously. Till then, what Bharat will see is that every act, military escalation by the Pakistanis, is a direct correlation of defending their own terror infrastructure. That's how Bharat will see it, and that's exactly what the Indian ambassador to the United States, Vinay Mohan Kwatra, also espoused.
Anand, just stay with me. I also want to go across to our experts joining us. Brigadier Vinod Datta, Kargil war veteran, is actually joining us. Thanks a lot, sir, for your time. How do you see the kind of aggression that is coming in from Pakistan and the response that India is giving? So far, very measured, very controlled and non-escalatory.
Yeah, well, India was expecting, some kind of retaliation from Pakistan. Though India had already, sensitized the international community, and even Pakistan was aware that India is going to have surgical strikes on the terror outfits. And Indian Army calculated it very, very precisely. There was no collateral damage, and the hit probability was 100%. Well, India was expected, and India was all prepared for this. And last night, when the Pakistanis tried to do this adventure, it was on the same pattern what they did in 1971. I remember clearly on 3rd of December when they attacked 13 airfields, and I was present in one of the airfields which was bombed. So India had foiled all the attacks, and our air defense system. And I can say very proudly, the motto of air defense is Akash Shatru ne jahi. And the enemy could not, enter the Indian skies. They were decimated, they were downed, they were told to return back. And it was a great success for Indian air defense and the defense forces. Whereas the early warning systems of in Lahore, Faisalabad, the AWACS have been done away with. So Pakistan was in total turmoil last night, and it was also a clear message to Pakistan that should you try any misadventure, though India is doing very calibrated and retaliatory attacks only.
Yes.
India doesn't want to escalate. India wants a peaceful and a stable Pakistan, but it will not tolerate any kind of nonsense as far as terrorism is concerned. And Pakistan is well aware. In Balakot, we have, we struck one target. Here there were 9, and if more mushroom, they will also be, finished and, sent to the right destination.
Sir, just stay with me. Brigadier Air Marshal B.K. Pandey, former IAF Training Command Chief, is also with us. I quickly first want to go across to a social media post that has come in from the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. He has made heartfelt tributes to the immortal warrior of the nation, Maharana Pratap, on his birth anniversary. The X-tweet also goes on to say, the courage and valor he displayed in defending the pride of the motherland continues to serve as a guiding light for our brave heroes and heroines today. His valorous life dedicated to Mother India will forever inspire the people of the nation. Not much else from the Prime Minister at this stage, but only honoring the memory of Maharana Pratap. Let me go back across to our guests who continue to be with us. Air Marshal B.K. Pandey is also with us. Sir, for the benefit of our viewers, could you please outline the superiority that India has, particularly in the skies, versus Pakistan?
Well, basically the comparison has to be made between the two air forces and of course the forces on the ground that act against air attacks. So in the total perspective, India is definitely better equipped than Pakistan at the moment, because we are a larger force and we are capable of taking on, of course, not only Pakistan, but even other enemies that may confront us.
Yes. I'll come back to you, sir. Air Marshal and Brigadier Vinod Datta, just stay with me. We have more updates coming in as far as Pakistan's response to India is concerned. Now the Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has made one more threat against India. He has gone on to say, if no talks, then guns. This is what Khwaja Asif has said. He's been at the forefront of making inflammatory statements against India, but the Indian intelligence agencies see this only as a sign of desperation. It also depends on what side of the bed he wakes up in the morning, because some days he talks about stopping the escalation where it is, that if India stops, we will stop. Then another day he wakes up and threatens India with nuclear weapons. This is the same man who has, of course, gone on international media to accept that Pakistan was doing the dirty job of the US and the West for 30 years when it was funding, training and harboring terror groups inside its territory. My colleague Anand is also joining us to break this down further for us. How seriously are we to take Khwaja Asif?
Well, Bharat is not taking Khwaja Asif seriously because he's highly discredited himself by the comments that he's made. But there is a picture behind the picture. Khwaja Asif is worried about his political constituency, that is Sialkot. Sialkot has undergone some heavy pummeling and punishment with the air defense systems, reportedly also totally damaged because of Bharat's counter-reaction to Pakistan's military strikes. What one needs to listen carefully when we listen to Khwaja Asif speak is, he says that we cannot afford to carry this on for long. He's trying to put words and project it in a way that Pakistan is at a position of strength, but in that line itself emerges Pakistan's vulnerability. Pakistan does not have the faculty, the funds, nor does it have the fortitude to be able to continue an intense engagement with Bharat. And that is something that is coming through from Khwaja Asif and his nervousness. So much so that he is contradicting himself within 12 hours of his interviews between one media platform to another. So that is the reason why, because the Pakistanis don't know what's hit them. The other part is that being the defense minister of Pakistan, he's actually come across as clueless and quite literally kept in the dark by the military establishment. And that itself is there for us. So somewhere from the Indian think tank and the Indian government, the more Khwaja Asif speaks, the better for Bharat, because the more Pakistan gets exposed globally.
Absolutely. Anand, we're getting an excerpt of his latest statement, I believe. Let's just play that out for our viewers.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे एनएसएस की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की गवर्नमेंट की, और वो नहीं सुनते, तो फिर क्या अगली बात, अगर टेबल पे बात नहीं होती, तो क्या अगली बात बंदूक पे होगी, बंदूक के जरिए होगी?
जी बिल्कुल, that is the only option left to us.
दिनों में पाकिस्तान को फैसला करना होगा, घंटों में करना होगा, और we still have the luxury कि अच्छा एक दो हफ्ते और देख लेते हैं चीजें बने.
We do not have the luxury of waiting for days. मैंने plural इस्तेमाल किया. We do not have the luxury to wait. This patience will cost us. So we have to stop them right now in the tracks. कि ये चीज जो है acceptable नहीं है. ये हमने 2-3 दिन देख लिया है कि de-escalation की possibilities की जो उम्मीद लगाई थी, लेकिन ये de-escalate नहीं हो रहा. So Pakistan is taking things, a bit a notch up now or further.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे एनएसएस की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की.
All right, there you heard it. A bit of a leading question there, but the defense minister certainly approving what was asked, that if there are no direct talks, then there will be guns. In other ways, he's saying that Pakistan will lose its patience and escalate further, because he's painting it out to be that India is not de-escalating. But India has given them a route off this escalation ladder at every step. Thrice now. After the Pahalgam attack, India conducted very surgical strikes on terror camps, but Pakistan retaliated. Then we hit back only in retaliation, in proportion, but they tried their misadventure again last night. Air Marshal B.K. Pandey and Brigadier Vinod Datta both continue to be with us. Thank you for your patience, gentlemen. Brigadier Vinod Datta, how do you see this bravado from the Pakistani establishment? I mean, they've not won a single war with India. They possibly cannot sustain themselves in a conventional war with India even today, but the bravado is endless.
Yeah, I agree with you because this kind of pseudo confidence which they have, the kind of trust they have on false claims, the kind of destiny they have with having tall claims like even 65 and 71 war. 65 our Honorable Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri ji had already said कि Ayub Khan साहब आपको आने की जहमत नहीं है. When they were claiming that we have reached Ambala, he says we will come and look you up in Lahore, and we did the same thing. 71 also it was repeated. They are living in a fool's paradise. You see, they should know that what is their reality. They don't have logistic stamina as far as defense is concerned. They don't have a good financial health. They don't have a good, rapport with the international community. They have been going with a begging bowl everywhere. And you see, warfare these days, it's not, rhetoric or jingoism by which you can win. They have indulged in that. But last night we have seen, you see, they could not even penetrate our air defense wall.
Yes.
Leave aside, taking on India. And India retaliated so hard. And now, just because they have to make some kind of statement to their people, in fact, I will only tell the government of Pakistan, वतन की फिक्र करना था, वतन की बर्बादी आने वाली है. So they should, wait, ponder, and take a step back and help in bringing down the terrorism, because they themselves are being impacted so badly by terrorism. And this is high time that they should keep aside their ulterior motives, their political ambitions, and their loot and pillage which they have done of this country, and they should look after their people.
Yeah. Air Marshal, please weigh in on this. I want to understand from you India's response so far. Why is it that India's response is only proportionate retaliation? Because Pakistan has made it very clear it will target both military and civilian installations, which India does not want to do on the Pakistani side. But India is still ensuring that this does not escalate any further, despite being the bigger power and the bigger military here. Just give me your sense of the Indian mind here.
Well, India is a very mature nation, and India would not like to unnecessarily escalate the conflict with Pakistan, because ultimately it has no benefit for India. India would like to resolve issues with Pakistan in a more civilized fashion, and that is the option that is advisable. War is not an option. It is not advisable for the nation's economy or the welfare of its people. So to that extent, I think it's a very pragmatic step that the Indian government has taken, that to be very cautious and very patient, even with dealing with an enemy like Pakistan. So I don't think we need to worry about this.
Okay, we don't need to worry. That certainly, of course, is the confidence, quiet confidence that India has, unlike the bravado that is coming in from Pakistan. Gentlemen, just stay with me. I have some more breaking updates that are coming in. Another CNN mega exclusive. India has hit Pakistan, and quite badly. This is information that we're getting about what was India's retaliation against Pakistan's drone and other missile strikes last evening. We are being told that India hit their air defense systems last night as well, not just last afternoon when it happened, came out on the Lahore air defense system, but last night as well, India has hit their air defense systems. India has sent 14 loitering munitions and hit 12 air defense systems in various cities. India has also discussed possible scenarios for future action and is absolutely well prepared. My colleague Anand Narasimhan bringing us more on this. Anand.
Well, so this is confirmation of why Khwaja Asif was nervous. Like we said, there is CNN News 18 via Manoj Kumar Gupta has been able to understand and glean that Pakistan's military strike on the intervening night of 8th May and 9th May, and especially between 8:30 p.m. and 9:15 p.m. Indian Standard Time, was aimed at about 15 locations between Leh, Jammu, Srinagar, Akhnur downwards all the way till Jaisalmer. There are 2-3 assessments here. Bharat was able to negate, neutralize all probing efforts by the Pakistan military via the air route, be it whatever kind of projectiles, so be it missiles, be it loitering munitions, drones, everything was neutralized between the Army air defense systems and the Air Force air defense system. So it was a comprehensive wipeout there, no success at all for the Pakistan military. In Jawabi Karwai, because like to like, that's the statement that India had said, whatever you do, we will give it back to you in equal measure. Success rate for Bharat has been far higher. Out of 14 loitering munitions that were sent, 12 have found their mark There's a reason why Rawalpindi PCB actually stopped not just the Pakistan Super League, they've decided to move it away to the UAE because the air defense system installation in Pindi is not far away from the cricket stadium. So there were loud explosions and it's made a lot of the foreign players very nervous. So that's demolished. The Walton Road in Lahore was a setback by whatever Karwai was done even on 8th morning. Then the other aspect is Sialkot. So the Sialkot has seen pummeling both on 7th, 8th and 8th, 9th by the Indian probes or the Indian reply. The other part is there are portions in Karachi, in Quetta, there are some other locations like Sargodha and so many other locations where we have to wait for confirmation. But 12 out of the 14 loitering munitions that were sent as reply have found their mark. But what stands out, there are two ways to look at it. Were the Pakistanis were only sending probing entries across the length and breadth of the western border? That's the big question because most of it were not very heavily weaponized or it did not carry too much of munition. Yani banduk thi par goli nahi thi. So that was the case with a lot of it. So is that the state of the current military or were they trying to probe? But the larger question, then there is another question. If they wanted to probe, they could have targeted 5 locations. Why try 15 and that too across the length and breadth of the western border and go into such a big expansive probe? But that shows that Pakistan has been hurt badly. And that's why India is looking at the calibration levels and to also see what kind of response. There is a reason why there are alerts given to all the ports, etc. And not just in the western border, even the southern borders and some of the eastern borders have also now been alerted to say to maintain certain vigil. If Leh was also on the target radar, something can give tonight. So it could be an active night or an active evening, 9th and 10th of May also, Shivani.
Absolutely. Thank you, Anand, for putting that into perspective. Were the Pakistanis trying to test our systems, see what they were up against? We'll take that to our experts in just a bit, but more updates coming in. We were just telling you about Khwaja Asif, talking about that there will be guns if no talks, but red-faced after India's strikes and also India's defense, not allowing any of their drones or missiles to penetrate. Pakistan Defense Minister Khwaja Asif now says that Pakistan did not intercept Indian missiles deliberately. We've got this excerpt coming to us. Let's listen in.
हमला हुआ वो ड्रोन हमला बेसिकली हमारी जो लोकेशंस हैं उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए जो है किया गया एक टेक्निकल चीज है जिसको मैं उस तरह एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता और इसलिए उनको इंटरसेप्ट ना किया गया ताकि हमारी लोकेशंस जो हैं वो लीक ना हो या वो लोकेट ना हो और जब वो एक सेफ लिमिट पे आए तो हमने उनको मार कराया.
All right, so there you hear the Pakistan Defense Ministry now in an official capacity in their parliament, it seems, speaking to the rest of the decision makers and saying that they did not intercept Indian missiles and drones deliberately so that they don't give out their locations. I don't know how strong that statement is, but my colleague Siddhant is also joining us with more on this. Siddhant, this seems to be, face-saving measures by the Pakistan government.
Well, that's right, Shivani. And in fact, Mr. Khwaja Asif should also realize that, he has been reading handouts from Rawalpindi from last 3 weeks. And perhaps now he should realize that Rawalpindi, the army of Pakistan, is making him look fool in front of the whole world in last 3 weeks, especially the kind of statements that have come from his side. And now this is a fresh statement where a defense minister of our country is saying that we had deliberately not intercepted the Indian drones, because if we had done that, they would have got to know about our key army installation, security installation. Perhaps the most bizarre reply ever given by any force or defense minister of any country. We have been covering wars, reporting on wars from last 3 years, and never we heard of this excuse coming from any of these countries who were at war. So, you know, this is for the first time we are hearing that drones were deliberately were allowed by Pakistani air defense systems, and they were not shot down only because if they had been shot down by the army, then India would have got to know about their key installation. But the fact is, Shivani, that India had brought down Lahore's air defense systems. Perhaps that was confirmed by the Indian side officially yesterday. In fact, there were other military installations also which were hit by the Indian side, and this was in the response to what Pakistan attempted to do day before yesterday, perhaps targeting Indian key installations at various locations.
Right. Siddhant, thank you for joining us. Let me take this to our experts, in fact, joining us. Air Marshal B.K. Pandey, former IAF Training Command Chief, is with us. Air Marshal, can you make sense of what Khwaja Asif is saying? Is there any sense at all in what he is trying to present as a defense of why Indian drones managed to penetrate their systems? This could well be, also ignominy because of the fact that none of their drones managed to land anywhere in India. And if anything landed, it did not detonate. So it was either faulty or it was brought down in the skies itself.
No, they may put up any excuse, but our drones are our drone systems are quite capable of penetrating the Pakistani airspace and Pakistani air defenses. So there is no doubt about that. So I don't think we should take their explanations very seriously.
No, this seems to be an excuse that he's presenting to his own people, it seems, because there seems to be pretty heavy damage, particularly on their air defense systems from the Indian side.
Yeah, as I said, our drones are very capable, and they can take on the Pakistanis. There is no problem there.
I believe I heard...
are not strong enough.
Yeah. Air Marshal, I think I heard Khwaja Asif say something like we did not intercept them so that we don't give out our locations or our sensitive locations, and we only did...
I don't think that is true, because we know their locations. Their locations are well known to us, so there is nothing to hide there. So it is just that our drones are quite capable of taking on their targets and destroying them.
Yes. For the benefit of our viewers, I'm just trying to technically break down what he's saying. Is there any technical sense in what he's saying, that we allowed them to come as close as possible before doing anything so that we don't give out our locations? That does that make any sense at all? Is that any military strategy?
Not at all.
Not at all. Exactly.
Not at all.
Brigadier Vinod Datta, you want to comment on this? Face saving, bravado, inflammatory speeches and statements, that's all that Pakistan seems to be managing right now.
Well, I would only say about Khwaja Asif that he is calm, cool and clueless. You see, being a defense minister, he doesn't know what is happening. And that is the character of Pakistan. Even when Kargil, was planned, they had made a Kargil cabal, in which the DGMO, the Prime Minister, I mean, they were not involved at all. Parvez Musharraf has involved only, GOC 10 Corps and Major General Jamshed Hussain, Commander FCNA, and the CGS, who was sitting in the general headquarters. So it is a tradition. I mean, it is a modus operandi. They ignorant about what is happening, and he has been giving loose statements. And khali takreer karne se kuch nahi hota hai. You have to strike and strike hard. Why should India allow these weapons to come? Because there was a iron wall which was there. They were intercepted, they were downed, they were destroyed. So this is ridiculous that we allowed them. We will not allow anything, inside our territory.
Yes.
And our air defense system is one of the formidable systems which we have. I mean, whether you talk of S-400 or Akash or any other system, we have got a series of these air defense systems. And our air defense system and CNR system is so good, control and reporting system. So, I have served in an air defense brigade, and we know, how much time do we take? and India had taken seconds to retaliate.
Yes.
And that's a time which is required to retaliate back. You can't be thinking and taking decisions till cows come home. When Pakistan was attacked, by these surgical strikes on these terror camps or the markers, they were attacked in the middle of the night, and the meeting was held at 10 o'clock. I mean, which nation will do that? So, I mean, they were aware of it, and they know that, where they stand. But केवल, जुगलबंदी करने से, जुमलेबाजी करने से आप आवाम को पागल नहीं बना सकते. You have done it for, more than 77 years, but you can't, take them for a ride any further.
Yes. Not the day and age where you can fool your own public. I request our guests to stay with us. We're getting some more exclusive coverage coming in as far as Pakistan's designs are concerned. Pakistan tried to target Hindu-dominated areas in Uri, specifically in Lagama village of Uri, where Hindus reside. Several shells were fired by Pakistan. A Prachin Pandav Mandir has suffered damage as one shell landed near the temple. The priest has told CNN News 18 that the temple and Hindus living in the area were the targets of these attacks. Take a look.
So multiple shells actually landed in the civilian population in Uri, and one such shell landed in the temple premises in this area of Lagama in Uri, where it landed. Look at this, shattered glasses. This side has been shattered. Even the roof there has been cut, and second side you will also see a bit of torn roof. This is because of the shell which landed. Glasses are still lying around, but Bashir will show you the exact spot where the shell landed. This is on the exterior side of the temple where the shell landed, and then another shell landed on the other side of the road. But this shell was so huge that the priest says that he believes it was a deliberate targeting of a temple here, and they wanted to target the temple here in Uri, and that's why the shell was fired at this location. This is the temple premises you will see above us, where the temple is located, and he believes that if shell would have come towards this side, then it might have created a more damage to the infrastructure. But lucky enough for the temple people, disciples, and also the priest, that the shell landed outside, causing a few damage in the temple premises, but not so much. Thankfully, the shell landed outside, but they believe there is a deliberate targeting for the Hindus and also the people of this temple where it exists in this particular place of Uri. The Indian Army has given a befitting reply, and one has to wait that how this transpires from here on. बाबा सुभाष नायक जी, क्या हुआ कल यहाँ पे? आप यहाँ पे पुजारी के रूप में काम कर रहे हैं, क्या हुआ था मंदिर के बाहर?
यहाँ कल को रात को 11 बजे सेलिंग स्टार्ट हुआ पाकिस्तान की तरफ से, तो धीरे धीरे छोटा छोटा गिरता रहा। उसके बाद आप सोच लीजिए 12 बजे से लेकर 2 बजे तक बहुत सेलिंग हुआ, जो कि यहाँ पर हिंदू और ये मंदिर और जो आर्मी का बेस, इसको टारगेट ज़्यादा उन्होंने किए थे, तो इसलिए बहुत सेलिंग हुआ। जो कि यहाँ पर मंदिर के आसपास 3 इधर गिरा है, आगे गिरा है, और हमारा बाज़ार में लगामा जो बाज़ार है, मार्केट है, वहाँ पर भी डैमेज बहुत घर हुआ। उसके बाद नीचे भी हिंदुओं का बस्ती, वहाँ पर भी डैमेज हुआ। NHPC जो हमारा पावर प्लांट है केंद्र सरकार, वहाँ पर भी बहुत डैमेज हुआ। तो कम से कम 11 से लेकर 4 बजे तक सेलिंग शुरू हुआ। हमारा भी फौजियों का भी उसको मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया गया। नहीं तो यहाँ पर जो ड्रोन मैंने खुद देखा हुआ था, 12 बजे ड्रोन जो उड़ रहा था, तो उसी को टारगेट करके उन्होंने गिराया। नहीं तो यहाँ पर बहुत डैमेज कंट्रोल होता, बहुत, जो कि कल्पना से परे होता।
आपको लगता है कि यहाँ पर मंदिर को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश?
हाँ जी, आपके सामने में ही है। मंदिर से मतलब कम से कम 20 फुट की दूरी पर गिरा है। तो गांव के अंदर भी टारगेट आपने देखा, बाजार में जो बाजार है और लगामा का जो हिंदू बस्ती कितना दूर है, तो वही पास में, तो टारगेट से चूक हुआ। नहीं तो गांव के भी बहुत डैमेज होता, कैजुअलिटी बहुत होता, मंदिर भी बहुत नष्ट होता। ऐसे भी मेरा मंदिर का बहुत डैमेज हुआ है, इसी के शब्द की वजह से बहुत जोर से हुआ, जो भयानक हुआ 20 फुट के दूर पर। तो मंदिर इसी के लिए ही टारगेट था उनका।
तो आपको लगता है मंदिर को डिलिबरेटली टारगेट करने की कोशिश की?
हाँ जी, 100% मंदिर और हिंदुओं को टारगेट किया हुआ।
Ishan is in fact joining us live now. Ishan, you have been bringing us reports of the damage that particularly Uri has taken, and this particular village we've just played out that report. What are the concerns in the minds of the residents there?
Well, the concerns are that the overnight shelling is shattering them. The overnight shelling is bringing life to a halt. And scaring them the most is the night time when shells start to land in the residential areas. Now, there's a mini population of Kashmir, Hindus living in one village in Uri where multiple shells have landed. And the priest of the temple where one of the shells landed has said to CNN News 18 that he understands that the target was the Hindu community, particularly the temple, but the Pakistan deliberately tried to shower shells at these locations and at these houses. Civilians are the ones who face the brunt of the ceasefire violation. That's why we're seeing that the civilians have moved out of vulnerable areas. They were waiting and thinking yesterday, because we were here yesterday in Uri, thinking that there might be some restraint from both the sides, and which will result in a kind of de-escalation on the line of control. But that didn't happen, which has led to a wider escalation. We saw yesterday there were swarm drones which were sent in by Pakistan towards Jammu, and blackout was observed in most parts of Kashmir as well, fearing that there could be possibility of such strikes in Kashmir as well. But the artillery shelling in Uri, Kupwara has disturbed these families, have made them move out of these areas. Vehicles after vehicles, while we traveled through Uri, we saw them leaving with their some handful of belongings so that they could carry. Some of them have their cattle and other stuff with them, and they are also taking them along wherever they can. In Kupwara also, we have seen the massive shelling taking place, and the residential houses have been destroyed. In Uri, many houses, shops, business establishments have faced the bombardment, particularly the artillery shelling of Pakistan, which has led to destruction. Even the market where I'm standing right now, here also there were multiple bullets and shells that were heard, and one of the shells actually landed nearby in the marketplace where I'm right now in the night time. So it's all dangerous situation that's unfolding, particularly in the villages and those areas that are living close to the line of control. In Poonch, we're given to understand that around 70 to 80% of the population, particularly in those areas where shelling has been frequent, have left the area. So is the case with Uri. That a lot of people living close to the line of control or in the direct line of fire have also left, and people who had avenues to move to Srinagar have also moved there. The government is providing all possible help, with the Lieutenant Governor also visiting the spot and ensuring, and Chief Minister While also went to Jammu and parts of Jammu, that there's a whole of government approach where they won't leave any civilians stranded and will ensure everyone's safety. But yes, this is a story just still unfolding. One has to see what transpires in the next couple of days.
Absolutely. Intense shelling has been taking place across the LSE for the last 2 days now, since Operation Sindoor was first conducted and announced. More updates coming in. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has spoken to UK Foreign Secretary. He has announced on his social media profile that he had discussions centered around countering terrorism, for which there must be zero tolerance. My colleague Siddhant Mishra is also joining us for more on this. So, more and more discussions being taken on by the External Affairs Minister. This is what he's been doing since the Pahalgam attack, but particularly since Operation Sindoor was announced, and then Pakistan showed its intent to escalate.
Well, that's right, Shivani. In fact, this is the first conversation between Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar and UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy. In fact, once they spoke before Operation Sindoor also. And in fact, right ahead of Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister Modi spoke to Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Perhaps that conversation was about the announcement of a free trade agreement between the two countries. And hours after that conversation, India struck 9 terror targets in Pakistan. Perhaps as far as this entire escalation is concerned, UK, US, Saudi Arabia, Qatar have to play a very, very significant role. In fact, NSA Doval also briefed his UK counterpart right after the strikes. And today this conversation is happening ahead of crucial IMF meeting, Shivani. Let's not forget that. And in fact, India is throwing all its weight, perhaps this time, to throttle Pakistan economically. In fact, yesterday, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri also said it on record that there should not be another bailout package which IMF should announce for Pakistan. At least India is going to object. India will use its diplomatic might to get that next bailout package stopped. There have been 24 such programs announced by IMF since Pakistan's independence, because India has to say that this money is being diverted for terror activities in India, and in fact India has very credible evidence to substantiate this claims, whether it's how Pakistan has been protecting TRF, how TRF's name was removed, how India had provided evidence related to TRF to UNSC 1267 committee twice, but there was no action taken. So India has enough evidence to substantiate this claim. Perhaps ahead of the meeting, this very significant conversation took place between Foreign Minister Jaishankar and UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy.
Siddhant, thanks a lot for joining us. The External Affairs Minister has had talks also with counterparts in Italy, in EU, and of course he had the conversation with Secretary Rubio, US Secretary Rubio last evening after the strikes first came to light, and underlined India's targeted and measured response to cross-border terrorism, and also reiterated that India will firmly counter any attempts at escalation. So certainly the External Affairs Ministry doing its work, which is to get its allies and others on board and also apprise them possibly of what Pakistan has tried to do, even if it has failed in doing so. Let's go across to some more breaking updates coming in. Home Ministry has been very active. It has now written to Chief Secretaries of all states asking to invoke emergency powers under civil defense rules for emergency procurement. Remember, the Home Minister had chaired an important meeting with all the internal security authorities and agencies, the BSF, CISF, paramilitary forces, etc., and top Home Ministry officials to take stock of the situation. Airport safety and upgradation of airport protocols were discussed, but we're now getting to know that emergency procurement that states may need has also been approved. There are rules under emergency provisions to make emergency procurement, and the MHA has now written to Chief Secretaries asking for invoking those rules. My colleague Arunima is bringing us more on this. So more and more preparation taking place. Arunima, how do you read this, the approval for emergency procurements now?
So this is a letter that has been written by the Directorate of Civil Defence, which falls under the Ministry of Home Affairs. They have asked the Chief Secretaries of the various state governments to invoke Section 11 of the Civil Defence Rules and give emergency procurement power to the respective Directorate or Director of Civil Defence in their state or union territory. This would mean that if an emergency situation arises, if a hostile situation arises, to maintain vital services, to maintain protection of civilians, whatever procurement has to be done for that, you do not require sanctions from the top. The director himself will be having the emergency power to carry on with any kind of procurement. For example, if medicines are required, or if oxygen cylinders or any medical help, medical procurement is needed, or if there are community bunkers for which provisioning is needed to keep the civilian population safe, then for that this emergency procurement power will go a long way. And I can tell you, after speaking to top officials, that the mock drills that were carried out were an eye-opening exercise that has opened up the limitations that are there since the civil defense protocol has been used only after 1971. It is getting used now. So there are a lot of lacunas and loopholes that have now come up. All of those are being addressed now, and this letter requesting for emergency procurement power be invoked, it should be seen in that light.
All of this preparation and advanced preparation that is being done, Arunima, any precedent to when was the last time all of these activities were undertaken, such measures were taken? You and Akash both have been bringing us perspective on what the armed forces are doing, have been told to do, what the internal security agencies have been told to do. This certainly seems to be, I don't know if there's any other term to express it, preparation for war?
See, since 1971, this kind of preparation has not been seen by India. Yes, Operation Vijay, when Kargil was on, that did happen, but that was a limited conflict limited to the northern state, now the Union territories of Ladakh and Jammu and Kashmir. What we are seeing now is the only precedent I can think about is 1971. Government of India is not saying that we have gone to war with Pakistan. They're saying we are only responding to an escalation, which is Pahalgam. But at the same time, we have to be prepared. The kind of aggression, misadventure that we have seen from Pakistan over the last 48 hours only makes us think that Pakistan is not taking a step back, even after being beaten black and blue, to use the term, by our air defense system. So even tonight is critical. The meetings that have happened between Raksha Mantri with the service chiefs and CDS, the meeting that has happened between Griha Mantri and the paramilitary chiefs, parallel meetings that are happening by Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Agriculture Minister, Jal Shakti Minister. There are procurement related meetings happening at every ministry. The instruction is, and this was what Prime Minister told when he met all the secretaries, that you must take all steps to ensure that the civilians do not suffer. So we don't really know what Pakistan might come up with next, but we want to be ready, and that is the context in which this letter seeking for emergency provisions under Section 11 be invoked. It is that background in which the letter should be seen. It's quite possible that things only improve from here on, things de-escalate. But if they don't, we should be prepared.
Yes, it's also a unique situation for India, because I think majority of its population, 60-70% of it, has never seen a war, so they don't really know what to do and what could come in if we are faced with such a situation. Air Marshal B.K. Pandey and Brigadier Vinod Datta continue to be with us. Brigadier, I'm coming to you first up. Let's just look forward a little bit. We've been trying to grapple with the issue or the question of what happens next. Do you believe Pakistan will now continue to do this? They have been testing us for the last 2 days. Despite what India has managed on the other side, they will continue to do this. Is there any sanity that may prevail in Pakistan, or do you think that line has been crossed already?
Well, I feel that some good sense should prevail on them, and they have seen, like you had already mentioned, that if they were the testing rounds, generally, whenever the artillery and all is firing, they always fire a test round just to fathom the preparedness of the defenses or the enemy. So if they are trying to fathom the defense and preparedness of India, I think they have done it enough. So in the best interest of Pakistan, in the best interest of people, they should, stop bombarding our border areas, villages, and we should not escalate this. Should it get escalated? Because India is now there for an all-out war. But India does not want to escalate it. India wants a peaceful resolution of this. India only wants that Pakistan should participate and discourage all these terrorist activities, more so in the backdrop of what they are facing every day. They are being hammered from Balochistan. They are being, fired, and their army is degraded. And, from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Sindh is boiling. So they should understand that what kind of situation they are in. And the war is not going to get them anything. So it is high time that they should de-escalate and request India to have talks and hand over these terrorists, whosoever is involved in Pahalgam or, the previous incident. So
let me bring in. Yes, please.
Yeah, what I feel is that you see, war is not in favor of either country.
Yes.
India is on a progressive trajectory. India would not like to get involved with a rogue state like Pakistan and waste its time, because we are looking for a superpower status in the years to come. We are a regional power, and we are the fifth largest economy.
We're getting some breaking updates now. The uncertainty has ended. The first confirmation from the BCCI and the IPL has come in that they have decided to suspend the ongoing IPL season for 1 week. This is not a total suspension as had happened once in the past, but only for 1 week. I guess they're taking a wait and watch approach so that once the situation becomes clearer as far as what's happening between India and Pakistan, how this situation moves forward, whether it escalates or de-escalates from here, the board has taken a call to suspend the ongoing IPL season for 1 week only. Remember, we had brought to you earlier that the IPL Governing Council was speaking to franchises who are the major stakeholder and have most to lose if the suspension was to be ordered, that they were considering the suspension of the season. So what it seems is that they have come to a conclusion that for now, they will only suspend it for 1 week, which can also be seen as a postponement, will only suspend it for 1 week and then see if a reschedule can be worked out. If the situation doesn't improve from there, of course, the future of the IPL remaining season will be in danger. But for now, the BCCI is saying that we're going to suspend it for 1 week. Let the nerves calm down. Let the situation become clearer. Of course, the logistics and the security situation that IPL brings with it, involving multiple venues, is something that is always a concern. Particularly in a situation like that, you've got stadiums in Jaipur, you've got stadiums in Ahmedabad, you've got stadiums in Dharamshala. These are close to the western border. So certainly things have to be worked out. In the past, under COVID concerns, the season of the IPL was suspended once and then it was completed outside of India, but after many months. In the past, what has also happened as far as IPL schedule is concerned, that instead of having a full-fledged roster of venues, only limited venues have been used. This was again in context of COVID. There were bubbles, etc., that the IPL Governing Council and BCCI had tried. They didn't work, and when the situation went out of hand, the season was suspended. And it was completed later after 5 months or so in October in UAE, etc. But this time around, the BCCI is not suspending the entire remaining season. They're waiting only for 1 week. They're going to wait and see how the situation goes, because from India, the message has been very clear that they don't want to escalate the situation with Pakistan. You know, we went in, we are one and done, but Pakistan is continuing to provoke India with all kinds of activity across the international border as well. There's been loss of civilian life on the Indian side in Jammu and Kashmir because of artillery shelling. And BCCI has taken a view, and this is what Arun Dhumal, who is the IPL Governing Council chairman, also told me earlier, that this is more about standing with the country. We can't be seen as playing cricket when our soldiers are almost at the brink of war. All right, so updates coming in as far as the BCCI is concerned. More scheduling updates, venues of the tournament will be announced in due course, is what the BCCI statement is saying, after a comprehensive assessment of the situation in consultation with relevant authorities and stakeholders. So it is in the realm of possibility that once it does resume, it could be a curtailed version of the IPL. They have done this in the past, where they have restricted it to a certain number of venues. Maybe those are venues that are away from the western border and therefore have less concerns, but we'll wait and see. My colleague Shireen is also joining us with more on this. So a wait and watch approach by the BCCI and the IPL Governing Council so far, a suspension or a postponement, but only for 1 week.
That's right, Shivani. This is the decision that has been taken by the BCCI as far as the entire series is concerned. They have in fact been saying that depending on the situation, whenever the situation is stable and it gets improved, then they will resume. But as of now, they have officially said that they are going to in fact decided to suspend the remainder of the ongoing Tata IPL 2025 with immediate effect for the week, and further updates regarding the new schedule and the venue of the tournament will be announced in.
निर्णय लिया है कि आईपीएल को अभी फिलहाल 1 सप्ताह के लिए स्थगित किया गया है। उसके बाद जो स्थिति है उसका जायजा लेके सरकार से विचार विमर्श करके जो हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, फ्रेंचाइजी और ब्रॉडकास्टर, इन सबसे बात करके नए शेड्यूल की घोषणा की जाएगी। मौजूदा परिस्थिति में हमने ये तय किया है कि अभी जो स्थिति है उसको देखते हुए इसको जो है निलंबित कर दिया जाए। उसी दृष्टि से इसको निलंबित किया गया है। और जहाँ तक सुरक्षा की बात है तो हमें भारतीय सेना पे गर्व है और बीसीसीआई पूरी तरह से दृढ़ता के साथ सरकार और सेना के साथ खड़ी हुई है और हमारा पूर्ण समर्थन है उनको। और जिस तरह से हमारी सेनाओं ने जो वीरता का परिचय दिया है, जिस तरह से हमारी सेनाओं ने मुकाबला करके परास्त लोगों को किया है, तो हम पूरी तरह से उसका समर्थन करते हैं और उसके साथ हैं। जहाँ तक नई डेट्स इन सबका सवाल है तो हम कंसल्ट करेंगे सबसे और नई डेट्स की घोषणा उस दृष्टि से करेंगे। हम धन्यवाद करना चाहते हैं हमारे ब्रॉडकास्टर का, जियो टीवी का, और दूसरा जो है ये टाटा IPL जो टाटा स्पॉन्सर है, और बाकी से हमारे जो फैंस हैं सबका, कि उन्होंने जो है ऐसे मौके पे इस मामले में अपना हमारा साथ दिया, क्योंकि फ्रेंचाइजी वगैरह ने भी तमाम चिंताएं प्रकट की थी खिलाड़ियों को लेके, तो सबको ध्यान में रख के निर्णय लिया गया है।
सर, रीशेड्यूलिंग होगा, रीवर्क होगा, वेन्यू क्या इंडिया ही रहने वाला है कि एक अलग जोन, या ऐसी पॉसिबिलिटीज़ भी है कि BCCI एक्सप्लोर करेगा IPL को देश से बाहर ले जाने के लिए?
नहीं, देखिए अभी
More decisions on the venues and what the shape and form the IPL remainder season will take will be decided over this next week. A moratorium of sorts for 1 week on the IPL, but they will review the situation as it goes. Time for me to take your leave. News and updates will continue on CNN News 18 after a very short break.
अब आया असली
Made one more threat against India. He has gone on to say, if no talks, then guns. This is what Khwaja Asif has said. He's been at the forefront of making inflammatory statements against India, but the Indian intelligence agencies see this only as a sign of desperation. It also depends on what side of the bed he wakes up in the morning, because some days he talks about stopping the escalation where it is, that if India stops, we will stop. Then another day he wakes up and threatens India with nuclear weapons. This is the same man who has, of course, gone on international media to accept that Pakistan was doing the dirty job of the US and the West for 30 years when it was funding, training and harboring terror groups inside its territory. My colleague Anand is also joining us to break this down further for us. How seriously are we to take Khwaja Asif?
Well, Bharat is not taking Khwaja Asif seriously because he's highly discredited himself by the comments that he's made. But there is a picture behind the picture. Khwaja Asif is worried about his political consistency, constituency, that is Sialkot. Sialkot has undergone some heavy pummeling and punishment, with the air defense systems reportedly also totally damaged because of Bharat's counter reaction to Pakistan's military strikes. What one needs to listen carefully when we listen to Khwaja Asif speak is, he says that we cannot afford to carry this on for long. He's trying to put words and project it in a way that Pakistan is at a position of strength, but in that line itself emerges Pakistan's vulnerability. Pakistan does not have the faculty, the funds, nor does it have the fortitude to be able to continue an intense engagement with Bharat. And that is something that is coming through from Khwaja Asif and his nervousness. So much so that he is contradicting himself within 12 hours of his interviews between one media platform to another. So that is the reason why, because the Pakistanis don't know what's hit them. The other part is that, being the defense minister of Pakistan, he's actually come across as clueless and quite literally kept in the dark by the military establishment. And that itself is there for us. So somewhere from the Indian think tank and the Indian government, the more Khwaja Asif speaks, the better for Bharat, because the more Pakistan gets exposed globally.
Absolutely. Anand, we're getting an excerpt of his latest statement, I believe. Let's just play that out for our viewers.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे NSAs की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की गवर्नमेंट की, और वो नहीं सुनते, तो फिर क्या अगली बात, अगर टेबल पे बात नहीं होती, तो क्या अगली बात बंदूक पे होगी, बंदूक के जरिए होगी?
जी बिल्कुल, that is the only option left to us.
दिनों में पाकिस्तान को फैसला करना होगा, घंटों में करना होगा, और वी स्टिल हैव द लग्जरी कि अच्छा 1-2 हफ्ते और देख लेते हैं चीजें बने.
We do not have the luxury of waiting for days. मैंने plural इस्तेमाल किया. We do not have the luxury to wait. This patience will cost us. So we have to stop them right now in the tracks. कि ये चीज जो है acceptable नहीं है. ये हमने 2-3 दिन देख लिया है कि de-escalation की possibilities की जो उम्मीद लगाई थी, लेकिन ये de-escalate नहीं हो रहा. तो Pakistan is taking things, a bit a notch up now or further.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे एनएसएस की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की.
All right, there you heard it. A bit of a leading question there, but the defense minister certainly approving what was asked, that if there are no direct talks, then there will be guns. In other ways, he's saying that Pakistan will lose its patience and escalate further because he's painting it out to be that India is not de-escalating. But India has given them a route off this escalation ladder at every step. Thrice now. After the Pahalgam attack, India conducted very surgical strikes on terror camps, but Pakistan retaliated. Then we hit back only in retaliation, in proportion, but they tried their misadventure again last night. Air Marshal B.K. Pandey and Brigadier Vinod Datta both continue to be with us. Thank you for your patience, gentlemen. Brigadier Vinod Datta, how do you see this bravado from the Pakistani establishment? I mean, they've not won a single war with India. They possibly cannot sustain themselves in a conventional war with India even today, but the bravado is endless.
Yeah, I agree with you because this kind of pseudo confidence which they have, the kind of trust they have on false claims, the kind of destiny they have with having tall claims like even 65 and 71 war. 65, our Honorable Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri ji had already said कि अयूब खान साहब आपको आने की जहमत नहीं है. When they were claiming that we have reached Ambala, he says we will come and look you up in Lahore, and we did the same thing. 71 also it was repeated. They are living in a fool's paradise. You see, they should know that what is their reality. They don't have logistic stamina as far as defense is concerned. They don't have a good financial health. They don't have a good, rapport with the international community. They have been going with a begging bowl everywhere. And you see, warfare these days, it's not, rhetoric or jingoism by which you can win. They have indulged in that. But last night we have seen, you see, they could not even penetrate our air defense wall.
Yes.
Leave aside, taking on India. And India retaliated so hard. And now, just because they have to make some kind of...
Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you for staying with us here at CNN News 18, the live and rolling coverage around Operation Sindoor. It's not over yet. Bharat has made its demands very, very clear. Bharat wants Pakistan to back off terror completely. And if it is serious, it needs to cuff up some of the terror Akash and hand them over to Bharat. Tala Saeed, Hafiz Saeed, Hafiz Zakir Rahman Lakhvi, these are names that we want. Masood Azhar, Rauf Azhar. So Jaish, Lashkar, Sarganas or the Akash are the names that Bharat wants. Those are all part of India's most wanted list. And this is the demand somewhere that Bharat is going to make. Even as the air defense systems and our defense mechanisms prevail against Pakistan's offensives, their projectiles and missiles. The government neutralizing an air defense system at Lahore, and also now reports emerge that there are multiple locations where Pakistan has suffered serious reversals. There are also pictures and proof that how Bharat continues to target only the terror infrastructure and military installations, contrary to what the Pakistanis have been doing, trying to target religious institutions like Gurudwaras in Poonch, in Amritsar, and also attacking civilian locations. Now, this is the big news that's coming through and further confirmation. Exclusive pictures here on CNN News 18 show that Bharat has been targeting only military targets along the line of control. This is around the Samba sector, and these are pictures from this morning. Pakistan hitting civilians, and here in these pictures, those are military posts of the Pakistan army that have been targeted by the Indian Armed Forces guns, the artillery guns. Compared to the pictures coming in from Poonch, from Mendar, from Akhnur, from Jammu, from Rajouri, from Uri, where civilian establishments have been targeted by the Pakistani guns. Even today, we have lost an old lady in Uri to Pakistani mortar and shelling. About 5 to 7 more individuals have been injured because of the mortar and shelling. Homes of the poor, homes of the middle class, homes of common people have been damaged by Pakistani guns. But this is what Bharat is doing. And hope the world is watching a CNN News 18 exclusive, these pictures where Pakistan attacks civilians, whereas Bharat is targeting the military installations now. This is also Jawabi Karwai to Pakistan's attempt at targeting military installations across 15 locations along our western border. These are the pictures. Have a look at these pictures. And here are the Pakistani posts. So these are Pakistani military posts which have been attacked and demolished and pummeled, razed to rubble, yes, but this is again response, retaliatory measures taken by the Indian Armed Forces, by our artillery guns, where it's again pinpoint precision. So be it be the terror infrastructure, which was Jawabi Karwai or avenging the Pahalgam massacre, or this, the military posts along the LOC being attacked. This is again retaliation for Pakistan's unbridled and unhinged aggression along the line of control, where it's targeted civilians. In Poonch, it razed down a Gurudwara. It's killed 4 Granthis among about 15 people who died. In fact, that death toll going up to 20 now, and more than 50 people who are injured because, and that to civilians. Here in this case, there are no civilians. These are the posts from there. These guns were blazing and they have been razed to rubble. And this is proof now. Proof to the Pakistanis, proof to General Asim Munir and his ilk, proof to the world that Bharat is targeting only military installations now. Before this, it was the terror infrastructure which was on our radar, where again, here at CNN News 18, we've told you we've neutralized more than 150 terrorists. Tejinder Sodhi joining us with more. So Tejinder, again, confirmation that the artillery of the Indian Armed Forces are targeting only Pakistani military posts, even along the LOC.
Indeed, Anand, this is the difference between the professional Indian Army and the rogue Army of Pakistan. The rogue Army of Pakistan has been from day one targeting the civilian population. We saw the visuals coming from Poonch, wherein the Pakistan Army targeted a Gurdwara, a temple, a mosque, killing innocent civilians. But these visuals clearly show how the professionalism of the Indian Army is at work. The Indian Army, being a professional army, is only targeting the military installations of the Pakistan Army from where they are targeting the Indian civilians. So in these visuals, they clearly show how the Pakistani bunkers are being decimated, razed to ground with the precision striking by the ATGMs and the artillery shells of the Indian Army. Indian Army has clearly shown its capabilities, its capacities, that we can hit anywhere inside Pakistan. We proved our mental during Operation Sindoor, wherein we targeted only the terror infrastructure, terror camps deep inside Pakistan, and now these visuals have surfaced wherein we are targeting the Pakistani bunkers, Pakistani positions from where they are targeting the civilian population.
I think we can even Tejinder, as this visual plays out again, this is playing out in a loop. You will see the projectile or the mortar shell coming from here and attacking the bunker or the Pakistan military post here. You will see this appear from here, and that's why the visual is also from this side, because this is the Indian side. There you go. That's the projectile, and it comes and it targets pinpoint the military posts. There you go. That's it. And that's where this post from where firing was happening, or the bunkers were, from where the artillery shelling was happening by the Pakistan military, that's been decimated. These guns have been silent, and there many posts like this along the line of control that have suffered severe damage. Pakistan has received a pummeling that it was not expecting. And it's also been shocked by the way the airspace along the western border has been defended. Tejinder, one of the aspects that many locals along the line of control are saying is that if their guns are blazing at us, we also want them punished. But Bharat showing immense amount of restraint. In the past, you've covered this very often. In the past, the Indian guns would also, or the artillery would also blaze, and there would be a huge amount of losses or reversals even to the civilian population on the other side because of Pakistan's machinations and their rogue act. But this time around, despite the provocation, Bharat has exercised immense amount of restraint.
Indeed, Anand, you see, Pakistan has been using its people, its population, especially in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, as human shield, as cannon fodder. Pakistan wants those people to die so that it can go to global community to blame Indian Army and say, see, Indian Army is targeting civilians, our civilians are being targeted. So this is what Pakistan wants. Pakistan wants that civilians in POK should get killed in the Indian fire. But Indian Army, as I mentioned, Anand, being a professional army, makes it sure that civilians on the other side of the line of control, because they too are Kashmiris. Right. India, we maintain that Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is our integral part, which has been illegally occupied by Pakistan. So they are our people. Indian Army makes it sure whenever they retaliate that only the rogue Pakistan Army, which targets the civilian, is targeted and their bunkers, their men destroyed. Yes,
right. Tejinder very rightly said, like Ambassador Vinay Mohan Kawatra told CNN last evening, that it's not Indian-administered Kashmir, it is Jammu Kashmir. The only thing that needs to be resolved is the portion that is occupied by Pakistan, that also needs to be fully integrated back into Jammu Kashmir, into India. So that's the position, that's the stated position, and that's the truth in this case. Just quickly moving on, even as we get you these pictures, we're moving on to get you more news. The Directorate of Civil Defence will be testing air raid sirens installed in central Delhi in a short while from now. It should happen around 3:30 p.m. this afternoon. And very clearly, denizens of Delhi, no need to panic. This is an exercise. Just hear the siren, understand the sound, recall, recollect, because thereafter, through the night tonight or in the near future, if it goes again, then one knows that these sirens are working, because we need to take precaution. But right now at 3:30 p.m., it's going to be an exercise. Ananya Bhatnagar now joins us with more details. Ananya, any particular reason why the sirens are going off or they're being tested now today at 3:30? Because there was not a mock drill planned, but why is this being done now?
Well, the Delhi...
Well, I think he's standing right where the sirens were, and they've just started going off. We also see a Delhi minister there, standing very close as the sirens are being tested. So we'll try and go across to Ananya and see if he's there. We can hear some noise. We'll try and go to Ananya in a bit. So clearly, the government of Delhi also involved in this testing, and that's the reason why we have Parvesh Verma standing there, overseeing the preparations. We'll try and go to Ananya. He was standing right at the bottom of these stairs where the siren is that's being tested in central Delhi. We'll try and get Ananya on the phone line, because looks like the sirens are being warmed up. Yeah. Let's try and see if we have a ground report or a walkthrough that he has sent in just a short while ago before we get Ananya on the phone line. You see the pictures there, and that's the siren that's going to go off, and it's going to be quite loud. And it will send the alarm or the siren all across central Delhi. So the denizens or the residents of central Delhi will be able to hear it. We'll try and understand why central Delhi, why today, why this testing is happening. Parvesh Verma is also there. We'll see if he also speaks to the waiting media after the testing of the siren. This is supposed to happen at 3:30 p.m. this afternoon, and people have been urged not to worry, just to hear the sound, be cognizant that the siren is tested and it is working. But there needs to be no evasive action or reaction that needs to be shown to this siren being blown at 3:30 p.m. or going off at 3:30 p.m. today. So that's the space. These are pictures from a short while ago. There are a lot of people who are standing there to see what happens when the siren goes. Ananya has also sent us a ground report. Let's have a look at it.
sounds, you can hear these sounds. As far as the alarms are here, these are the sirens that will be blown when any kind of attack actually happens. There's no need to panic. This is just for a testing that these sirens are being blown. You can see Parveen Sharma, who is in fact the minister in the Delhi government, here in order to test these sirens that have been there. These are alert sirens that are in fact there in the national capital in order to sound people as far as any kind of exigency is concerned, or any kind of attack if it all happens in New Delhi. These would be the sirens which would alert the people. This is, remember, viewers, there is no need to panic. These are the sirens that are there to alert you. These are just simple sirens at this particular point in time. These are only for testing purposes at this particular point of time that they are there. In fact, what is very, very clear at this particular point in time is that India is definitely prepared. Bharat is actually prepared for any kind of a retaliation or attack that comes in from Pakistan. And very categorically at this particular point of time, these are the testing phase of these sirens which are being blown in order to test them in order to see as to whether they would work at a time when there is some kind of attack or some kind of retaliation that comes in the national capital. And these are the sirens that the sound people are actually go inside their homes and to carry out proper drills as far as saving themselves from any kind of attack is concerned. The level one is when this is whenever the sirens are put on, you have to move to a safer place. If it all is night, you have to completely black out your house, and then you should proceed to a safer location if it's all some kind of unfortunate incident happens. These are the sirens that will alert you.
Right. Right. So that's what's going to happen at 3:30 in central Delhi. In about 2 hours and 15 minutes, there is going to be the MEA briefing that is expected. So at about 5:30 p.m. again, a detailed MEA briefing is expected. Right now, let's go back to these pictures. This is again proof that Bharat is showing immense amount of restraint despite the brazen provocation by the Pakistanis. This is the pictures that's been accessed exclusively here at CNN News 18 of a post in the Samba sector that's been decimated. This is a Pakistani post decimated by the Indian artillery fire, and you can see the projectile coming there. There you go, and there you go. We've circled that out, and then it just decimates that bunker from where the Pakistanis, it's their post or their bunker. From there, there's been incessant amount of firing in that region, and also in Uri and in Poonch. So those areas where civilians were targeted brazenly by Pakistani guns, Bharat exercising a huge amount of restraint where it continues to be only targeting the military posts. Colonel Ajay Dogra is with us, Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman also with us. Jai Hind and Namaste. Thank you very, very much. How much of restraint does it take? Because we've seen ceasefire violations in the past where it used to be about who's got more fire and more power. And if there are civilians affected here, there would be civilians affected on the other side. But this time around, it seems to be that you target military posts, I'll target military posts. But my intent is that it's a war on terror. It's not a war with the people of Pakistan or even with the military of Pakistan. It's General Asim Munir and his ilk who are turning it into or escalating or going up the escalation ladder. Colonel Ajay Dogra, your thoughts?
Hi, Anand. Yes, you are completely right. Last 20 years, I have been seeing when I was a diplomat with the UN also, and when I was posted on these LOC highs, we never targeted their civilians. This has been rogue state. Whenever they fall into some abyss, they try to get onto the civilians and target them. However, we have shown immense restraint by just targeting their infrastructure, the terrorist infrastructure, and that has been our line throughout our history. However, whenever they fall back, they have to create a panic. They have to create something to show to their public opinion, and that's the way they try to target civilians. They are also trying to create communal disharmony. So they are trying to target Sikhs. They are trying to create religious dissemination, religious differences amongst us. So that's what the rogue state has been doing, and they are getting a befitting reply from our side.
Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman, your thoughts, and let's also understand how did this air defense system work? They have tried to target at least 15 locations along the western border. Now, we are given to understand that a lot of the all of the loitering munitions has been destroyed by the Army and the Air Force military air defense systems. But was there, can this be seen as probing munitions that were sent or probing, exercise by the Pakistan military? And if it was indeed a probing exercise, will it be across 15 different locations? Because we are given to understand here, Manoj Kumar Gupta, as Group Editor, Security Affairs and Investigations, has got from reliable sources that most of these drones or projectiles that were sent were not very heavily weaponized, or they did not carry as much of munition as would be expected given the spread of the exercise. So, Wing Commander, your thoughts first, and then Colonel Dogra.
See, definitely it was a probing exercise, but let's not forget, actions speak louder than words. What happened, what had been happening since yesterday morning till late afternoon yesterday was these probing and prodding kind of attacks through drones, projectiles coming across, trying to neutralize a few of our air defenses, and to see and assess their own capability, and also to get a look into the stretch of our capabilities on our side. But I think it's after what happened towards the beginning of the evening hours thereafter, and the way the Indian forces, our forces, have gone after specific targets there, and the way the kind of liberty that our projectiles found while landing into every single prominent town that we know of in Pakistan provides us ample proof that the superiority, the comparative superiority of our air defense assets vis-a-vis the Porkies is well established. What that we are at war is was already proven yesterday, and now what I see it as a stage by stage escalation to meet the desired end state, that is to set everything in order in our favor. What by my means of assessment, I feel the desired end state would be a permanent solution to this lingering problem of terrorism, which emanates from the epicenter, that is Pakistan, and which was very clearly stated at the first public rally being addressed by the Prime Minister after the Pahalgam attack. So we will prove, and to achieve that, let me speak. To achieve that, I think we are seeing the air action. We have seen the air action already. The naval action has started. They have already committed officially that they are in exercise till the 12th of May. What is to follow, by my perception and experience, is the movement of ground forces. Ground forces, specifically the army, to locations on the border or the LOC, to places which we had compromised on earlier. Remember, Haji Pir Pass on the Pir Panjar range, which we gave it up on the negotiating tables. The lines are going to be redrawn so that we gain physical as well as territorial terrain superiority over this foolish enemy on our western front, and find a permanent solution thereafter. I think the operations are going to continue till such time, and rightly so.
Well, but that is going to happen as Group Captain R.K. Narang also joins us. Group Captain Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman believes that this is steadily going up the escalatory ladder. But Bharat has also said that we will go as far as the Pakistanis do. So it's in Pakistan's interest to back off, but because the war is against terror. So if Pakistan says, all right, we're going to silence our guns, silence our movement, not going to do anything now, then what happens next? Because I think somewhere Bharat has very clearly said, we want those terrorists, we want those terror Akash cuffed up. Otherwise, this continues. So how do you see this shaping up? The other part that the Pakistanis have had reversals, air defense systems, multiple places. They attacked 15 locations. Were they probing? Were the drones just the probe? Then the missiles that followed were the actual attack, and all of it negated. How do you read what happened last night? And we've also attacked about 14 locations, of which 12 there has been success. That's what we are given to understand. We're waiting for the MEA and the joint briefing with the defense teams at 5:30 for them to confirm. But this is what we are given to understand. Your understanding now. Your thoughts?
See, what we need to understand is Pakistan has been, following a low-cost policy. Even today, when you look at it, they have used missiles, they have used drones, they have used artillery guns and terrorists. Now, this is a typical approach, whereas India has initially, right from beginning, as has been said and again, that our focus is on, ending terrorism, and thereafter we have not taken our Indian, Pakistani armed forces or the civilians. And every, Indian government, Indian defense forces have been using the right to respond. And scope, size, position is decided by India the way Pakistanis have been doing it. In fact, after we carried out first attack, we said we are following a non-escalatory. These were non-escalatory, attacks. What we need to understand is there are 4 key issues which have emerged out in these, whatever is happening there. First, aerial technologies prominence has appeared. When India struck Pakistan without losing anybody on real or any loss to the human life, this ensured that aerial technologies can be used. When I say aerial technologies, missiles, drones, and any even manned aircraft, not crossing the border, but yes, manned aircraft. Now, this was earlier a taboo. You must understand which mindset. We have crossed a psychological mindset to hit at the heart of terrorism and not being scared of using our aerial asset, which was considered escalatory to the level of nuclear. So that has been proven. The second part which has emerged is synergy between the tri-services.
Right.
There is no gap between the Army, Air Force, Navy, and they are working together in the tandem and in a most professional manner. There are no emotions. It is only what is required for the country. The third thing which has clearly emerged is Atmanirbharta and indigenous innovation.
Right.
Now, when you come to the drone technologies, our Atmanirbharta indigenous innovation is paying the dividends. Now, it is paying the dividends in 2 means.
Right.
One, whether we are able to defend, and if you look at defend, we have our indigenous radar developed by Bharat Electronics Limited. We have indigenous missiles like Akash, while we have international collaboration through medium range missiles and S-400.
Right.
The thirdly, we have been able to get a counter drone system, D4, developed by DRDO, which is drone detect, deter and destroy. Now that system is a multi-sensor system which has got radar, electro-optic systems, radar jammers, and lasers. Now this capability we need to upgrade it if we have to do it.
Right.
Because drone war will not end. We will have to, and I think this is an excellent opportunity for indigenous developers to reevaluate where we have reached, what we need to do further, upgrade it, and build a very, very robust air defense capability. The
Right.
second major capability which Atmanirbharta is given is our capability to have unmanned capabilities which can really go and detect and destroy with a pinpoint accuracy.
Correct.
Here I like to highlight 3 major initiatives. One, technologies being developed by the defense R&D and public sector entities.
Ji.
The second is by Indian Air Force, which started Meher Baba Swarm competition. Remember last night?
Yes.
Pakistani drones came in swarms. And India has not responded by launching swarms. We have been using loitering drones. Now, remember, people are talking about loitering drones, supplied by Herop and others. But we must not forget they are Indian innovators. They have developed indigenous loitering drones like Nagastra, AL-50, and there are others. So, indigenous capability is being sparingly used. Swarms have not been used because we don't want to escalate. Another thing which probably we will be having is further evaluation, and we have to decide when and where we want to destroy. I will talk later when we talk about Pakistan's capability in terms of drone capability.
The larger question, Colonel Dogra, is that is Pakistan, was it only probing, or did it first probe and then it tried to attack and it got defeated there and it got pummeled? How would you read that? And what is expected tonight? Many are saying that even tonight there will be some activity. The Pakistanis are silent now through the day, but evening they will try something. There is a reason why there are alerts given to ports, because there are reports that the Karachi port has suffered some damage, although the Pakistanis have issued a denial and then it's come back again as a confirmation from Karachi port. So we don't know what's happening. We're waiting for the official briefing to see if the government of India makes any claims about the damage that's been caused. But how are you seeing this going up? Do you see this going up the escalation ladder, or is there pressure on Asim Munir to back off? Enough pressure already?
Okay, I'll take your pointed questions. Firstly, you asked about how this air defense system works on the line of control or international boundary. It works on the system of, or a backbone of integrated air command and control system, wherein all the radar, ground stations of Air Force, Army and other services are combined. They give a refined picture. We call it as the refined air support picture. That picture comes, then the complete network-centric warfare is controlled there. The networks, communications are linked. So the moment any aircraft takes on from Pakistani territory or any of those aerial assets, it starts coming onto our radars. AVACs are there, radars are there. And that picture is passed on to the various weapon systems, various control centers, and various decision makers. And once the decision is taken, then we start engaging from the lowest or the nearest weapon to the highest weapon. So you named something like the drones they came. They were very cheap drones. So there's also cost effectiveness that they see. Like each missile, what we are firing, it's in the crores of the rupees. If we are looking of S-400, they are very costly missiles. Even if the other missiles are there, Igla missile, shoulder file missiles, these are costly. However, these drones, you can easily take it for 10 to 20,000 rupees. So they put up small ammunitions and initially they try to probe the defenses. That's correctly. They try to make sure that our defenses are firstly, we expand our missiles. And then there are the second things, they come back with the larger missiles or the larger weapons on that. But however, we are also prepared. We start with the nearest weapons, say maybe 23 mm, then L-70 and other things, they go on. And that's the way that we move on. Coming on to the question of escalation, how we see that, I don't think so that Pakistan has got that much appetite or international standing that it can take this hostilities or these hostilities too far further. Sooner or the later, they'll have to back down. Otherwise, they know the might of Indian army. The Pakistan will be divided and they cannot take that risk. So I feel that they should be backing down in a day or so.
So from 23 mm to the L-70, which is a 40 mm gun, anti-aircraft gun, it's modernized with radar. Then there is Pehora, some of the other systems also that have come into use. It's an integrated system that has come through as an air defense system. Like you said, short, medium, long, and in terms of the scale of the projectile, we'd also go up the escalation ladder with respect to the defense system. But this is testing a huge expanse of the western border. So Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman is because Bharat targeted from Muzaffarabad to Bahawalpur, is that the reason why Pakistan saying, I will also show you equal capability? I may send you 100 rupees ka saman, but I'll still send it across a spread of at least 3,000 kilometers.
See, if they want to meet India eye for an eye, then they are living in a fool's paradise. Our capabilities, our appetite, our reserves, the kind of volumes that we can inflict on them is overwhelming. That is why I am of the opinion, and if the broad smile on the faces of Raksha Mantri and the CDS in today's meeting, morning meeting, is anything to go by, then the things are moving just as the script was meant to be. The poppies are caught in their own trap, and here it is going to be scaled up and up, going step by step.
Right.
What we must remember is we must firmly keep the foot on the pedal and continue to keep it there persistently till we overwhelm these Pakis by sheer volume and persistence, till they eventually run out of gunpowder and make them bite the dust. This is what the difference between the Pakis, looking at their economic situation right now, how they have been deserted and desolate without any international support. barring the Turkish Erdogan. So what I mean to say is the powers that be and the leadership that we have, they have it very well in mind that then we need to make amends for the shortcomings wherein for the occasions earlier wherein we left the work undone for some reason or the other. Once sometimes in 65 it might have been international pressure. In 71 we couldn't even take back our own POWs while having handed over theirs to the numbers to the tune of 93,000. And on even in 99 when we towards the end of the operations when the Indian Army was in a hot pursuit, we were told to hold. See, there had been countless occasions earlier when we now, in retrospect, feel that we just fell short, despite having incurred so much of loss of life of our brave hearts. I am sure the government of India has included those learnings into our operations this time, and we are going to take it to its justifiable end.
No, do we have that intent this time around to stay on this hot pursuit and not close Operation Sindoor because somebody else asks us to, but because we are convinced this is the right time to close, because it's a war on terror. So because with this dispensation also, we've just got an update. We'll do this update and then come back to you, Group Captain Narang. The Health Ministry sources have informed that all states and union territories have been asked to cancel the leaves of all health workers in their respective states. Monitoring will be done from the Delhi control room about the preparedness, including the stock of medicines. There was a meeting also with the Pharma Secretary and senior officials regarding the stock of medicines. So clearly Bharat is also not leaving any stone unturned. Everybody needs to be in a state of readiness, and there is like a COVID-like preparation that is being unleashed by the government, where months before the epidemic actually landed into Bharat, there was a certain level of preparedness and a certain level of readiness that was kept. Here, days ahead of a possible escalation and a near state of a far more intense level of conflict, there is ensuring that all angles are covered. Civilians are rendered safe. There is a certain level of mock drills. Sirens will be at the ready. Blood donation camps have started to be organized, and now stock of medicines. So at any point, there should be enough and more stock of medicines for at least a month or 60 days, if not more. We'll try and get that from Sherin. This is also because if there is a shutting down of airspace, if there is sea lines or ports are blocked for a small period of time, even if required, and if that it necessitates thus, there should be enough and more across districts. Is that the thought process here, that the supply lines are not disrupted?
Absolutely. That is one of course, the thinking that has gone into this particular meeting that was conducted by the Union Minister, Health Minister J.P. Nadda, where this was in fact one of the issues that as far as the stock of the medicines are concerned, that is of utmost importance, especially for the surgeries as well as any of elective operations that needs to be done. All those medicines need to be in stock. Apart from that, blood is something that needs to be in stock as well. Blood banks are all being informed that they need to keep adequate amount of blood of all groups available. Apart from that, the health workers have in fact been, this is going to be something that will be conveyed to all the health secretaries of the state, that the health workers' leave needs to be cancelled because if a situation is escalated to another level, then it becomes utmost important that the health workers are there in the front line, and that is why this particular meeting was conducted. Apart from that, the pharmacy secretary was also present to look into the stock of the medicines as well. So full preparedness is something that is being looked into by the health minister at this point.
Well, thank you for that update, Sherin. Let's take it back. So there is a certain level of preparedness and a readiness for escalation. Wing Commander Matiman said that he sees this escalating, going up the escalation ladder in the days to come, and Bharat is prepared. Bharat is reading the signs ably, at least those who are responsible for the Suraksha and also for the Raksha of the intent of Bharat. All of them are aware of what's going on. But Group Captain Narang, two aspects. One is, do we have the intent to continue and stay on with the hot pursuit till our objectives are met? and there would be primary objective, secondary objective, and of course the incidental objectives which are met. That's one. The second part is there is somebody in the neighborhood who's quietly watching, and that's the CCP, that's the PLA. They are quietly watching what's going on. When should that come, or is that going to become a factor? Because the Americans right now have said, we don't want, unless it goes up to a serious escalation where it could potentially be that two nuclear nations may be urged towards or inclined towards pressing the nuclear button, we are not going to get involved. But we want de-escalation. That's what but it's between the two of you. So we are not getting in. Well, the Chinese have not said that.
Yeah, I think we need to understand what is motivating Pakistan to continue with what it is continuing. What we must understand is it's been getting some sort of tacit support from 3-4 players, which probably directly or indirectly are making it convenient for him to continue. One is he has a drone industry which is a low cost option. He gets it from Turkey, which has provided Akinci drones. Falco drones he manufactures in license from Italy. Then they have indigenous drones like Shahpur and Ukab. Then there are small drone manufacturers within Pakistan which manufacture small drones and the target drones. Now those are the ones which have a robust supply chain from China. And remember, China played a major role in Ukraine-Russia war, where Ukrainian vice premier almost went on social media with this, tweet saying that you are killing our people. So the silent hand of China will be a critical aspect, even if it is not involved. And that is what we will have to cater to it.
But Group Captain Narang, the Russians had money to pay. The Pakistanis are beggars. They'll ask the Chinese, don't not just give us your planes, give us your bombs, give us everything, but also give us more money. That's how they are. So there is a difference there, and it's an endless, bottomless bucket. The Chinese have realized that. They've already sunk in about $60 billion and still counting.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I think this is a low-cost option. And secondly, they have their indigenous industry, which probably is there, but I'm sure it is going to take strain on it. And what they need to understand is, if they continue like this, and if India starts exercising its drone capabilities, I think it will have a significant effect on it. In the long term, while we know it will have a crippling effect on Pakistan, we should not let our guard down and keep improving our capabilities. Because
there is another aspect, and it was very smartly pointed out by a viewer, that we should not show all of our hand even when we deal with Pakistan, because the CCP are watching. They will want to see what all capabilities Bharat has built, so that in future, if there is a confrontation, and there will be one, उनकी नियत है वो दे प्ले द लॉन्ग गेम, वेटिंग गेम, और जब वो घुसेंगे दे विल ट्राई एंड सी कि इनकी तैयारी कितनी है. सो वी शुड नॉट एक्सपोज ऑल ऑफ आवर हैंड्स एंड एवरीथिंग, आवर कैपेबिलिटीज, इवन इन this one interaction with the Pakistanis. That is something which perhaps those who are the thinking minds will be aware of, that वो ये भी देख रहा होगा कि ये लोग क्या क्या कर रहे हैं, इनकी तैयारी कितनी है, तो मुझे क्या करना पड़ेगा नेक्स्ट टाइम के लिए. Just pausing for a bit in this conversation, we got exclusive pictures of Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha ji interacting with jawans of the Indian Armed Forces and encouraging them, trying to understand from them what their morale is. This is in Uri, if I'm not wrong. We'll try and see. Yeah, this is in Uri. Let's listen into that interaction.
Punjab. How is yours? How is yours? Very good. Punjab. How is yours? How is yours? Very good. Punjab.
How's the Josh? Hi, sir, is what, and interacting with the soldiers, the brave hearts there along the line of control. It's the civilians who've had a bit of a pounding there in Uri, Tangdar. We've got ex-servicemen who have served in that region. They would understand. Colonel Dogra, that's not an easy area, and those are features, or those are places where Bharat is at a disadvantage because the enemy sits on the heights. Are we hoping that those things would be corrected this time around?
See, it's correct. It's the legacy of the history that we are living with. There are certain places where we are in dominance. There are certain places where they are in dominance. And as per stated policy of our government and our nation, we are not trying to change the boundaries at this stage. So I don't think so that this confrontation will take us to that level where we are going to change the boundaries. But yes, the way the escalation ladder is going on, and if it is forced upon us, I think the right solution will be to take out POK and even help Baluchis to say get their separate nation and divide Pakistan into such smaller parts that it's done forever. But that is a long-term solution which we think about that. But currently we have enough ammunition, we have enough things with us to take care of they famished. They do not have ammunition to work or fight for 3 days as on date. So I don't think so. They can go on with
the way the Baloch are going, don't think they need any help right now. They're actually Pakistani Army General Asim Munir ke naak mein dam kar rakha hai. Forget
I'm
what
really
he's not.
yesterday,
even yesterday, there are pictures coming through of what the Baloch have inflicted in terms of real pain. These are those pinpricks that hurt more than an actual wound. So even if General Asim Munir is obsessed with doing something with Bharat to try and stay afloat, his position is being rendered increasingly untenable because of what the Baloch are doing. Ishan is with us. Ishan, let's go back to... so as planned earlier in the day, early this morning, you were the first to tell us that the LG is going to visit Uri. Has he met the civilians also? Here he is seen with the Bravehearts, but has he met the civilians also?
Absolutely right. He's interacted with the civilians and told them that the government will do everything possible to ensure their safety and security. The issue of bunkers for the civilian population was raised, and to which LG said that in coming days we'll try to ensure that there are adequate bunkers available for people. Anand, we should highlight this after 2020 when the ceasefire was agreed by both the DGMOs. That's when the India started constructing bunkers in Kupwara and Uri, which is certain lifeline for them. But they want more bunkers because there are a lot of population who has been affected this time around. The mortars are not limited to the Uri city itself, but they're going beyond. They're trying to hit more and more areas to involve more areas and to ensure that more civilians leave their homes and they are displaced from them, at least temporarily. So the shelters have been created, but the Lieutenant Governor was clear that the compensation will be given to them, that the damage assessment will be done, and they will try to ensure that every person who's affected, he gets the due at the moment. He's shifted, he's taken to the spot where he feels safer, because they don't want to put civilians in the harm's way. They want to take them out, because we have seen the sort of pounding that has been done by Pakistan on civilian places has really made the government rethink about trying to take them out. And most of them have actually even voluntarily left, and some of them are right now leaving and making sure that whatever they could collect there, that they are taking it along and they are able to go to a safer location. Look, it's very clear that the civilian population would not be spared, and they will be pounding those areas, as has been clear during the overnight shelling that took place, where many civilians were injured. One lady even died when a shrapnel hit her while she was in a vehicle trying to escape the misery. But yes, they are getting a little bit of trouble, but particularly civilians.
Right.
But even the Jawans were confident, and you see that the LG has written in his tweet that he has seen courage in their eyes and they're determined to fight the enemy.
Well, the Bravehearts are, the Indian Armed Forces are at the ready. It's the civilians who wanted some more attention, especially on a night of pounding, which they believe eclipses what they witnessed way back even in the late 90s. That's where the civilians said that some attention needs to be paid. And Uri is an area which historically has had that problem where the very, very core Hindustani civilians have had to bear the brunt of Pakistani military ire and apathy. Quite often, the Uri attacks against on our forward posts also happened by the terrorists, the Jaish Cadre from that region only. So this is something which has a history, and it's good to see the LG out on there on the ground. The Chief Minister, Omar Abdullah, is travelling to the Jammu division, so he is in Poonch, Rajouri and also Jammu. So that's again very encouraging. More news coming through. The Central Consumer Protection Authority has initiated action against the listing and sale of walkie-talkie devices on e-commerce platforms that lack proper disclosure of operating frequencies, licensing information and equipment type approval or ETA. All sellers are required to strictly adhere to the applicable regulatory standards to uphold consumer rights and prevent unlawful trade practices. Payal Mehta joining us with more on why and what has brought this about. Yes, Payal.
No, you understand what it really means, in terms of using the walkie-talkie, using the frequency concern as well. India at this point in time does not want to leave anything to chance, and that's the reason the consumer protection is going to be extremely important, and that's the reason Union Minister Prahlad Joshi put out that tweet essentially warning people who are buying these devices online, on e-platforms, without really understanding where this is coming from. Probably, also the route to where these devices are coming from is also being monitored by the Indian government in as many words. And of course, that's the reason they say that the absence of any critical information constitutes a violation of multiple laws, including the Consumer Protection Law, the Indian Telegraph Act, the Wireless Telegraph Act, and the use of very low power, shortage range frequency devices, exemption from licensing requirements, rules of 2018. So obviously, the sale of these non-compliant devices not only breaches the statutory obligations, but also pose significant risk to national security operations. That is the operative part, I mean.
Well, and how soon will this be in effect? Because there are walkie-talkies out in the market. So how is the regulation going to be? Is it going to be immediate, effectively, stockists of walkie-talkies, sellers of walkie-talkies? It's available on e-com platforms also. So how are they going to be able to bring this about, regulate this?
Well, of course, at first, as a very, very responsible government, we want to actually warn our people that do not fall prey to this. Do not buy this from e-commerce websites. That is something which is being there. What happens to the devices that are already in existence? Obviously, those are also going to be gradually mapped. But we do most of our shopping essentially, even electronics, like sometimes even fridges and televisions online, Aman, because that's the way the market is now really booming. So these devices are much more cheaper and much more available online. And of course, these e-commerce websites have been posing a lot of these options available to the consumers. But the consumers must understand what they are buying and why they are buying, and from whom should they buy and whom should they not buy, because these walkie-talkies are come to great use to various industries as well. But nothing can interfere with the national security. That's the whole argument.
We're going to take a very, very short break. Thanks, Payal, for those inputs. Stay with us here on CNN News 18.
Made one more threat against India. He has gone on to say, if no talks, then guns. This is what Khwaja Asif has said. He's been at the forefront of making inflammatory statements against India, but the Indian intelligence agencies see this only as a sign of desperation. It also depends on what side of the bed he wakes up in the morning, because some days he talks about stopping the escalation where it is, that if India stops, we will stop. Then another day he wakes up and threatens India with nuclear weapons. This is the same man who has, of course, gone on international media to accept that Pakistan was doing the dirty job of the US and the West for 30 years when it was funding, training and harboring terror groups inside its territory. My colleague Anand is also joining us to break this down further for us. How seriously are we to take Khwaja Asif?
Well, Bharat is not taking Khwaja Asif seriously because he's highly discredited himself by the comments that he's made. But there is a picture behind the picture. Khwaja Asif is worried about his political constituency, that is Sialkot. Sialkot has undergone some heavy pummeling and punishment with the air defense systems, reportedly also totally damaged because of Bharat's counter reaction to Pakistan's military strikes. What one needs to listen carefully when we listen to Khwaja Asif speak is, he says that we cannot afford to carry this on for long. He's trying to put words and project it in a way that Pakistan is at a position of strength, but in that line itself emerges Pakistan's vulnerability. Pakistan does not have the faculty, the funds, nor does it have the fortitude to be able to continue an intense engagement with Bharat. And that is something that is coming through from Khwaja Asif and his nervousness. So much so that he is contradicting himself within 12 hours of his interviews between one media platform to another. So that is the reason why, because the Pakistanis don't know what's hit them. The other part is that being the defense minister of Pakistan, he's actually come across as clueless and quite literally kept in the dark by the military establishment. And that itself is there for us. So somewhere from the Indian think tank and the Indian government, the more Khwaja Asif speaks, the better for Bharat, because the more Pakistan gets exposed globally.
Absolutely. Anand, we're getting an excerpt of his latest statement, I believe. Let's just play that out for our viewers.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे एनएसएस की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की गवर्नमेंट की, और वो नहीं सुनते, तो फिर क्या अगली बात, अगर टेबल पे बात नहीं होती, तो क्या अगली बात बंदूक पे होगी, बंदूक के जरिए होगी?
Former Army Chief General VP Malik joins us on the broadcast. Let's go straight across to him. General Saab, Jai Hind. Thank you for your time, sir. Can you hear me? This is Anand here.
Yes, Jai Hind, Anand. Yes, I can hear you.
Your assessment of the current situation, this standoff between Bharat and Pakistan, how do you see this panning out over the next, let's say, 48 to 72 hours?
Anand, this time what we have done has been quite different to whatever had been done by India to hit the terror camps and to strike at their camps earlier. And Pakistan has not taken it properly yet, although we sent a message that we do not want further escalation and our targets are only the terror camps and their lords, so to say. Pakistan is trying to escalate it, but I don't think it will succeed in further escalation. Whatever it has done, firstly, it doesn't have the capacity to carry on for a long time. We have a much longer, much greater capacity to carry on and to also raise the escalation level if and when required. Secondly, the international community is now pretty much on our side, and Pakistan is now facing that, and so there will be tremendous pressure from the international community asking Pakistan to stop it now and not to escalate it further. The third factor that comes to my mind is the economic situation in Pakistan. I mean, I saw a tweet today from the Pakistani government literally begging for money and saying that we have, since we have been now fighting a war with Pakistan, with India, we have no money at all. So there are many constraints which are there today. And with that, I believe Pakistan, even if it continues for a few more days of whatever is happening along the line of control and international border in Jammu and Kashmir, it doesn't have the capacity, and I don't think it has the determination also to carry on further. But for the next few days, we might have to see this going on in sporadic fashion. Not really, but I don't see that they will try to raise the level of the escalation.
In your wisdom, as a general, a former chief of the army staff, has General Asim Munir conducted himself with dignity, or has he brought disgrace to the uniform?
No, I think he has been a disgrace in uniform. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind. Right from the beginning, I have been saying that. See, he's put himself in a very awkward position. With the kind of mindset he had, he thought that he can now make himself popular, get the extension, without realizing the consequences of his action in Pahalgam. And it comes to my mind is, unfortunately, the Pakistani generals, they are tactical thinkers. They are not strategic thinkers. He did not realize the consequences of the action that he's doing. And as a result, he has not only got himself into trouble, but the image of the Pakistan army in Pakistan has also suffered quite a lot. So I'm afraid the way he has acted, the way he has spoken in public, nobody in uniform would speak that kind of a language. And now with his action, he's put himself in great trouble.
Yeah. As a general, also has he failed? Balochistan, Pakhtunistan, Sindh, Cholistan, and now 3 nights of reversals in this entire face-off with Bharat. Operation Sindoor and also the misadventures where Pakistan has ended up unable to even touch or even land anything on Indian soil.
No, as I said earlier, Pakistani generals earlier in the past, and this man particularly, I don't think he's capable of thinking, at a macro level. Pakistan, as it has been in a great trouble with the kind of economy and the kind of political situation that they are facing and that you have described, whether it is in Balochistan, RKPK, and lately even the Pakistan army image has also not been so popular in Pakistan. Now, despite all these handicaps that Pakistan has, he has dared to strike in a manner that he has crossed the red line that we ever had earlier. So therefore, now he has to suffer the consequences of both the international community, India, of course, and within Pakistan also.
Is Asim Munir's ouster the only off-ramp that Pakistan has now?
It's quite possible. That may be possible. But then that could also lead to a coup. You never know. It has happened in the past. So all those possibilities are there today. But one thing I have to say that at the moment also I feel that it has not been sufficient punishment for Pakistan leadership as far as cross-border terrorism is concerned. It is a big lesson. It's an important lesson, but yet I wouldn't say it is the last word on this strategy that they have adopted or have been adopted of cross-border, putting the terrorists ahead and making use of these proxies to wage a war against India. So that probably might continue, but as far as he himself is concerned, I would say anything is possible today.
You said General Saab, that not enough punishment has been given to Pakistan or taught to teach them a lesson as far as the terror aspect is concerned. Bharat's war on terror is not complete. What should be done? How will Pakistan learn its lesson, or a cost be impacted on the Pakistanis, Pakistan military establishment especially?
Anand, although we have now given them a very, very strong message, but we should not forget the kind of nexus that they have developed with the terrorist outfits, the Pakistani army I am talking of, which started off right from 1947 onwards. And that nexus has got strengthened over the years. It has now become part of their DNA as well as part of their strategic thinking. So this kind of a situation will take some time. And in the meantime, we have to give them a sustained answer. Every time they do an act like this, we should be able to come down heavily on them. So sustained pressure of this kind that has taken place now, that probably will, after some time, will put them on the right path.
What should Bharat do next? Should it wait and react, or will there be a phase where Bharat will seize the initiative and say enough is enough?
No, I think, we have to carry on with this present strategy that we have adopted. Absolute zero tolerance, and making it very clear to Pakistan that we will come down heavily every time you indulge in a situation like this. And every time they do that, our own strategy of hitting them hard, that must be sustained. It cannot be one-off this thing. So next time if they they try and do something like this, then we should give them not just this much, but maybe even harder message.
Right. General Saab, we're going to pause now. I'll pause this conversation now because at 5:30 p.m. there is the detailed briefing, the third briefing by the Defence and also the MEA. Post that, look forward to speaking with you again later towards the evening, if possible, and if you have the time. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Always a pleasure, sir.
Thank you, Anand.
More news coming through. It's a CNN News 18 exclusive. Pakistan's unprovoked firing along the line of control is believed to be a cover for terrorist infiltration. Security agencies suspect that an attempt was made on the 9th evening, 8th evening, 9th night. That is last night. and it's possible that some terrorists manage to enter Indian territory. So this is the proxy war they will wage. They cannot fight a direct battle. They will send these proxies, once again pushing terror into Indian soil. The infiltration efforts reportedly came from North Kashmir, especially in areas like Kupwara and Baramulla, which are close to the line of control. Meanwhile, Poonch and Rajouri districts in Jammu have also seen repeated ceasefire violations and infiltration attempts, given their strategic location near the international border. So the Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman still with us. Now, this is a serious concern. This is something that the Pakistanis can do. The PAK military can go down to vile levels, abysmal levels. So should we brace for a possible terror strike on our soil because of this attempt?
Anand, could you specify the attempt you just talked about?
There have been infiltrations. The entire LOC shelling is to try and push through infiltrators into our soil. From Kupwara, from Baramulla, from Poonch.
Okay.
Along the border.
I see, going by the historical learnings, I see no difference in patterns. While it be 1947, 1948, they entered our boundaries as infiltrators, and subsequently, right till Kargil, they did the same as infiltrators. It's been a high time we realize that the Paki army is devoid of a spine. They don't have the appetite to take the Indian army head on.
Right.
What I've been listening to the discussions post my last comment. See the latest communique which came out of the US today in the morning from the office of Mr. J.D. Vance.
Right.
It clearly says the essence of it is that the US is not going to intervene now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that makes it very, very clear. Let me specify. That makes it very, very clear that we have a free hand now.
Right.
We have the tacit support.
Right.
No one is going to come and tell and put it out on X for Mr. Modi.
Right. Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman, I'll come across to you in a bit. I think we've just lost you momentarily there. Going across to Zaka Jacob. He takes it forward.
All right, let's try and make sense of what is going on in this heightened state of tensions between India and Pakistan. India sort of responded with Operation Sindoor to the deadly terror attack that happened on the 22nd of April. In Operation Sindoor, India, in an unprecedented fashion, targeted 9 different terror locations. India said it's non-escalatory, not targeting military installations, not targeting civilians, and it doesn't want Pakistan to escalate either. But last night, from about 8 o'clock in the evening till about midnight, multiple Indian cities were targeted with these swarms of drones in what was clearly an escalatory step by Pakistan. Where does the story move from here? I'm now joined by former diplomat and former Deputy National Security Advisor, former High Commissioner, Mr. Satish Chandra, Ambassador Satish Chandra. Thank you very much. You speak very rarely to television channels, so thank you very much for joining us here on CNN News 18. I just laid out the context of what has happened over the last 2 weeks and where we stand as of today. What is your best assessment of what the situation is right now, and more importantly, where do you see it moving over the next 24, 48 hours?
Good to be with you, Zaka, on your channel. It's a pleasure to interact with you. Well, actually, what's been happening is a repetition of the playbook over the decades. India has always been extremely restrained, to a fault often, in terms of retaliatory steps. I think all of us are very well aware that we have been targets of terrorist actions by Pakistan, and in most cases we have not retaliated, and I think that's been a fault and perhaps has encouraged Pakistan in the belief that they can literally get away with murder. So what has happened, I think there's been a change since with the Modi government in terms of the actions that it had taken in 2016 and 2019. First the surgical strikes and then Blackout. And this has gone a notch higher in terms of depth at which we have struck across Pakistan in retaliation for the Pahalgam attacks. And it's been nine camps which has been struck, both in some in POK and some in Pakistan, Punjab. The most notable being Muridke and Bahawalpur, where the terrorist camps were taken out. But as you mentioned ab initio, and as has been underlined by the government of India, that our action was, the kinetic action, was extremely restrained in terms of the fact that we did not hit the military, the Pakistan military, which many feel perhaps we should have, but we did not in the interest of being extremely restrained. We only went for the proven terrorist hideouts from which terrorists had been attacking India from time to time, and also during the Pahalgam incident. Now, the Pakistani reaction, as you indicated, rightly so, has been escalatory, openly, blatantly escalatory. And I do recall from the times when I was in Pakistan, and in fact it is documented, that then Air Marshal Ashkar Khan had said that all the wars with India by Pakistan were initiated by Pakistan. So let's be very clear, I am not surprised, because I have dealt with Pakistan for much of my life, that this is the standard playbook of Pakistan. They will escalate, they will lie, they will try and say that India is escalating, whereas the contrary is correct. Just like they keep saying that they are really had nothing to do with terror, and I think everyone knows the score on that, not only India, but the rest of the world. So I don't need to say anything more on that score.
But the escalation towards what end? Now, when India did the operation and it said, look, we're taking a non-escalatory step, and underlined, the army statement underlined, we're not targeting any military installations, we're not targeting civilians, I thought that was an exit option or an off-ramp for the Pakistani army. But by doing what they did last night, and clearly, as you said, it's an escalatory step, what are they trying to achieve?
I think you must understand two things that are happening in terms of dynamics in Pakistan as I read it. Number one is that the army has lost face in terms of what happened because of our strikes, and they want to prove a point. The army is also very badly divided. In fact, the whole country is divided. So they are trying to somehow, in some way, establish that they are one up on India. That is the endeavor, and they are not going to succeed. And the second point, which is more intrinsic, and I am sorry to say that unfortunately, many of us in India have failed to read Pakistan right. I mean, there is a whole army of people in India saying we must engage dialogue with Pakistan. Yes, that's correct, if Pakistan were a normal country. And again, I will merely relate a conversation or some conversations that I had during my stint in Pakistan as High Commissioner in the 90s. And when I spoke to some people whom I knew rather well within the system, and I said, look, by creating these terror camps, you are actually going to end up hurting yourselves. And in fact, Hillary Clinton also said later on, much later on, something to similar effect. Well, what was the reaction I got? And that's what made me absolutely very, very pessimistic about the future of our relationship. The response was, we don't care as long as it hurts India. So that's the game that they are playing. But, you know, clearly they are not going to, in quotes, win this. Because what we have seen in the last 3-4 days is that they are getting and continuing to get a lot of egg on their face. And if I may go off script a little bit from your query, I think that this could be very easily sorted out if the international community appropriately pressurized Pakistan. You know, they are going around the world with a begging bowl.
Correct.
And if assistance was stopped, this Pakistani foolishness would also stop. It would be temporary because this is the use of terror against India is a default option as far as Pakistan is concerned. And Zaka, I'll be prepared to discuss with you on a much longer show as to what really we should be doing over long term with Pakistan.
I just want you, since you mentioned international community and the leverage that the international community has on Pakistan, tonight there is the IMF meeting which will decide whether Pakistan gets a tranche of, I think, about a little over $1 billion from the IMF. That is straight up leverage. Why is the international community not saying that, look, we're not going to give you this money until you correct your behavior?
You are absolutely right. If this is the 25th time, I believe, that yes, if they were to tell Pakistan, you continue this and you're not going to get $1 more, you'll see this stopping. And but this is the reality with the international community. That's how they are playing it. It's unfortunate, but this is a reality. And I have always believed that at the end of the day, it is up to India which will have to sort this out with Pakistan itself. Yes, we should do what we are doing. I know we are also going to be, because we are prominent members in the IMF and the World Bank and so on, and in the international community, and our weight is much, much greater than what it was at the time when I was in Pakistan in the 90s. And so we will have a say, and we must have a say. But I may also add something which people may not have paid so much attention to, which is what I have long advocated, that actually, at the end of the day, we have used our Brahmastra, which is keeping the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. This is something which I have been advocating in somewhat similar form over 2 decades plus. And I think that is what will ultimately make Pakistan, in the longer term, even the medium term, bend. They will have to do that because otherwise that country can be destroyed.
All right. And just one final word again on the international community and the IMF meeting, because the United States is the single biggest country which has most weightage at the IMF. They have 17%. Anything above 15% means that, they have a veto power.
Yes.
And today you must have heard what the US Vice President J.D. Vance said. This is not our fight. We're not going to intervene. It's up to India and Pakistan to sort it out. Why do you think the US is taking a sort of hands-off approach?
Well, frankly, I didn't see that statement, but what you say, you can interpret it in many ways, which means that we are not going to intervene either against you. And in the past, pressures have been brought on India as well. So I'm not terribly unhappy, frankly. This is my personal view about it. And they have said this, but behind the scenes, it remains to be seen whether they can and they should. In fact, I think they must pressurize Pakistan, saying that, look, you do this and we'll stop assistance. Because if they do that, if the international community doesn't bail out Pakistan, they are in deep trouble, as I said earlier. And it's, as I said, it's not just USA. It's the Western world. It is the Middle East, because Middle East are major donors, Saudi Arabia and UAE as well. So everyone can play a role. And actually, the bottom line is, and this is what I attach great importance to, if you are really serious of ending terror, which is the world's biggest terror factory today, it is only Pakistan.
Yeah.
And if you were to turn the screws there and make them stop, the terror factory would be irreversibly damaged and Now here, if one is a little philosophical, in the long run that's going to help Pakistan also, because Pakistan is also hurting because terror comes back to bite you itself if you breed it in your backyard.
Correct.
The snakes will bite you, quote unquote Hillary Clinton.
All right, Ambassador.
That's where I am coming from.
Ambassador Satish Chandra, as always, a pleasure speaking with you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here on CNN News 18 with your thoughts and your perspective. Thank you. All right. I want to move on to another piece of breaking news that's just coming through. We're given to understand that a former Lashkar-e-Taiba operative and in aid of the Lashkar-e-Taiba founder Hafiz Saeed has exposed the outfit. He says that many youths motivated by Hafiz Saeed's speeches and then joined the Lashkar-e-Taiba subsequently traveled to Afghanistan as well as to Kashmir in India. Approximately 500 individuals from across the country traveled to Afghanistan to undergo training at a camp named Maskar Taiba that's located in Kunar province. He says Hafiz Saeed is also responsible for the deaths of thousands of Pakistanis by sending them in a war of ashes to achieve the state's political goals. This is something that Noor Dari, that's the name of the individual. He's a former Lashkar operative. Tejinder has more details on this. Tejinder, read the tea leaves for us. What does this necessarily mean?
See, Zaka, this Noor Dari right now is the executive director for ITCT, which is an international think tank that exposes Islamist terrorists. He says that his mother wanted him to become a doctor, but he like thousands of Pakistanis were motivated by the speeches given by the LET founder Hafiz Saeed. He says that he was appointed as the aide of Hafiz Saeed. He used to guard him in the Murtkai camp where he was deputed, and he says that Hafiz Saeed was traveling in a blue Toyota Wigo pickup Datsun. So Hafiz Saeed is responsible, as per Dahari, Hafiz Saeed is responsible for the death of thousands of Pakistani youth whom they motivate through his lectures. They join his terror outfit. They are sent to Afghanistan. They are sent to Kashmir, and they become a cannon fodder for the so-called war which Hafiz Saeed and other terrorists are fighting. He says that there are millions of Pakistanis and who have been motivated by the speech of Hafiz Saeed, and they have joined the terror cult of LET. He says that he took a decision finally because he saw that this will get him nothing, so he left LET, and he was made fun by the other LET members, saying that he was coward, that is why he was leaving it, but he realized that Hafiz Saeed would lead them to nowhere. So finally he right now in UK settled there, and is working with one of the international think tanks as an executive director. So this person has exposed Hafiz Saeed and how this terror factory is radicalizing the youth of Pakistan, the youth who could have taken a pen, could have taken a stethoscope to become a doctor or an engineer, but Hafiz Saeed and his ilk is making these people the cannon fodder for their so-called jihad, training them in several terror training camps across Pakistan, in borders with Afghanistan, and then sending them to fight and get killed in Kashmir. He says that thousands of Pakistani youth who are trained by Hafiz Saeed are sent across into Jammu and Kashmir to fight this so-called war, and 90% of them never return. They get killed by the Indian armed forces. So clearly exposing Hafiz Saeed and his terror factory. Yes, Zaka.
Tejinder, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. So that's a former operative of the Lashkar-e-Taiba exposing the founder and the chief architect of one of the most dreaded terror organizations, an organization that's wanted for numerous terror attacks here in India. His headquarters, of course, was bombed in Operation Sindoor a couple of days ago. Meanwhile, let's bring you up to speed with where things are as of right now. In the last 24 hours, Pakistan has made multiple attempts to breach India's air defense systems, but the good news is India's air defense has prevailed against Pakistani missiles and drones. The army has managed to neutralize the air defense system in Lahore after Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern as well as western India. When Pakistan made failed attempts to send a swarm of drones across at least half a dozen, if not a dozen places along the line of control and the international border, over 40 to 50 drones, and this is what the Indian Army statement said earlier today, over 40 to 50 drones were successfully neutralized in a 3-4 hour period from about 8:30 in the evening yesterday all the way up to about midnight. The engagement involved extensive use of the L-70 guns, the Zu-23 Shilkas, and of course other advanced counter-UAS equipment, including of course the S-400s and the indigenously built Akash surface-to-air missiles. It also showed the Army's capability to counter these aerial threats. So what are these weapon systems, these air defense systems which were activated yesterday and managed to avert what could have been a big sort of barrage of attacks by the enemy on Indian soil? The L-70, it's developed by Bofors, is produced under the license here in India. It's a 40mm gun, modernized with radars, electro-optical sensors, and also auto-tracking systems. It can fire anywhere between 250 to 300 rounds per minute. It's got a range of up to 4,000 meters, about 4 kilometers or so. The L-70 excels in anti-drone warfare, saturating the sky with predictive fire, making it effective against a swarm of drones and also trying to evade the tracking of these aerial systems. So that's the L-70. It's a short-range gun. Then you have the Shilka, which is a self-propelled system, self-propelled gun. It's got 4 23mm autocannons that are guided by radar-detecting targets, and it can detect targets up to 20 kilometers away. So that's again a short-range weapon. It can unleash about 4,000 rounds per minute, and it's been upgraded with proximity fuse ammunition as well as advanced fire control systems to tackle drones that are becoming smaller and smaller. The Shilka's rapid fire and radar precision make it lethal for UAVs, helicopters, light armored vehicles. The Shilka's dense curtain of rounds offers a last resort protection for air bases, military convoys, sensitive installations, much of which are now currently under elevated levels of threat because of the ongoing situation between India and Pakistan. All right, let me go across to Lieutenant General retired P.J. Espannu, is former DG of the Integrated Defence Forces, and also Professor Brahmacharani, Strategic Affairs expert, who's now joining us. General Pannu, let me start with you first. So we've had this situation where I think we are at a level in the lower rung of the escalatory chain. There was an out for Pakistan on the day of Operation Sindoor itself, right after that operation got out, where India said, look, this is non-escalatory. We're not underlining the fact that we've not targeted any Pakistani military installation. No civilians were targeted. Only terror and terror infrastructure was targeted. Pakistan chose not to take that off-ramp. Now we're at level 1 of this escalatory ladder with the swarm of drones attack, all of which was thwarted yesterday. What is the next step? What happens from here on?
Zaka, now we are at war and we do not know what type or stage of war we are in. Normally when you talk about a full-blown war, you're talking about the aerial campaign which starts initially, but now the technology has enabled that other than the aircrafts flying in, now you have the UAVs and the missiles which have been developed between India and Pakistan over decades. They have come into play. Last war was fought in 71, which was more conventional without these weapons. So the new equipment which is being used and the legacy equipment which is being used, there I would understand that this is only a pause. It could be a logistic pause. It could be an operational pause. It could be for reconsidering because armies do not reinforce failures. If Pakistan feels that whatever they did turned out to be a failure, then they would go back and look at what needs to be done better to improve the systems. The technical pause could also get the OEMs to look at the equipment which did not work well, or how the Indian equipment worked, to even tweak that. So there are far too many things that would be seen as to why, after yesterday night's very strong retaliation, aerial retaliation by Pakistan, why there is a pause. And it also could be a diplomatic pause, which I feel our diplomatic corps would have known, but I don't think so. It is so. But what is amazing is that the terrorists, Pakistan has been crying that they are also victim of terrorists or terrorism. And it is the same terrorists who they have been saying that they are victim of the terrorists. They have been carrying the coffins. The army has been carrying the coffins and crying over them. How could you be victim of those people that you're now crying over and carrying their bodies for ceremonial burial? These are the same people who ambushed the Pakistani trains and hijacked them in Balochistan. These are the same terrorists who've been hitting at the cantonments. They are also looking at political supporters of Imran Khan and those who actually hammered the corps commanders in their residences. So I think there is a lot of internal correction that the Pakistan would want to make. So therefore, I think it is just that Pakistan is unpredictable. It would raise its head again, and it needs to be punished, and we should not allow any recoupment to happen, because this will only ultimately make the Cobra head raise the head again and strike back at you.
Okay, I'm just going to come to that in 1 second, because this has been a familiar pattern for the last 30 years. Terror attack followed by punitive action, then terror attack again, punitive action. Is there a chance for India now to settle this once and for all? But I'll come to that in 1 second. I've got a piece of breaking news that's coming, after which I'll go to Professor Chilani as well, who's joining us. This is according to top defense forces. As per India's assessment of what happened last night, between 8 o'clock in the night to 11:30 p.m., that's about a 3.5-hour window on the 8th of May last night, Pakistan launched as many as 500 small drones. The target were 24 cities across North and West India, starting from the Jammu and Kashmir through to Punjab, through Rajasthan, and of course the southernmost part of this window, which was Gujarat. So 24 cities in a 3.5-hour period. The army statement from this morning suggested it was 40 to 50 drones, but now top defense sources telling Arunima it could be 10 times as much. So Arunima, where is this assessment coming from, in as much as there were 500 drones? Because that's not a small number, that's a big number. And it's 25 cities as opposed to 15, which was the case the day before. What is the reading of, what was Pakistan trying to achieve? Was it escalation? Were they trying to test India's air defenses? What was the objective? And what happens now? This is what everybody is keen to know. What is the next step? Do we further climb this escalatory ladder, or is there an off-ramp somewhere here?
So first, the data that has been put together, most of these drones were taken down and the debris were also recovered from the ground. So based on that, this assessment has been made by our defense officials, and they're saying that 24 cities were targeted all along Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Gujarat and Rajasthan, and 500 drones, many of which did not even have proper weapon. So was this just a surveillance drone? Were they're just checking India's air defense system? Was this just a probing technique to figure out how ready is India before Pakistan actually launches its attack? That's the line on which the Indian defense forces are currently viewing this data which has emerged. You saw that top level meeting that Raksha Mantri had with the three chiefs and also the CDS, post which I think the messaging we are hearing from South Bloc is that India is ready. If this was just Pakistan's way to test the waters yesterday, then they've seen how crucial India is.
Air defenses. Clearly, they got a bloody nose. Almost all of those attacks were thwarted. The next step, I would imagine, would be some kind of projectiles, missiles, short-range missiles, etc. And the step after that would be to scramble your jets. Are we now locked in this escalatory ladder?
We are locked in a low-intensity military war. It's a war, undeclared war, but it's low-intensity military hostilities. The thing is this: India, as the stronger side, can escalate or de-escalate the situation to its advantage. In other words, India could control the escalation ladder. But India is saying that it's giving back in equal measure. In other words, it's responding to what Pakistan is doing. For example, the statement yesterday said that India responded in the same domain and in the same manner. That raises the question as to what India's objective is from the current military campaign. Because if we are responding in the same domain and in equal measure, then we could be giving control of the escalation ladder to the other side.
Exactly.
For example, we have positioned the Navy to carry out punitive strikes, but we haven't. We haven't employed our naval power, even though it's overwhelming in comparison to Pakistan's naval power. Are we waiting for Pakistan to first initiate naval hostilities before we respond? Again, I'm not sure, because I'm still not sure as to what our final objective is. I think General Panun is absolutely right that we need to punish Pakistan. We need to punish Pakistan in such a way that this ends Pakistan's reliance on proxy warfare. But then to impose deterrent costs on Pakistan, we should be willing to extend this low-intensity military campaign maybe until late autumn, maybe until winter.